Hey everybody, I'm Mark Edwards, along with the rest of the scouts. Welcome to day 2 of the 2026 NHL Draft. Our live coverage continue on from last night's 4.5 hours. So I'll just introduce all the guys here. We got Jerome and Brad, Joel, and Jay Brad. I think Christian, our USA guy, might be along a little bit later. Last week we had one of our former scouts join us for the last couple picks as well, and Ryan Yessie, he might jump on here at some point today as well. So guys, hope you got a few hours rest. I got about 5 hours, and we're ready to go here for what will probably a very long day. But an interesting night last night.
Yeah, absolutely. San Jose stacked. That's what San Jose is now. That's a scary team. I know with the Rangers, we thought this a bit ago. Vitaly Kravtsov, Niels Lundqvist, Alexei Lafreniere, several others were like, oh man, the Rangers are going to be something special, and it didn't happen that way. Sometimes it doesn't go the way you think it will in scouting, but I'll be shocked if San Jose doesn't become a superpower in the NHL shortly here. That's a heck of a first day for San Jose.
Yeah, I mean, their weakness was defensemen, and now it's we're off Ryan Lynn. I mean, it's not right now, but in a few years there should be some big time players for the Sharks. Viggo Bjork going number 8. I mean, he was a number 1 ranked player. We knew he was not going to go, super high. Maybe selfishly, maybe we were hoping. But we were thinking he was going to go in the 6 to 10 range, I think. But we think long term, we're going to be right.
Yeah. I honestly thought there was a chance, that he was going to get that second San Jose pick at 9. So it came close. But the Jets just made a good pick there and snagged him.
Yeah. How many hours of sleep, guys? You guys? Because I only got 5.
I got 5.
Yeah.
4. 2 days back to back. 4. Typical scouting type of night.
Yeah.
I think I probably got most then. I think I got about 5.5 to 6, so probably a little bit more.
We might get cranky in round 5.
Yeah.
I might get cranky in about 8 picks.
Depends on the picks.
I was gonna say, depends on this draft's going to open up pretty quick here. This is there's already no consensus in the back half of the first round. There's even less as we continue to go on here, and this is considered a below average class in terms of total depth for the draft. However, at the goalie position, it is pretty darn good, so that makes up some lost ground. We'll be talking about that. I think it's pretty obvious here that Pittsburgh's going to be trying to target the other ruck, and every team knows it. So it'll be interesting to see if they move up a little bit to ensure that happens. Remaining talent on our board, Jerome, who do we got? We have Sherbakov, Rogowski.
I'll share a screen because I did post this on Twitter, so it'd be a lot easier. Give me a sec. So Sherbakov obviously is our top rank player left on the board. Then you have Atkinson. You have Aram Olsen, as you see on the screen here. Ignatievicius, Rogowski, Marcus Rock, Mutrin, Kali, Ethan McKenzie, and Liam Lefebvre. So that's our top players left on our board here. So
that's a pretty good talent still remaining there.
Yeah.
I will be very surprised if any of those players make it past 50. I'd be pretty surprised.
I mean, we didn't mention the goalies. I didn't put the goalies in there.
Right, they're gone very early.
They're going to start coming. We'll see a run.
Yeah, we'll see a run here.
So
for sure. Yeah.
When the draft starts, I'm gonna put the NHL.com draft tracker, so it would be easier for everyone to follow.
Keep it running the whole day.
Yeah, because the picks are gonna come in pretty fast. So
yeah, I had no idea Morozov was even in the first round yesterday, so the tracker terribly. I don't even know what I said during the segment because I thought we were just talking about the possibility of somebody like Ignatievicius going there, and I just said everything for him instead of Morozov. So
yeah,
I wonder what I actually said.
Well, maybe we can show the draft track. see who's picking.
Yeah, lots of trades probably are going to happen here too. I wouldn't be shocked if a lot of people move out of this class. Like a lot of teams move out and take picks in other years.
If they can, they were trying to do that in last year and the year before, and they couldn't
Right.
trade them. I talked to teams who were trying desperately to trade their late picks and couldn't.
So Vancouver, Chicago, New Jersey. So those are the top 3 picks, unless there's some trade. Maybe Pittsburgh try to move up to make sure to get Marcus Ruck here. But I feel like everyone knows that. So
Yeah. When you have these draft classes that aren't quite as deep, then the teams have more similar lists, and the players fly off the boards quicker. So you've had teams run out of players on their list in some of these more recent drafts, which didn't happen in the past. Even ours, remember, we've run out of players, like been done our 7 rounds, like early 60s at times, and then that one draft a few years ago, we were like right into our 108, 109. I think we had a Leamington kid, right? Would have been like our 7th rounder or something like that.
Yeah. Well, there's a couple players too that are going to go higher than where we have them for sure. Like Chase Harrington's going to go higher here than we have him ranked.
Yep.
Mathis Preston's going to go a lot higher than we have him ranked. The small Finn in Everett Van Hanen, who had a tremendous season, he's going to go higher than we have him. We have him as like a 7th. There's no way he lasts that long in this draft. So
Shilov.
Shilov, yeah. There's going to be a couple kids here we have much lower.
Yeah.
Which isn't unexpected.
There's going to be some picks where we're like, what the heck is happening? Happens every year. I feel like the second round is where it goes a bit crazy.
Usually at the top of it too. All right, top of the second gets a little wild quickly. Also, thanks for the compliment, Old Painless. Phenomenal handle, by the way. Predator all-time movie.
This Werenski situation is going to be interesting.
Yeah, you're right. Oh well, I can't imagine signing and trading him now. They're gonna give him a fortune. Is what
I saw a tweet from Kevin Weeks this morning where, I mean, it was not about Werenski, but Marchenko looks like he doesn't want to resign at the moment there.
Really?
So, yeah.
Wow, that's an enormous loss for Columbus. That's a star level forward who couldn't do everything, dynamic as they come.
They can't catch a break, honestly.
No, that's brutal news for Columbus if that's true. They can't supplement his offense, not with Nichushkin, not with anybody. He's literally their best forward. So that'll be interesting to see if they have to trade him. That will return a haul. Like the team will go all in on that.
Oh, look who's there!
Who was it?
Hello,
there
Simon.
He is. Hey, Simon.
So.
I guarantee he's happy that Hohen went in the top 32.
Yeah.
He's a big Hohen supporter as well.
Yeah, Simon is a good friend of mine from my hometown and pretty good scout. He's got his own YouTube channel, so if you guys want to check it out, he does a good breakdown of players. We don't always agree, but it's all in good fun.
Neither do we.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's okay. I always, it's funny because people are always like, get after each other over having different viewpoints. Imagine if we didn't have different viewpoints. How boring would this be? If everybody was like, yep, this should be the next player. This should be the next player. No, that's the beauty of scouting is the fact we perceive things a bit differently.
Yeah.
Get your camera fired up, Simon. Join us a bit later.
Yeah. Tell us why Jakob Frollo's top 32.
We'll send you the link.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, unless he changes his mind, I don't think he's going to join in. So I thought I texted him last night. So,
well, we'll get some comments. Come back for some comments on
it. All right. Selection should be happening pretty soon. So I'll put back to.
Yeah, it gets going a lot quicker here on day 2. Last night's half hour to get the Leafs pick done was annoying.
Not unexpected.
No Justin Bieber this round.
No. We found the stage is what happened. Finally, Vancouver. So let's predict some things here. Okay, I'm going Preston to Vancouver.
Yeah.
Mutrin to Chicago.
Highest consensus to Vancouver.
Highest consensus to Vancouver.
I mean, they worked with Novotny.
They did go with Novotny. So yeah, highest consensus. I mean, they need dynamic skill. They don't have scoring. Preston does give them some of that very unique rush winger. Chicago. I mean, they tend they need heavy players to go with their smaller forwards here with Nazar and Bedard and Will Moore, and they need heavy insulators. They need bigger kids that can help Frondell, etc. there. So I think Casey Mutrin makes a ton of sense for them. Or Rogowski. They like unicorns. Rogowski's a unicorn. That would make a lot of sense. New Jersey, I actually, it's funny for all the first round that sometimes they go a bit in a different direction than we do. I find that they actually have quite a bit of value in their back half of the time. Seamus Casey, Lenny Haminaho, the Russian that they have there that I have never remembered. Arseny Gritsuk. Those are some very good picks.
Gritsuk, my boy.
Right. So they're going to need to pull that again here for us.
You mean Seamus Casey?
Yeah. So I think Calgary might open up the goalies. I could see Calgary opening up the goalies. They look to target Russian goalies. Borchev's available. Chicago, again, do they go after something a bit unexpected with 37? Trying to think of what they can look at there.
They like OHL.
They do? Yeah.
I was going to say one of the London guys, but they both went. They both went last night.
What about Anita Vicious, another big kid who can really help supplement their talent in the top 9?
Could be New Jersey because they did take Amane. Wow, that's a tough word with no sleep, but
4 hours.
Amane Owl,
right?
Same kind of player.
Yeah.
I don't think they would go goalie because they have Yegorov, who's going to be pretty good. So I don't know. I don't think so. I think Calgary
is possible. Again, I always think it's better to have 2 high-end goalies in a system than one because, as you all know, what's the position that misses the most, right? You don't know until you know with goalies. So I could see them coming back in on a goalie. For sure, because you look at their core, like Markstrom is going to age out soon here. Allen is going to age out here. You got to have more than just Yegorov coming in, and he's a heck of a goalie prospect. We loved him, but if you get 2 of them, it really doesn't hurt you. I mean, more teams are doing this too. Ravensburg and Askarov. We saw Kosa now with Robel.
We got a question for Mark. If you have to choose one center, who do you pick, Rogowski or Cali?
I'd go Rogowski, but it's close. But I'm not as high on Rogowski as Brad is. So he would have been a little bit down, but Brad had Rogowski even higher. So that's kind of why he sat on our list.
Yeah. I mean, Rogowski's 26.
For me, they were more both just the verge of the top 32. Brad had Rogowski extremely high, so it kind of sat where it sat there.
Yeah,
Rogowski played more to his size. I would have been higher on him.
Rogowski's 26, Cali's 35, but we had Cali as a top 32 at some point. But he just fell off with other guys coming in. But Cali will be a good player.
Both have tremendous potential. They're very different. Like Rogowski, you're talking about, you're betting on the fact that he learns how to use his size more often than he does. And you're dealing with a matchup style center that could cause real problems for opposing teams because he could play a Samuel Hellenius type of matchup style where it's just swarming on you defensively, anticipates extremely well, uses his length to his advantage, but much more secondary scoring potential, I think, than Hellenius, which is why I'm so high on him. Legitimate playmaker, can find weak side options under pressure, can make some dynamic passing plays coming off the walls. Can skate really well for his size. I think that's one thing we all agree on for sure is the skating relative to his size is pretty darn impressive at this stage.
Cali the safer pick.
Yeah.
Rogowski the bigger swing. And so we would tend usually to rank it for the bigger swing in the first round. Go try and get the guy that has a chance of your top 6.
Yeah. Callie, our nickname for him was the boat, because it's all aboard. He's gonna do everything for you. He's a Swiss Army knife center who can really do anything you need him to do. And that gives there's a lot of versatility with him. Rogowski also has some versatility potentially. It's just further out, you have to project it a bit. But he's the youngest. Callie's also the youngest center remaining in this class. That should be taken into consideration. And the kid's a unit. Was he 6'2", 210 already? Built well too. Like, the kid's got some muscle quality on him for real.
Okay, I'm wondering, Mark, what you think of this next comment.
I disagree.
Petrie. What's his name? What am I saying?
Petrie Rantanen.
Petrie Rantanen. Is that how I say that? That is as fit as they come. I've been to Helsinki. I don't know how you survive there. It's cold. It goes through the bones. The Villeneuve is for sure the most dynamic player still available in this class. It's the reason he didn't go in the first round, and the reason he didn't go in the top 32 is because of the risk factor. Yeah. This is a remarkable talent who's coming off a very pedestrian.
Rogowski just went.
Yeah.
Well, I take it back. Vancouver is back in my good books. Streamlining Novotny, that is a heck of a pick. I love this pick. Who should take it away? Who's doing it first?
I'll go ahead. Just he's as we just talked about. There's high ceiling here. This is a huge kid who can really skate. He has games where he kind of does everything you want him to do to draft him closer to where we had him ranked in those 20s, and even where Brad had him ranked, which was around 20th. But it's a case of not seeing it often. We talked about it with Belchez, and it's similar with Rogowski. He's a monster kid who talks about, and I know he talked about this in his interviews with some scouts, he talked about playing bigger, meaner, but talk is cheap. You got to do it. And if he did it more often, he would not have made it to Saturday here.
Villeneuve is gone. Chicago, 34.
It's begun.
Hey, Joel, do you want to talk about Villeneuve a bit?
Yeah, I can. Like Brad was kind of saying there earlier, his offensive upside is pretty good, and he's really dynamic. It's just the risk factor with the profile, and he didn't have a great draft season either, so it didn't really help him. And I wasn't a fan of him in the first round, but in the second round, like this, taking a risk on a guy that's that dynamic, I see the benefit to it for sure.
Yeah, Chicago has drafted in the queue a few times lately, last few years. So I'm not surprised that they're going with kids in the queue here. I think the easy thing people do is they will compare him to Lane Hudson, and I don't think it's fair, honestly. No. He doesn't have the intelligence that Hudson has. Doesn't have the compete that Hudson has, but he's a better skater. He's the best skater in the draft. He's the only guy who got a rating of 9 for skating from us. He's just defensively, it's a bit of a mess. So that's the big challenge for him going forward. He's going to BU next year, following the footstep of Lane and Cole Hudson at BU. So I think that's a great decision by him to go there. So we'll see. Maybe he's going to be there a year or two and then turn pros after. But that's a very talented player who has his flaws. So it's I feel like he either is going to be a really, really good NHLer, or he's just not going to play.
Not going to play.
Yeah.
Or be maybe a 7th specialized utility. You slot in a power play if
maybe
guys go
Jerome,
down.
I just noticed he's born in Le Cid. Didn't notice that before.
I don't even know where that is.
It's west part of the island.
Oh, okay.
Translates to the sticks.
Yeah, so one of the other huge differences here is you can't stop him from breaking down the first layer of offense. Like when he hits a line, his skating is the most dynamic in this class. The multi-directional skating is preposterous. The edge work is unbelievable. The lateral cutbacks, the C cuts, like he has that in spades where you just cannot deal with him. The problem is, as Jerome said, like when he gets past that first layer, he's been a lot more mistake prone with his playmaking than expected. So the problem with that is like you're taking this kid to generate a tremendous amount of offensive chances, but he turned over the puck over a lot more than expected, and that happened the most against the better teams in the queue and in the playoffs. So when he's dealing with teams that he can run over, he looks like a superstar. When he's dealing with teams that he actually has to play a more streamlined, efficient style, he actually flatlined, and that is why he dropped to the second round. But Chicago got an unbelievably dynamic defenseman where if he does hit, if he actually hits in that with Bedard and everybody, might be a real problem. Okay. So he needs refinement, and he needs to get out of the queue because he's been there for 3 years, and the curve was flatlined.
Yeah.
Devils on the clock.
Yeah.
With Rogowski, to Mark's point, like matchup center, one thing that he's very good at doing relative to most other prospects his size is being able to keep a lower center of gravity and using his length effectively to cover lanes. That's why we call him a matchup center. He's very good at lane coverage. He is a smart player. He knows how to stay above the puck. He knows how to get back out in front of the play. And he's pretty sophisticated with how he defends. There's a whole lot of potential with the defensive game. That said, there is more offensive runway than you would think. Like mechanically, pretty decent shooter. He actually has very good footwork off the rush. He can mask his shooting options. Yeah, he can set up like off-look feints. He can do a lot of things that some of these other kids that were drafted higher can't do. Like for instance, like offensively, mechanically, he's ahead of a player like Tynan Lawrence and Alexander Command, who are taken way ahead of him in terms of how he can generate.
There's a trade. Chicago is picking 35 now.
Interesting.
37 for the Devils. Flames in between them.
Back to back.
Yeah. Trying to think what other unicorn style player would they go after?
There's a few candidates.
There's a couple.
Yeah. Ignatievicius could be one. Atkinson.
I was thinking of Canson because you look at their defensive structure right now; it's missing. Oh, they went all in. They're going ceiling after ceiling here.
Oh, Rulebrook. Okay.
We're going high ceiling players with.
That's their OHL guy.
Take it away, Jay Brad. You've seen him a lot over the years.
I saw him mostly in his OHL draft, and the concerns I had there still now, which was just inconsistency compete. He kind of faded away in very important games for me when I was watching him at the OHL Cup specifically. Again, this is going back, but yeah, I definitely had concerns throughout. He obviously has a very good shot. And if he hits, he's going to Guelph, so he's going to play some very important games. So I think that'll be a very big indicator of how he progresses as a prospect. So we're going to get to see him in very important playoff games, very big Memorial Cup games. So I think that'll really show what kind of player he's developed into from last year to this year, going from Niagara to an organization who's going to be competing this year in Guelph.
He does the hardest thing extremely well, and that's scoring goals.
Yeah.
But beyond that, his game falls off quickly. So pure goal scorer, very good goal scorer. He's proven it. He puts up the numbers, but floats around, doesn't compete very much at all. Not too concerned with his own zone. But again, there's value for doing that one thing that's really important, and that's scoring goals.
So just I'm going to post this comment here. Anthony, who's a Panthers fan, I think they're a bit too high, but every team's list is different. So, but based on our list, those are too high. for the Panthers at 40 and 48. Chase Harrington to Calgary at 36, sorry.
Was this another guy that I was higher on than everybody else? I'm guessing. Not that I had him this high, obviously, but I'm guessing I had him high.
I don't know if I was as high as you, Jay Brad, but I liked him too, just for the playoff factor.
That's it. Yeah,
he's the hardworking grunt that'll score in tight in the playoffs, and he did all the work for a guy that was on a lot of lists a lot higher than him. So.
Yeah, very feisty playoff guy. He can score in close as well. Like for a guy who's not as big, he can play in front of the net pretty well. And he can get the puck up high and tight too. So, obviously very attractive selection.
Another WHLer going here, Matthias Van Hanen to New Jersey at 37.
Well, this is a lot earlier for him than I
predicted, though.
We predicted.
Oh yeah.
We did say Harrington Van Hanen is going to go way higher than we thought.
Yeah, he's much higher. A second draft eligible season for him. Very good support player because he can manipulate a little bit on the rush. He's pretty even as a player, but his rookie year in the WHL, he's very impressive with his skill, his intelligence. Pretty aggressive offensively as well. He doesn't make simple plays. He goes bigger, he goes home offensively. But he's going to have to simplify his game a bit to be a little bit more translatable to the next level.
Yeah, so one thing with him is he's an overager who played on a stack line. That can be a warning sign. A lot of overagers who get on a stack line and produce, they end up not really playing up to their potential from a NHL perspective. Van Hanen, the thing with him is like smaller kid, not the best open ice skater, which is a warning sign. However, he is a phenomenal playmaker, which can make up some of the difference.
Casey Murtrin, Seattle. Casey Murtrin is the pick.
Too bad Christian's not here to talk about his guy.
Yeah, we had him 32.
Kid, hardworking.
Yeah, hard worker. Skating is a bit average, but he's smart. He's not gonna score a lot of goals, but he's smart. Can easily play on the bottom six. Maybe, if everything goes right, he could be a good third line player. Some rumors he might play in Moncton next year, so he might not go college right away. His brother played in Moncton last year, so that might be a connection there. So, nice pick here by Seattle.
I wonder who this pick's going to be.
Yeah.
There we go. Marcus Rock, 30 to Pittsburgh.
This is a weird. Wow, I didn't expect this at all. I didn't expect this at all. Who would have thought that you'd put the Ruck twins together?
It's pretty good they didn't have to move to get the other one.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I had them close. I had Marcus lower than Liam. I spoke a bit about that yesterday. Very intelligent player, just like his brother. Good to see them go together here. He's the setup man for Liam. And like I said, a little bit more intelligent, and similar issue I have with Marcus that I do with Liam is the skating. I do think it'll hold at the NHL, but yeah, I was much lower on these guys coming into the season than I am now. They had such a good curve this season to finish the year off. He led the WHL in points as well with 108 points. He scans ice really well, can get through can read through layers of coverage. It also rarely turns the puck over. He's very good puck control, great puck protection for a guy who doesn't weigh as much. And he's very active back checking, and he's very engaging. So good. Well, he's going back with his brother. So good doubling up here for Pittsburgh.
Yeah, when I saw him in the summer in the Holinka camp, I was like, man, why were these guys such early picks? But one thing I always say is summer hockey, because it's just not a great time to scout. guys sometimes have not been on the ice in a while. It almost always just has like a bit of a shinny look to it, especially just in the early stuff you'll see in the summer, and then as the later summer towards the end of Hlinka gets a little bit better. But I was just like, man, what's the story with these guys being such early picks in the dub? And then by the time Christmas rolled around, we started to definitely see the reason they were high picks, and the hockey sense both of them have. And I think I shorted Marcus 2 pounds. I said 162 last night, or else that was the adjustment at the combine. But need to start eating some Haagen-Dazs, as Brad said last night. Oh, I got a question here. No, I wasn't really shocked to see Bjork, or none of us were. We have him number 1, but that doesn't mean we're not trying to predict, obviously. Now, I wouldn't have been shocked if he went number 2 either, but I honestly thought there was a chance that he could slide all the way to the second San Jose pick last night, and he got 1 pick away from that with the Jets stop and the slide. So great news for the Jets, and it really doesn't matter anymore. Once the pick's made, he's got as much chance as anybody else to go in and hopefully prove us right, and for his own sake, start a great career.
So a couple picks here. Ignatius Vicious to Florida, Aram Olsen to Vancouver.
It's what we want. It's what we want to see. With Seamus Ignatius, I think he's one of the more misinterpreted, misunderstood players in this draft class. It's very difficult for a player who's first year eligible to be able to hold in the top Swiss league. He did just that and had a pretty decent amount of minutes right up to the end of the season. One of the best attention to detail oriented players in the entire class. He is a matchup winger who's going to win a ton of battles. He can act as a third defenseman if necessary. He can be a penalty kill specialist, but he also brings a lot more offense to the table than I think people recognize. He has a soft set of hands. He's extremely smart. He knows how to find his options in transition. And around the net front, you can't stop him from getting there. And he has some of the best hand-eye coordination and puck tracking. So he's very good at timing his play relative to rebounds and be able to get net front and make life miserable for opposing teams. If he can mold his game so that he cuts more inside with his skating base, then he can really take off as a player, because there are times where he'll slow down a bit as opposed to speed the game up. So if he can learn to be a bit more north-south and do that, it will really open up his skill set, because he is very good in terms of his lateral playmaking and be able to be a multi-directional attacker. So I love the pick for Florida. Florida needs players that they can get cheap that can actually play for them sooner rather than later, because they're directly competing. Ignatius is one of the players in this draft in the second round that can actually supersede a ton of the kids that were drafted in the first in terms of being able to come in and play immediately. He's already a seasoned pro in terms of how he plays with a ton of structure.
And Aaron Wilson, we have pretty high.
Very high.
So that's a nice pick by Vancouver here.
We like him more than Vani. Yeah,
that's
Vancouver. Funny. Vancouver's coming alive here. That's an exceptional pick by Vancouver.
So Kevin is on the clock. Are they taking Sherbakov?
I'll do this quick comment there, Jerome, you posted. I go back with Kyle, way back to watching some games with him when he was an agent. And then when he became the GM in the Sioux, watched games scouting with him if I ran into him in the rink. And we've got a long history of disagreeing on players, going back to him taking Nurse in the Sioux higher than I would have. And we just openly, discussed players back then. I haven't seen him in a while. Saw him last summer, actually, at that Hlinka camp. Said hello, but don't see him, obviously, like I used to. And, it's just kind of funny how we disagreed with players, evaluating players with him for a while, but it's all in good fun and joking around as you give your opinions.
Yeah. Hurricanes taking their time.
Jerome, to talk more about Olsen.
You should talk about him. That's your favorite player.
Okay, I will. So he's basically the hybrid version of JJ Peterka. Not as much flash and dash, not as gifted a skater at the same stage, but looks like he could be an extremely impressive transitional sniper. It is one of the reasons that I thought that Vancouver would look at Mathis Preston, is because they do need a dynamic rush winger who can just score in transition, much like basically a faster Brock Besser in some ways from that perspective. Not the most gifted playmaker, which is why I think he fell to the second round, but he did improve his playmaking rates as the season progressed. The big thing for us is when Jerome and myself really started to hone in on him in his international men's performances against real competition, he looked phenomenal. Like when he's playing in a real structure as opposed to J20, he ramped up his competitive motor. He's fighting through checks. He's much more combative than both Elton Hermanson and Nordmark. That is one of the distinguishing qualities, and one of the reasons we had him higher is that this kid brings a lot more vinegar to the table, and he can play a 200-foot game. And again, this is a power play one option potentially with the one-timer. The wheelhouse is spectacular. The handling rates are there. There's a lot of upside here. I'm loving what Vancouver has done right now in the second round. This is we're not a huge fans of Novotny in that slot, but Olsen and Rogowski are phenomenal ads for Vancouver.
So typical Eric Kings fashion, they have traded the pick.
That's interesting because that means Sherbakov is not. They had Sherbakov nowhere near where we did.
Well, maybe they think they can get him later. Like,
oh man,
last year they got Limitov.
Starting to play with fire.
They're playing with fire. Yeah, I would not. I'd be flipping the table. That's what.
So Calgary's on the clock.
Do they take Sherbakov? Somebody's got to take Sherbakov.
Maybe a goal.
Yeah. So we saw it with Chase Harrington there. Calgary's looking for a lot of grit, a lot of players who can step up in playoff roles, and playoff. Just looking for playoff performers, right? Harrington adds that type of value. They like gritty, determined players. We saw that in the first round with Carroll's. Do they continue with that direction? And they take the goalie. So we were right that we projected that Treble would go first and that Calgary would take a goalie. We hit on both there. So Tobias Treble, basically the modern day prototype for the position. You look what he brings. It's very similar to me with Jake Ottinger. When you look at them in net, you're like, okay, nothing's missing. They're extremely well-rounded. They present well. With Treble, one of the best skaters in this class, basically inherently no real weaknesses to his game, which is very uncommon for a goalie at this stage. He actually, I would say, is much more structured than Ravensburgen at the same stage, but not as athletically gifted. That said, like, he can get to any pucks, and when he's playing up to his ability, he looks like a slam dunk NHL goalie in a way that basically no other goalie in this class looks like. So when you project him out versus Borochev is far less structured, but has some athletic ability that Treble lacks, like the reflexes, kicking reflexes are a bit higher end. The big thing with Treble is that he can lose the rhythm of play and the pace of play behind his goal line, which is not uncommon for a goalie at this stage in their development. He needs to learn how to ramp up his intensity and his puck tracking below the goal line so that he goes post to post a bit quicker. And if he does that, his game will take off. So great pick by.
We have a pick. Igor Shilov to Colorado at 43. Joel, you want to talk about Shilov? You're I can't hear you.
No, you're muted.
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
So
you're good now.
Am I? Yeah.
Yeah, you're
good to go.
Am I good? Yeah. So Sheila, well, me and Jerome didn't really like him at all. To be quite honest, we didn't have a lot of time for that player. He's very talented offensively. I think he could work on the power play, but he doesn't have any compete when he doesn't have the puck on his stick, and that really kind of bothered us the whole season. He had a game in November where he scored, I think, 5 points, and it was one of the least impressive 5-point games that I've ever seen. So I don't know, like, we didn't really like him, but he does have a lot of offensive upside for sure.
He is basically what Joshua Roy is, but he's a center and he's Russian. The pace is really bad. Off puck, it's not It's not great.
Shockingly bad.
Yeah. So there's no. The compete is bad. The pace is bad. The skating is. I mean, he never skates hard, so it's a bit hard to scout his skating because he never pushes space, never skates hard. But he's talented, you know. So
Extremely
he
it's
can
taken
shoot
a
a
bit on
puck,
the
he can
skill.
pass a puck, he can play the off wall in the power play. So I think Colorado is betting on the skill, and you know, maybe he goes to training camp and sees Nathan McKinnon, and then he might learn a thing or two from watching McKinnon in person. That's, I think, you know, what's a bit what Colorado is doing here. Unless they really disagree with us on the compete and the pace part, but I don't know. I think it's pretty
We had
obvious
him.
if you watch him.
We had him ranked 101 to give you an idea of where he's slotted for us.
It's very Arthur Kaliev-esque in some ways. Right? He could get drowned out. The skating issues, just getting drowned out. Like, just not a very competitive kid. But Jerome, who was the kid who Colorado drafted late in the 7th round recently, and they developed him really well, and he actually got more than a cup of coffee with Colorado? Do you remember?
You mean the Russian kid?
Yeah, the Russian. Yeah.
Yeah, he was from actually Victoriaville, where she
Right.
liked.
That's what I was thinking. Right.
Yeah.
So they must have.
But like that kid was a worker. Like he always worked hard. Like he could work, he could kill penalties. So
opposite players, but it shows that they're comfortable drafting out of the queue with Russian talent and attempting to develop it. And they were successful with that player specifically. It was very impressive, his career.
He was also 3rd year eligible.
And he was he was an overager, like double overager.
Okay, I got a question here. Who are the top defensemen available now? Anybody with a 3-4 ceiling, like top 4? I mean, Sherbakov.
Well, he just got selected by New Jersey. The timing is perfectly. So Sherbakov was absolutely
okay. Atkinson could be a top 4, second number 4, I would say.
Canton.
You know, McKenzie probably more of a 3rd pairing guy.
Galvez. Thomas the Thumb Galvez.
Gunmenson from Sweden, maybe a number 4, like number 4, number 5.
Adam Goyer.
Yeah, Adam Goyer too.
Yeah.
Breck Liskey from Everett, like he was a bit of a late riser for us. He might be a number 4, but more likely a 3rd pairing. Yaroslav Matyev, more of a 3rd pairing. So, you know, there's not many top 4 defensemen left on the board here. So, yeah, Sherbakov. Brad, you want to talk about him?
Absolutely. This is the best pick in the 2nd round so far to me. For him to fall to 44 is honestly, I wonder if his off ice, if the interviews didn't go his way or something. Because if you look at his best performances in the MHL, they were neck and neck with Malte Gustafsson. Like this player is a very good skater, phenomenal range, very versatile, multifaceted, very intelligent. He's smarter than Smits, for instance. Tremendous amount of growth potential, tremendous runway. He's actually, better than Jerome, who's the Utah's 5th overall there. I'm on 4 hours, so I can't remember names.
Last year?
The Russian that we love.
Come on. Dmitry Simashev.
Dmitry Simashev. He is better at the same stage than Simashev in some critical areas offensively. He can break down the line better than Simashev. The thing with him, I think the reason he fell here is the fact that the teams had to do what we did, which is watch and scout him out of the VHL. That is a much more difficult process than scouting a player like Malte Gustafsson out of the SHL, for comparison's sake. So that's one of the reasons we think he fell. But this is not atypical of New Jersey. New Jersey is very good at finding Russian talent later in the drafts that we like, and they've done it here again. Zakhar Bardakov too. I believe that they drafted him as well, and that was a pick for us, that one of the best 7th rounders I can remember. And they're doing it here with Sherbakov again. This is a phenomenal pick for New Jersey.
Liam Lafayette to LA Kings at 48. So that's a really nice pickup by the
beautiful pick.
2nd year eligible. Hard player to play against. Great shot. Underrated ends. Very good down low. Hits like a truck. will fight, not in the queue because they don't like fighting in the queue. But you saw at the Mem Cup, he challenged a guy to fight out of the penalty box. So he's a bit of a old school type player. Great story. Like he was a nobody last year playing high school hockey in the U.S. Came to the queue this year, and he had a great year. Helped Chicoutimi win the queue. So really nice pick here by LA.
39th on our list.
Victor Plant to Detroit.
They take the brother.
Yeah. So Max and Victor are in the same organization now.
Yeah, Chris had a lot of time for him. Chris thought that there was a lot more value than where we had him ranked. A very intelligent player, high motor, pretty solid skater, but not spectacular relative to his size. Pretty skilled too. It's just the consistency rates weren't always there for a small forward like we wanted, but admittedly, he's on a program that was much weaker. So that has to be taken into consideration. And obviously, like they had better intel than anybody about this kid because they have his brother. So,
yeah. Okay. Quick question here from Patrick. First off, I want to say your player analysis is remarkable, guys. Well, thank you. I understand you guys have Bjork number 1, but what is his ceiling point wise? Well, that's always tough to answer because we don't know who is his left winger, who is his right winger, like what's the
who's his coach when we're doing the ranking, what team is he going to? We don't know anything like that. So
you could say 75 point, 80 point, but if he ends up with like Kyle Connors on his wing full time, like he might be a 90 point. I mean, look at Suzuki in Montreal. Like I always thought Suzuki was a 75, 80 point center, and then he plays with Caulfield, who scores 50 goals, and then he gets a 100 point season. So
exactly,
you never know. And don't judge a player based on his point total. We get it. McKenna might get more points than Bjork, but we feel like if you want to win, you want Bjork on your team before McKenna. So
coaches create points.
Yeah.
When I was coaching, I told one of my rookie D who had about 9 points. I said, next year's going to be your year, and the next year he had about 59 points, and it was coach controlled by when I put him out there and how much and who he was against. So a lot of situational stuff for players dictated by team, good or bad, teammates, good or bad, coach playing you, not playing you. And we talked briefly last night about the U.S. national program, and we don't like it and would love it to go away. And it's because it's not built for hockey, where we typically have your two lines getting more ice time, and then they pigeonhole some guys into the bottom lines that deserve more ice time, and they don't get it. And it makes it difficult for us to evaluate when they're not getting the ice time, and they just constantly roll out their big guns, trying to set point records and everything else. When a coach is throwing the first line out in a U18 game against Slovakia or something, and they're up 13-1 and still putting out the first line, it's not what it's all about.
So Florida, Ryder Cali, so they got Cali and Ignatevicius in the second round. Like,
Woo! That's phenomenal work.
Yeah, Ryder's just a really solid player. He's not going to jump off the ice at you. I call him flash and dash. He's not the flash and dash. He's meat and potatoes, plays a smart game, solid defensively, will shock you here and there with some really nice flashes of skill, but it's not something you'll just see every single game where he's going to wow you with that skill. But he has some, and player coach will rely on, kind of a coach on the ice, coach on the ice kind of thing, where he plays to the scheme and the type of player that coaches like. I just talked about coaches controlling ice. Well, he's the type of player that coaches like to play and give ice to.
Adam Gollier to LA. I feel like it's like the most LA pick ever, Brad.
It's a very LA pick for sure. Yeah, raw, toolsy, super toolsy defenseman, phenomenal skating base. That's the reason he was selected here. There's a lot of runway. The thing with Golier is that we think he's more of a puck mover because if you look at his playmaking rates and passing efficiency, they're not nearly as high as you would suspect that they should be relative to the Slovakia League. But he's one of the younger players in this draft class. And again, like when you look at his development, like the hands improved throughout the season, his defensive commitment improved. He was better at positionally switching on a dime, better at covering net front, better at sticking to his man in coverage, better along the walls. The retrieval rates went up. And when you theoretically project him out with that skating alone, you might really get something. His offense is secondary, though. It's very unlikely that he produces even at the same level as a defenseman like Nikita Sherbakov just went. But as Jerome mentioned, this is par for the course for LA. LA has no problem taking raw Euro talent that they think they can mold, especially on the back end.
So Mattis Preston to Anaheim, J. Brad?
Yeah, it's really too bad he got hurt after he hurt his knee after 2 games in Vancouver. It's too bad. It would have been nice to see his projection on Vancouver, but as Brad had mentioned, rush winger, but very perimeter. He does not attack the net. Most of his dekes that he pulls off, he goes wide, which is not something I was very impressed with from him. Very poor physical game. Excuse me. Like I said, very outside driven. Doesn't really attack the net with the puck. Even like 3-on-3, there's so much ice, there's so much space, and he'd cut to the middle and then go back outside or pass outside and keep the play to the perimeter. Volume shooter, he can be a volume shooter, but he's shooting primarily in very low scoring chance areas, so very outside. Not the best decision making at times, but he does have creativity. So he's very high ceiling, very low floor, so he's going to play second line or in Europe.
So
we had Preston 65th for those watching.
William Atkinson to the Hurricanes. So Hurricanes getting a guy we like. We had him in the first round. So so far, this is pick 51, and we have 1, 2, so 42 of our top 44 is gone.
Wow.
Yeah.
Whoa. That's really that's more than I thought. That's really impressive. Yes, Carolina is doing what they always do. They get value. That's why they're Cup champions. It's why they draft well. And William McCanson has no business falling this far. This is the high motor, high compete, monster shot blocker who plays a very unique style because we call him a swarming style of defender. Where he goes on top of players very quickly. He hyper pressurizes, he pressure cooks opposing teams. And it's one thing to get the swarming style defenseman that's a bit smaller. It's another thing entirely to get one that's going to be 6'5", 235 in his prime. That's a whole lot to handle. He also, for my money, the most fearless shot blocker in this class. He stops at nothing to get back. I've seen him go face first into pucks. The kid doesn't care. He'll just eat it. He'll eat the puck. Incredible competitor. Everything that you want to see in an insulating style defenseman. He makes a tremendous amount of sense. It's a fantastic pick by Carolina.
You could compare him, Brad, to Jacob Ronback from last year. We actually had a question about this early on. I didn't post it, but someone asked me if you have seen Ronback this year, if you have like any updates.
Developmental updates? No, yeah. I didn't get a chance. Unfortunately, because of the position we're in, where we got to cover an entire next class, and I got to do the goalies, and those take 3 times longer than the players. I can't get back to Ronback.
We focus on the draft eligible for the most part. I mean, we'll see some other guys because, but he's at Minnesota, so we didn't really have any reason to watch Minnesota this year. So
no, we see the guys in passing in our travels when we're going out to watch this year's class. There's times I'll barely see a team, say a team in the OHL. I barely see them because they just don't have anything for the current class. So
when you see us go back to a player, it's to make sure once they've developed, if they hit or miss, that's when we go back, because we got to find out what happened if it didn't go our way. Like if they project out to what we expected, honestly, we don't really see them that much. If they don't project out, then we got to go back to the drawing board. That's when we really hone in on certain players.
We have a trade. Brandon Carlo to St. Louis for 2 third-round pick.
Okay. Yeah, so they're betting on the fact that he's coming off a down year. Very St. Louis style defenseman. Massive, mobile.
Yeah.
Was playing well before he got to Toronto.
Yeah, that's true. He was actually good in Boston.
He was pretty good in Boston, yeah. Not a good year for him at all with Toronto. Yeah. So going back at Ryder Cali, just to add to what Mark said, like, a lot of substance, less style, but the kid has a soft set of hands, extremely young for this class, and he's very good with his playmaking rates. Like, he will surprise with his lateral playmaking through a coverage. He can find backdoor options. He's very good at timing plays, and he's going to win a ton of battles off the walls and then find options off the walls. That gives him a lot of secondary value. So a little bit like Ignatavicius in the sense that, like, not a great shooter, but he's very good at timing his options, getting through soft ice, being able to battle net front, be able to get in positions to jam and get those greasy, dirty goals. That's what he is. He's a role player who's going to do all the greasy work for a team.
Tampa Bay move up, so they're up next. So they must have a guy they like.
Welcome to the draft, Tampa.
What do you think? A Russian? Tampa Bay moving up. We got someone. He's an overager. He's a bad skater. Or he's Russian. These are your 3 guarantees of Tampa Bay when they're taking a player. They do need help immediately. Who would be the best overager right now that could play?
Ethan McKenzie.
Ethan McKenzie. That's a great one. But he's a great skater.
Yeah, we're getting into the zone where you're going to go Kitchener kid, McKenzie, and Calgary's. The hitman.
Oh, we're Russian. Wow, from the Q.
Wow. Okay, from
I didn't expect Kulibiakin to go this early.
Yeah, go ahead, Joel. You saw him more than me.
Yeah, well, I really liked him at the start of the year. I thought there was some untapped potential there with the playmaking. Like, I thought that he would see lanes that other people would miss, and he would be very creative with the puck, but in the viewings in the second half of the season, I thought that his compete kind of died down, and I thought that there was less effort there. And but he does admittedly have like a pretty good ceiling. I'm just not sure about the floor. And in the second half of the season and in his limited playoff appearances, well, he didn't really compete as hard as I would have liked, and that kind of made it so I was colder on him at the end of the season there.
Can he skate? Because Tampa will always take talent that their skating development staff, some of the best in the world.
Yeah, he's not the best skater.
No, he's average,
and he's 5'11". I thought he was a good junior/college guy, like a draft, but like late. Definitely not a second round pick, but hey, we've been wrong before, and Tampa Bay has made fun of us.
They have one of the best development staffs in the world.
Yeah, so. Honestly, it doesn't matter who they draft. It's what they do after with those guys. Right. So we'll see.
Right.
Okay. Good for Philly here.
Oh, there you go. J. Brad Liskey from Everett at 53.
Yeah. So another player out of the Dub who had a really good curve. He was playing third pair for a really good chunk of the season, and then Terrence Smith went down, and he got bumped up, started playing with Landon DuPont, and was just incredible. Really thrived as his replacement. He got a lot of power play points, so he was very good on the power play as well. Very good spatial awareness and very good under pressure. So he also coming out of the zone, transitioning, use kind of fakes to deceive forecheckers to get himself out of trouble. A very smooth skater as well, who has good escapability. He's not very quick, but very poised, and he isn't really. He can only really be pressured, I'd say, by speed. But yeah, a lot of potential in this kid. A huge late riser, and yeah, he's going to go play. I believe he's going to go to the NCAA, or sorry, no, he's going WHL next season, and then he's probably going to go to NCAA after that. So he'll be a guy that will take some time to develop. But I know Brad's going to be trying to cut me off real good.
For reference, for the viewers, we had him 49th on our list.
Thomas Galvis to Pittsburgh now.
I mean, I got to give Zubas here. Come join me on my island, dudes. We get some coconut water. We'll talk about it. I mean, they get the Ruck brothers, who, developmentally, they're going to need a whole lot of work to get anywhere near the Sedin twins, but they have so much potential. Thomas Galvez, for my money, I had this kid very high. I was surprised how little fanfare he got this season, honestly. Like, tremendous performance in Extraliga as a U20 player. Phenomenal at the U20s. For my money, the best player at the U20s. And then you look at him at the World Championships, and I just kept screaming to Jerome, look at him, he's holding. Defensively, he's holding. Jerome kept telling me I was watching everybody else, like Vigo Bjork, but it's okay. But Galvez, this kid is a very unique player that is an anomaly. Like, typically, you would never see a player like this be able to hold, but his processing rates are through the roof. His skating is phenomenal. Like, he can make 50-50 multi-directional options for himself. And his offense took off. He looks like he'd be a PP2 quarterback now. So he's going to be a very unique player for Pittsburgh for a very long time.
So Tattoo fan says, fun fact about Liski, he grew up a big Flyers fan. So
that's cool. That's awesome when a kid gets to go to the team they grew up watching.
So Calgary goes Russia, Brad. Alan Shakislamov.
The Shake Shack. So this is a bit higher than we expected based off of the raw nature of this player. However, when you look at it from a talent perspective, there is no one more talented than the Shake Shack who's still remaining on the sport. This kid is 6'1", 200 pounds, very good skating base, phenomenal set of soft hands, phenomenal shooting mechanics. The thing with him is that you look at his underage production, it is very impressive in the NHL. This season he got hurt, he stagnated a bit, and he plays with out structure. He doesn't know how to use his mechanics and his ability to his advantage at this stage, which is not so dissimilar to a ton of other Russians who play in looser systems. So the bet here for Calgary is that you put him in structure, you teach him how to take advantage of his skill set so he can remain north-south, play more of a power game, get into the inside a lot more often than he does currently, and you could really get a sneaky top 9 option if things go right. Calgary's betting on the development because there is potential for a 20-25 goal scorer who, again, can forecheck and get net front. Right now, he's just extremely he makes bizarre choices offensively. However, he can also make some brilliant technical passes under pressure and technical plays in general under pressure. So, for instance, like if you compare him, which I did, his offensive rates relative to Novotny, he actually beat out Novotny to a degree. So that's one thing. And I'm in trouble. And here we go. So this is the goalie I missed. And not only did I miss him, he is listed now at 6'3". He was 6'1". I am in so much trouble. So Yuri Ivanov is the goalie that I didn't get back to. He's the youngest goalie in the draft. I was given a tip that, like, hey, his season really developed. I didn't even get to watch him in the playoffs where he was apparently spectacular. But then by the end of the season, I got some more games and more footage, and I wholeheartedly realized that I had missed. This is a player I missed on. So this player is structured. Especially for a goalie where with Russian systems, usually they allow the instincts to flourish, then blend some technique, give them a bit of time like Borichev. That's what they did with him. Very few prospects actually have the technical foundation of a player like Pyotr Andrionov, for instance, for some contrast. But that's where Yuri Ivanov is very interesting. He's actually extremely technically sound. He has a very good skating base. He's smart. He's efficient. He reads the game relatively well at this stage in his development. The only major issue with Ivanov's game right now is that he lacks external hip rotation, which means when he reads the initial play, his micro adjustment rate is going to flatline a little bit, especially with longer type of prospects that can attack around him because his extension rates can fall a little flat when he, again, can't extend on unique angles. However, his extension rates in general, when he's already set, very impressive. Glove hands impressive. Everything's there, and I'm not happy. This is not good for me. This is a bad one.
How shocking is this, Brad? Like, he goes before Borichev.
That's a bit surprising because if you look at the foundation of Borichev, more athletically gifted, like Borichev's a more gifted athlete with better reflexes, but Yuri Ivanov is pretty darn impressive. When I went back to the drawing board, I was like, where would he be on our list? Like, I was legitimately thinking he probably beats out the bigger goalies we had, like Ruzicka and what's his name, Rybkin. Like, you look at Ivanov's game, it makes a lot of sense.
I wonder if Borichev playing on the second local team in that weaker division.
It definitely matters.
Yeah, I think an NHL team might be a bit like cautious about 100%. This, but he has everything you want in a goalie. So
yeah, Ivanov does too. Though honestly, I was blown away when I saw him late. Yeah, so
for reference for viewers, the Calgary pick 55 we had ranked 62. And then the Bruins goalie, Brad Blewett.
No, I never got to go back to him.
Calgary has done a good job with Russian prospect lately. Their Russian scout is a former first-round pick, Denis Grebeshkov, who had like a few years in the NHL. I think his best season were with the Edmonton Oilers, but they have done a good job with some of the Russian pick. Lately.
I know Todd Button's happy with him.
Yeah,
really happy with him.
I mean, it's tough to find. It's tough to find a good Russian scout. I'm not gonna lie. It's been a struggle at Hockey Prospect. So it's just me and Brad now.
Communication can be tricky. That's one thing. We have actually had some solid Russian scouts in the past. Just the communication barrier, and then the time zone. How many time zones are in Russia, right? So it's very hard to be able to have real conversations there, unless you're like me and stay up until 5 a.m. So it's tricky. Yeah.
All right. Hurricanes are on the clock. We'll probably trade that pick again.
The clock just ran out. So.
Yeah. I also didn't know he was 6'3", though. If that's true, my goodness. Because he was listed 6'1". I thought he was 6'3".
They posted 6'1".
Oh, did they?
I think so.
Okay.
Oh, maybe I was looking at.
Well, on NHL.com, he's 6'3". So.
Okay. If that's true, that is great. Like, that really boosts his value. It really does. That's a good pick. Really good pick by Boston.
Okay. A trade. Hurricanes trade their pick again.
Here we go. Does Montreal needs a goalie? Speaking of,
they're 61, I think.
Montreal absolutely needs a goalie. Does the run happen right now? Do they take?
Do they?
Well, don't get me wrong. Dobish is coming off a spectacular run there, but in terms of system,
actually, Montreal, it's with Montreal to trade, so we'll know now. Right. Montreal is picking 57 now.
So. And they don't mind taking Russians.
I mean, they have Matvey Kotkov, who's, he's right there.
We'd love to see it. I think Kotkov goes a bit later, but we'll take it if he goes this high. We'll take it.
Yeah,
we'll see. Yeah, they need to keep getting depth grinders who can battle, right? Like, who's the top grinder we got remaining?
So our top ranked players left are McKenzie, Gunminson, Adam Anderson, Kotkov, and then Nemec. So
this is a bit of a surprise.
Oh, look at that. Belarusian.
Wow.
Right.
Well, very chaotic player. Wow. Yeah, this is a bit surprising here. Not the most intelligent guy on the ice, but he competes hard. He does have skill, and he's a pretty good skater as well. He can be either your team's biggest asset or your team's biggest liability on the back end, depending on the situation. He really came out of nowhere after playing in the NAHL last year and then coming to Victoria. He's great at putting pressure on opponents from the blue line in the offensive zone, but he can struggle heavily in the defensive zone under pressure. Walks the blue line very well. He can push pace of play offensively. He can create lanes. And he distributes the puck well from the point. Very good on power play as well. Loves to shoot. Very heavy wrist shot. and played a ton of minutes as well because he has a lot of stamina, very high motor. Always willing to jump up in the rush, but he's always willing to jump up in the rush even when he shouldn't be. So he'll have to be a little bit more patient, not bite as much in coverage because he does bite a lot and leave a lot of lanes open. Very raw. And he's going to NCAA next year. So hopefully he can get a little bit more time being patient.
That's a bit of a... I remember last year when they picked Bryce Pickford.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
A bit of
I
a
like him much
wild,
better than Pickford,
wild defenseman, offensively with, questionable defense.
Yeah. Timothy was 79th on our list for the viewers.
He's extremely talented. Runso is legitimately one of the more offensively gifted defensemen in this class, like far more talented than Golier, for instance.
Yeah,
So,
another guy with talent with some warts. So teams different teams interpret the risk different ways, and obviously that affects where he's going to be on a list.
A few guys are dropping here. I thought Goodmanson would go for sure second round, so I don't have that much pick left.
Right.
Obviously, McKenzie is dropping a bit. I'm surprised.
Age.
Yeah, I guess, but
Galvez is older, and so is the Q kid that we liked. He went.
Yeah, second year. Yeah. Oh, Dallas takes Jakub Vanecek.
Yeah, this pick makes some sense for Dallas. He's a very vanilla player, very safe defenseman though. He's always in position, keeps the puck in safe areas. He's not elite in any of his skills, but he's very well-rounded, very trustworthy in the back end because, as I said, keeps the puck in safe positions. He's got to gain a more rugged side to his game. It'll help him, obviously, playing tighter coverage, utilizing a little bit more pins against the wall and being a little more aggressive in clearing the net. That would be the biggest step up for him. But coming out of the zone, very good, really good transitional player. He reads coverage very well. He's a pretty smart defenseman out there. Not a very high ceiling, good floor player. So I'd expect him to play and be a very good, safe pick for Dallas here.
45 of our top 50 is gone.
I think this is another player I was higher on than everybody else, right? We're just adding to the list here.
I mean, to your credit,
Toronto just picked Alexander Bilecki from Kitchener.
Bilecki improved a lot this year. Started making a lot better decisions with the puck, and then that really helped his puck moving skills. So that's what he is, just puck moving guy. Not a fantastic, overly hard defender or anything like that, but just can skate and moves the puck well. I wasn't as high on him as some Ontario-based NHL scouts I spoke to, but obviously the way it's turned out here, he's lasted until 60th. So some other guys have kind of agreed with me the way he's slid a little bit more than I think some people thought.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised he went above a couple of the puck movers we still have available, like Goodmanson, because Goodmanson developed more of an ancillary skill set, a bit harder to play against than Bilecki. But Bilecki has a lot of runway. Like the kid has a ton of room to fill out. Like he's a streaming right now. So I'm sure that might be part of the bet here Toronto's making. Also pretty good skater.
Yeah, the difference.
OHLers will go. OHLers will tend to be overdrafted at times.
Yeah. That's the other part is Europeans get underdrafted, OHLers get overdrafted, and that might be part of this as well.
But at 60, it's fine.
Yeah, so like our 45 of our top 50 is gone. I'm wondering what NHL teams list is looking like, because they might run out of players at some point, like fifth round. That's usually means that there's no depth in the draft and everyone has the same list basically. So I'm curious, like as we go deeper, it might happen
Yeah, we'll see next round.
Yeah.
This round's been pretty good. Like nothing.
No, yeah. I mean,
nothing
I was
crazy.
gonna say no awful pick, but
Yeah.
I mean, maybe one.
Jerome, look who went.
Oh, look who got picked by Carolina.
There you go.
Vigo Sorensen. Oh. Okay. This is a player who played in a very, very, very weak division in Sweden. He didn't want to play in G20 with, I believe, was Brynäs, his club team.
Yeah.
This kid can play. He's just like he needs to, play in a better league. And I don't think he's gonna. I think he signed next year, like the Hockey Eaton League in Sweden, which is like the third pro league. So not great, but if you watch him play at the U18, this kid is a player. He can really skate. He's got really good hands. He's feisty. He's very immature physically, so there's a lot of runway here. But he's a risky pick going forward. We'll see. Yeah. Not surprised his Theo Rankings doing it, to be honest.
No, our ranking of him was completely based around the fact that he was not willing to commit outside of his environment. That, like, if this player was playing in J20, as Jerome alluded to, if he had played in J20, he would be way higher on our list in terms of talent, skating ability, dynamic plays. Like this player is honestly, I think, quite a bit better and ahead of a player like Mathis Preston, for instance, in some areas. Preston mechanically probably a bit more of a gifted shooter, but Vigo Sorensen, much better 200-foot game, much better at understanding how to play a more efficient pro style. There's a tremendous amount of potential if Carolina can convince him to take the next step there in terms of breaking through his comfort zone.
A goalie's gone.
Sorensen was 70th on our list.
Yeah, so Vigo has tremendous potential. And again, if he come into J20, we would have had him way higher. Martin Solovich, so this is going really well for me. This is the other goalie I talked about on the goalie podcast segment I did there that I said would get drafted, that I never got an opportunity to go back and league play to watch. I only got to see him at the U18s, where admittedly I could tell he had improved and that I was in trouble. I knew he would get drafted relatively high, but because I never got to go back to him, I wasn't going to make a half-baked type of breakdown for everybody. But from what I had seen, pretty gifted athlete, very competitive. He can do full splits. He has very good extension rates. He's a bigger kid. He's very aggressive at times. My thing with him when I first saw him in U20 was he was very raw. So I wanted to wait to see where he was going to go with his growth potential. And unfortunately, by the end of the season, I ran out of time on the kid, but he's going very high here. So it's another pick by Philly. The last goalie pick they made out of Russia was spectacular, and I didn't have him either. So we'll see if Philly can get something with Solovich.
Benjamin Macbeth to the Rangers. J. Brad?
Yeah, not shocking that him and the kid from Kitchener are going close to each other. They're very similar players. Rookie this year for Calgary. He led the team in defensive scoring. Very good contributor for the team on the power play. He was very consistent. Really settled into the WHL game this year. 44 assists. Biggest strength to his game is his transitional play. He makes very intelligent reads through layers of coverage quickly, coming out of his own zone. He's very patient, very confident while moving the puck. His skating's very fluid as well, mechanically sound, but he's not very fast, and he has some trouble with separation. On the rush, he's average at best. Good stick, but he has a lot of trouble with speed and very quick finesse attackers. So he doesn't have the best gap control either. Same reasons. He has some mental lapses a little bit in coverage. So more of a transitional type defenseman, but those guys play in the NHL. So I think he can settle into a bottom pairing role there. And yeah, so solid selection by the Rangers. Still a little higher than where I have him. And more of his, again, C-rated prospect. But I figured he'd go around this range.
I would argue the less and less they play, those puck movers that don't do a whole lot else.
Yep.
I feel like Bilecki was like that. Madiev, that has not been drafted yet. This kid Macbeth, they need like a better B game. So that's I think that's what they'll need to work on.
Yeah.
For the viewers, our former scout Cass is the new GM for the Hitmen. I was speaking to him Friday night, just late Friday night, catching up, and we talked about his player, and very similar take, puck mover. Obviously, this guy, he's a fan of his guy, but similar take to us, just the puck moving defenseman, and we compared him to the other guys Jerome just mentioned in that same grouping that are sliding probably a little bit more than some might have thought.
Look who Calgary pick.
Oh my goodness. Well, I think Calgary Flames fans may recognize the name from somewhere, but I don't know where. Maybe from their rafters. Most recognizable name in the draft class, I would get. And much like father, like son, he has a very dangerous shot. He's the youngest Iginla brother. How his pace of play and his production is what's really going to hold him back here. He got off to a really hot start production-wise and then just really trailed off. Even after the trade over to Vancouver, his production was roughly the same. Other than his shot, he has the ability to find soft ice, which is really good. He makes himself a very good target to let off his shot, gets himself good space, and with that quick release, and he never hesitates to shoot the puck. Really will need to work on that B game with the playmaking if he wants to have a chance. But good forechecker. He gets in very deep. He's much like his dad, his brother on that, and finishes his checks. And again, back check is the same. But the skating is going to be another thing that holds him back. He has a little bit of trouble keeping up with the pace of play at times. So, yeah, great for Calgary to pick up Joe Iginla here. That's a really good name for them.
So I want to ask, did you guys talk about Berskans? I think Edmonton got him. I mean, our USC scout is not here, so he knows him more than we do.
Knows him the best.
He just threw the studio.
Wow. The timing of this, huh? Holy.
Hey guys,
About
can
to
you
get
hear
your
me?
answer, Robert.
Hey, Christian, perfect timing.
That's something.
What just happened?
Someone asked about Berskans going to Edmonton, so I was like, "Oh, our USC scout is not here," and you came in as I said that. So you want to talk about him?
Sure. Yeah, he's a good. Burns Counts. He's a good hockey player. He's probably bottom six. But the biggest thing with him is his skating. If his skating can continue to improve, then he's got a good chance to play because he's competitive and he's got underrated skill. Like if you look at his stats, it doesn't really. You're not probably thinking he's a skill guy, but he's got really good hands for like a bigger guy, and he's got a really good shot. His one-timer is probably his bread and butter from a skill perspective. He's got a really good one-timer, and like he can open up and he gets a ton on it. So, like if somebody can feed him across the seam, like he can bury. So, he's got a chance to be like a bigger guy that can play down your lineup. You probably wish he was meaner. He's not quite as mean as you'd want him to be. He's not like naturally mean, but he'll finish his checks and he'll go to the dirty areas. And he's got enough skill to, chip in the occasional goal. So, you're probably looking at he's most likely a winger just because I don't think he's a good enough skater to stick at center. So you're probably looking at a bottom six wing that could give you some size, give you some competitiveness, and has enough skill to chip in here and there. But yeah, he's a good player.
Okay, Rangers
Christian,
took Daniel Shaikov from Gatineau. Another goalie, Brad. We didn't have him rank. We watched him a bit in the first half. I'm actually quite surprised by him going that high in the draft.
This is surprising. Yeah, this is the first goalie where it's actually surprising. Like Solovich, I know would go higher. I knew I was in a lot of trouble with Ivanov when I got to go back at the end there. With Shaikov, yeah, I don't have much time for this goalie, to be honest with you. I find his athleticism relative to his size is under for me. The extension rates aren't there. That means he's not able to take up enough into the net when it comes to elongating himself for certain types of pucks. His ability to transition between save types is a bit under. His transitional butterfly is a bit under for me. Just the raw athletic base was under for me personally. But he's Kazakh, and that means I love him, and I hope he makes it and proves me wrong. So that's where I'm at.
Jerome, why don't we
hold on. Joey, we did talk about Renzo. If you want to hear about him, just I think you can go back in time on the stream and listen to what we had to say. Yes, Mark?
Yeah, why don't we get Christian to go back and talk about Mutrin and Plant? Just off the top of my head, you could talk about.
Chris, turn down your volume slightly too, if possible. It's pretty loud, like louder than the rest of us.
Okay, let me see if I can figure out how to do that.
Or talk quiet.
Or talk like that.
Okay. Yeah, I just came in hot. I was excited. Mutrin, he's been since last year like kind of a personal favorite of mine. I really like his game. It's kind of his projections kind of predicated on his skating. Like as long as his skating can develop, I think he can play. The thing with him is he's just a very competitive player, and he's a very smart player too. Like the work rate is outstanding. He, getting on pucks, getting back above pucks, back check, forecheck. Like he plays extremely hard. He's got really good vision. Like he sees the ice really well. He, like, his bread and butter, like what I think is the best part of his game is like his wall play. He can win battles along the wall, like win those 50-50 puck battles. And then like once he has the puck, he can find centering options. He can find you across the seam. He can, so basically his playmaking off the wall, I think is very good, and maybe even underrated. Like he's got, I think the playmaking potential is real. The downside of him, like I said before, is just like the skating. It's pretty ugly, if we're being honest. Like just like improving the efficiency of his skating and his 3-step area quickness. That's the biggest thing. Once he's like up to full speed, his top speed's okay. It's not great, but it's okay. It's just like the short area quickness. That's got to be the focus for him. And then the other underwhelming part of his game is just his finishing ability. You wish that was better because he's not talented enough to be a driver, right? He's a support player. Like he does like the little things on a line, but if you want to put him with better players, like he's got to bury some of the chances they create. And at this point in time, that's not, he's not as good of a finisher as you would like him to be, but he's really smart and really competitive, and he's got the size to make an impact. So really like the player.
Okay. Toronto took Ethan McKenzie, 69. Nice pick. Player we really like. He was in their top 40. So he was our highest rated player. Very good skater. I mean, maybe Jay Brad, you can talk about him quickly. Also, Borichev going to Nashville with the next pick at 70. So maybe Jay Brad touch on McKenzie, and Brad, you can touch on Borichev after.
Yeah. I'll jump really quickly to Carolina's pick before I go over. Zachary Lansard, very high pace, very good skill, pacey kind of shoot first winger. So not a bad pick there by Carolina either. Jumping over Ethan McKenzie, Leaf fans, you got a high compete, good skating defenseman, very good skating, excellent skater, escapes pressure well, very good transitioning. I'm kicking myself over this guy because I was watching him all last year, had him very late, and then dropped him off my list. So I missed. It is what it is. He doesn't have the best size, but he still plays way bigger. He competes so hard. So really, really solid defenseman here for Toronto. Big season for Edmonton. He had about 22 goals. Going to go to North Dakota next season to continue his development. So Leaf fans are going to like this pick. Obviously, he's a little older, so he's a little closer to getting to the NHL too, which is nice for where the Leafs are.
Yeah, just to follow up, McKenzie, underrated scoring upside too. That kid can really shoot a puck. Very dangerous when it comes to crossing the high slot and going against the grain and finding his options there in terms of shot selection. So it could be a power play quarterback as well, which really gives him some added value. To the goalie, so Dmitry Borchev, this is our top ranked goalie. The reason he fell a little bit here is that he is not as technically up to where Trable is or Yuri Ivanov from that perspective. But he's a phenomenal athlete, very quick twitch, very good reflexive base. Love the fact that he can blend a high level of intensity while still being able to calibrate himself to the play without overcommitting most of the time, which is very rare at this stage in his development. Skating base is very impressive, needs to improve his post integration and post play, needs to improve his reverse tracking because he's too reliant on his hip line right now, and he's got to have to save that hip line so he doesn't end up in a Thatcher Demko type of situation. But the bet is you improve his technical foundation and the rest is there. So I think I'm very surprised he fell this far, to be perfectly honest with you. I wonder if his interviews went well. But Nashville, I think, got a home run goalie pick, and that's followed up by another very impressive goalie that I had a lot of time for. We actually had this kid in the top 5-6 and Sam Rennick for much of the season. I bumped him a little bit down the stretch there, the top 8. But this is an extremely well-rounded goalie who not specialized, not the master of anything, but he's more than the sum of his parts. Again, well-rounded, very smart, anticipates the play extremely well. He's also a hyper competitor, which makes up some of the difference with his underwhelming athleticism in some areas. Not the he's a good skater, very good T push-offs, but he can't extend or explode to the same degree as a goalie like Borchev can or Trayvell for that instance. Lacks the hip depth and extension rates of somebody like Yuri Ivanov as well. So that's where I think he falls a bit, but I really like the goalie. I think he has a tremendous amount of potential to at least be a backup in the NHL, if not more. I find goalies that are as competitive as him usually find a way to improve past the position you think they can get to.
Adam Nemec to Ottawa. Mark, you want to talk about Nemec?
Yeah, a little bit of a late start, but had a really good finish. Skilled player, not a huge kid, but really jumped on the scouts' radar late. Guys were kind of scrambling to get out and get some extra views. So thought he would go right in this range, like late second, early third here, which is what's happened. But not a guy I saw a ton just situationally, but very good late reports on how good he was late in the season.
Zach Olsen to Toronto,
Yeah.
J. Brad.
Yeah, Toronto, you're picking some competitive playoff guys, which I'm sure you'd love to hear. He's a very intense winger out of Saskatoon, very hard worker, brought a bit of everything to the table for the Blades. So he played in every situation. He played hard in every zone, very playoff driven, very valuable player for that type of the season. He was very consistent shift to shift, very relentless on forechecks, back checks. He was always known out there. Relentless penalty killer as well. He's very intense. So very versatile player for Toronto. He can play up and down the lineup because he does. He'll need work on his offense, but there is some soft skills that are there. Accuracy on his shot is pretty good. So rounding out that game, the shooting game will make him a little bit better. But yeah, the aggression, he'll lay his hits. He's going to go to Colorado College next season. Shocker that a kid out of the Dub goes to Colorado College. But yeah, good for Leafs to pick some really good back-to-back high-compete kids out of the Dub. Oh, and another one of my –
There you go.
There you go. I'm going to be talking all day. It's not going to be Brad.
You're making up a lost conversation with the top 32.
Yeah, absolutely. I know. Draft was putting me to sleep in the top 32, but now we're rolling. Another player that I was higher on, I think, than everybody here, but Baggett Hamilton for me had really good growth this season in Red Deer. He transitioned from wing to center and and showed how intelligent he was too. Really improved his offensive output. 25 last year, 62 points this year with 24 goals, point per game pace, also in the playoffs. He showed good competitiveness, engaged in play. He was also named captain in Red Deer as well. He also, with his move to center, showed how responsible he was in the defensive zone. Very good in coverage, low to high, tracked the puck very well, and was able to transition quickly because he has a pretty good first step. So very reliable forward here for Colorado. And a player that I liked quite a bit throughout the season. So good to see Beckett Hamilton get picked by a good team in Colorado. So
Luke Shirer to St. Louis. So Christian, you can take this one.
I think it's a good pick at this stage in the draft. He's a bigger defenseman with good skating, so he's got some of the physical attributes you look for in a defenseman. Like the problem with this player is just the ceiling doesn't appear to be too high, just because he's pretty limited with his puck skills, and he's not like a mean bruiser either. So he's a little bit vanilla. I think I'm stealing your word there, Jerome, but he does play a pretty bland game, but he's kind of got the tools, and where he's really good is in transition and finding weak side options and finding stretch options. So he can kind of play like a low event game where he can like just move pucks effectively, and probably end up on a third pairing. He's not going to wow you. Like the skill level underwhelms. Like he can't really take advantage of opportunities in the offensive zone. So that's kind of like the underwhelming part of his game. But he can definitely help your transition game, and he projects to be able to defend, at the NHL level. He won't be. I don't think he's going to be a shutdown guy, but like he can play a consistent shift. Yeah.
So we're 75 picks in. 47 of our top 50 is gone. Toronto is on the clock again. How many picks did they? Jeez, I feel like Toronto has picked.
They got lots.
Yeah. So we'll see what Toronto does. Good mention. Adam Anderson, Matvey Kotkov. That's our top three left. After that, you have our sleeper from Russia, Yaroslav Matyev, Jasper Kuta from Ottawa. So we'll see. We'll see who gets picked next here by Toronto. After that, it's the Rangers, the Canucks, the Red Wings. So,
there you go, Jerome. Like clockwork.
Ooh. Oh, sorry, I'm watching the wrong screen.
Mans Gudmundsson just got drafted by Toronto.
There you go. I was thinking maybe the Islanders would go after him because him and Gustafsson were such a good pairing at the U18.
Yeah.
He really improved this year. So he's listed here at 185 pounds. He started the year at 168 pounds. So he got bigger. He got a lot more physical as the year went on. So he's a good puck mover defenseman, not a power play guy. But I like him. I think he's probably going to be a third pairing defenseman, but he can move pucks. He's physical. He defends well. I think the skating is the reason why he drops a bit here. So we'll see. But I thought the skating did improve as the season went on. So,
his willingness to stay active really improved. I thought he was flat-footed too often early in the season. He'd get caught in transition and wouldn't be able to recover. And then as the season progressed, he started learning how to stay active in his own zone, and that really improved him, I think. And I'm with Jerome in the sense that you look at what he did with Malte Gustafsson, and I really thought it would move the needle for him, Jerome. I'm a bit surprised he fell to Toronto, but Toronto's had a pretty good third round here.
Yeah.
Like they've got some value here.
Charlie Morrison to Rangers. Joel, you want to talk about him as a fellow New Brunswick native?
Yeah, sure. So Charlie Morrison, he started the season injured, and then his first couple of games were really good, but then cracks kind of started to show in the later viewings there. He's a big defenseman. He can skate really well. So third pairing defenseman would be like the projection there. The big thing with his game is that his passing is suspect and not very not very good at times. He can make errors on breakout passes, and he can miss. Like sometimes I've seen him miss like really short range passes by like a couple feet, and then it ends up in a turnover and in the back of his net. So if he can clean up his puck moving and his passing game, there's definitely a projection for a third line defenseman there, because the size, the skating, and the physical play are all pretty good.
All right, goalie, Brad.
All right, so Dmitry Evchenko, this is a goalie I had a ton of time for. Reminds me actually a little bit of Trable in the sense that they are like the modern day prototype for the position. And it's very interesting to me that Vancouver selected him because they took Alexei Medvedev last year. And there is some crossover there in terms of the technical foundation being well ahead of their age. But also for me, like Medvedev, I found Evchenko lacked base instincts occasionally and wouldn't match the intensity of the play, which is one of the reasons we continue to slide him down. But there's a lot of runway. He was a backup in Omsk, but he projects to be the starter heading into next season, which is going to really help both myself and Vancouver figure out exactly what he's going to look like developmentally. But this is a goalie with legitimate upside. I think this is a very good selection for Vancouver, and Vancouver is having a very good draft. This is the best draft from Vancouver that I can ever remember, to be honest. So get hyped, Vancouver fans. They're doing a very good job right now. And up next, Detroit, Mike Kulak. So this is a goalie that I had overlooked last season. I had seen him in Checha U20, but he was incredibly raw. The physical base was very underdeveloped, so I wanted to give him time to cook and see what he would develop into this season. And he played on a powered-up Prince Albert team that got to the finals there. Very interesting goalie because when you look at him, he's more of a hybrid blocking style goalie, but his adaptive coverage on in-tight, high-danger shots is very impressive. He is phenomenal on breakaways because of his ability to read and interpret the blade positioning of opposing forwards. So that's well ahead of most other goalies. The other thing, phenomenal glove hand. Arshulik's glove hand is very impressive. He needs to be able to calibrate through screens better. That's not unsuspected given the fact that he's a European goalie coming over and having to deal with more coverage in tight relative to what he's used to. So he can have tracking errors from that perspective, and his lateral transitions need to improve big time, as do his weight transfers. That's where he needs to catch up, is the weight transfers. That will probably define his career, but a pretty interesting goalie that we had directly behind Evchenko and Hrenik. So this is not an unexpected spot for Arshulik to go.
Yes, very strong year for goalies in Czechia, Russia, even Slovakia.
Phenomenal year. Yeah.
Not many. Not many. I mean, there's a few in North America, like actual North American, but they'll go soon, I guess.
Yeah, some of the Canadian ones I think are a bit overstated, and Americans because they're a bit smaller, and a bit like Harrison Benninger there. I think is an overstated goalie publicly. Same with Xavier Wendt. Like you're talking about mechanically rigid kid who's 6 feet tall. So not unexpected. Ryder Fedorov, I know there's a huge fan base for Fedorov. Phenomenal junior goalie. Extremely hard to see how he's going to translate to the NHL at his size. If he gets drafted, we'll talk more about that. So, and Brady Nolan, for me, my money was honestly the most overrated goalie in this entire class. Processing rates aren't there. That's why he's falling. But he will get drafted.
Christian, Blake Zielinski to the LA Kings.
Yeah, he has scoring upside. He has a good combination, he has a dual threat ability. Like he can score and he can make plays and he sees the ice pretty well. So there is offensive upside. To get there, I think the skating is going to have to improve, or not necessarily the skating, but the pace. Like his skating is okay. It's not great, but it's fine, I think. But the pace, he just plays at a very slow pace. So increasing like the dynamic and like attacking at better pace, I guess, obviously. I think that if he can learn how to do that, then he could be like a complementary scoring winger. One thing, if you want to give him the benefit of the doubt, is he played a lot of the season at center, and I don't see him as an NHL center at all. Like he does have some smarts, but the skating, I think it's going to be way too limiting of a factor for him, and he's going to end up on the wing. And when he's on the wing, and he has less responsibility, can he be more of a dynamic creator? But when he does have time and space, he, like on the power play, for example, he can really shoot a puck, and he can thread the needle on a pass. So he does have good skill. He could be a complementary scoring winger if everything goes right. But I think the pace he plays is going to have to be the biggest thing that improves.
Okay, Rangers taking Thomas Schrenko, not a guy we're really high on. We think he's a good Euro players. Don't really see the NHL potential. So he's I think 88 or 89 on our list. So not really a guy we really want to draft that high. Ryan Shuzinski from Moncton to Anaheim. Anaheim does love the Q, so he's an American player, but a Q player. Really had a strong playoff run with Moncton. In the season, his role was he was a bit, more of a secondary guy on that team offensively. It was a really good team. So, but in the playoff, he got more ice time. He's a really fast skater. And he plays hard, plays playoff type of hockey. The hockey sense is just okay, but he's one of those guys that might just figure it out and end up being a depth player in the NHL. The skating is probably his best asset. The skating and the compete is his best asset. No more picks. One guy asked Brad. Mm-hmm. We're going to talk about him when he gets drafted, but that's one of your wild card in the draft here. So he's not been drafted yet, but once he gets drafted, we'll talk about him more in details. So we have him, I think 60. Let me check where we have him. 63. So we'll see. We'll see where
he'll get drafted. We'll talk about him once he gets drafted. But yeah, very interesting dark horse in this class who actually played up at the World Championship level and didn't look out of place at all.
Yeah. So LA's next, Edmonton, Toronto again. How many third round pick does Toronto have?
more picks than we thought. Huh? They've had a good third round too. Toronto's had a solid third round. I didn't get a chance to see Zach Olson until much later in the season when we're honestly getting ready for this. Honestly, I hadn't seen him enough, and I was surprised by the soft skill that Jay Brad was talking about, especially with his catch and release. He's got a soft catch release. He can skate too, and he's got a good frame on him. So he can do some things at the bottom of the lineup. I think so. It's one where I think if we got an opportunity to see him collectively as a staff a bit more, we probably raised him up a little higher. To be honest with you, so. It's not a bad pick by Toronto relative to where we had him. And McKenzie, awesome value by Toronto there. We think that's a heck of a pickup by Toronto, more dynamic than you would expect. And I think he's the next overage defenseman to really make an impact like Riker Evans. They work differently, but there is a slight bit of overlap there in terms of the fact you're thinking probably a bottom pairing defenseman with power play 2 potential that gives you Swiss Army knife qualities.
Okay, I'll let you guys talk. I need to go grab something to eat because I'm dying.
Okay.
I'll leave the screen open. I'll be back in a few minutes. All right.
Well, it's just a trade now. Minnesota now has LA's pick.
Right. Thomas Schrenko, we didn't touch on him too much there. Very talented player. Put up better numbers than Philip Masher at the same stage, but not as dynamic. The skating base and pace and intensity combination is not very good for a player that small. Rangers are betting on upside. He is impressive. He's very, very offensively gifted in some areas. The playmaking ability, the handling rates. He's intelligent. He's smart. Very good on the power play. He can run a flank on a power play. Better than a lot of these other kids drafted ahead of him. It's just all about, can he handle the physicality of the NHL? Can he deal with having to be able to fight through checks and be able to deal with making plays under pressure where he's getting hit a lot? That's the bet there. And we have Adam Anderson, which is one of our best players available. We have him in our top 50. So this is a big, large 200-foot center out of Lexington's system, which is the same system as Jonas Lagerberg-Hone that Ottawa took in the first round. That is a defensive-minded system. So that needs to be taken into consideration because when you look at his production, it does not pop at all. The production would indicate he doesn't play, but you look at him on ice and you think he will because he's smart, he has good vision, He has good handling ability. He played very well internationally for Sweden this year when he was out of Leksands, and he will play up to his size and then some. This is a player who backs down to nobody. He plays the right way. The big thing with Adam Anderson is the skating. The skating is raw mechanically. It's a bit under. He's going to need some time, much like Casey Mutrin there. And that brings us to Malcolm Gastrin, who one of our close friends is his agent. So we're very aware of Malcolm Gastrin. This is a player, admittedly, this happens every year to me. I know his agent's going to yell at me after this. We don't get time to go back. And sure enough, he goes much higher than we have him ranked here to Edmonton. But talent-wise, Malcolm Gastrin is very gifted. For my money, had one of the most dynamic plays I'd seen this entire season, where he was behind the net, behind the goal line, and passed the puck to his teammate, then faked doing a lacrosse, and then reverse passed it back for a tap in. And it was very unique. Just very experimental, very creative, dynamic player, more of a primary playmaker, not the most consistent player offensively. And he needs, like his brother, needs time mechanically to get that skating base up to par. But this is an interesting player that, if things go very right, could end up in the top 9 long term on the wing for Edmonton. It's an interesting dynamic player. So, yeah, a lot of players all over the map here, but so far so good. Some teams are doing extremely well here. Like, I'm going to go back to Vancouver. Like, Vancouver is having a heck of a draft. This is the best class I can ever remember from Vancouver. Very, very impressive. They bring in the new regime there. They still had some of the same amateur scouting staff, but I think they've done a heck of a job. Toronto here in the 3rd. I think Pittsburgh, I'm going to give Dubas his due here. The Ruck brothers, Galvez, that's very impressive value.
And he didn't have to trade to get both, which is
didn't have to trade.
Yeah,
Great.
that was big.
Yeah.
I knew you were going to declare Pittsburgh a winner when they drafted Galvez. I don't have nearly the viewings, but on like the non-US guys. But for my money, I didn't think Anderson was that far off from Ilya Morozov. So 60 picks later, that's a pretty good value from my eyes.
So which player did you say, Chris?
Ilya Morozov, the Buffalo first rounder.
Yep. Compared to who?
Oh, Anderson, number 83.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, absolutely. Well, Adam Anderson's smarter, straight up smarter, much more intelligent hockey player than Morozov. Nowhere near as powerful at the same stage. Like, Anderson needs to grow into his frame. I mean, he's 220, but you look at the muscle quality on Morozov, and that kid looks like Eric Lindros prototype style, like just a monster kid. So yeah, one's a primary playmaker, the other is a primary inside driver who looks to create havoc. Yeah, Anderson a bit more sophisticated, and we got a goalie, Toronto. So Anastos, this is another very interesting goalie. We had him top 9. I moved him back slightly. But this is a high upside bet by Toronto. He's raw. He was actually the only goalie playing in U18 Sarju before moving up, split a season with U20 Sarju over in Finland. This is a goalie's goalie, meaning like the kid's a bit crazy, but the right type of crazy. Like, you got a bit of Marc-Andre Fleury where he's constantly exploding out of his crease after the whistle and pushing players out of the way so he can go skating. And he's talking the whole game, and he's having a ton of fun. Phenomenal raw energy to this kid. Mechanically, the butterfly needs a lot of work. He can over-rotate and put himself in a recovery position when you don't want him to. Tracking errors are numerous. That is one of the bigger issues, is that his tracking through coverage leaves a lot to be desired at this time. But he's an intelligent goalie. He reads backdoor options well. He anticipates extremely well. He mentally maps the ice on the power play well. His depth is pretty impressive, and he is athletically pretty gifted. I would argue he's actually a better athlete than Ivchenko. And he's very competitive. Wants to get at absolutely every puck. Save selection needs a bit of work, but I think there's a very interesting raw base for Toronto to mold, and it's a pretty good pick. And that brings us to Pierce Bowie. Jay Brett, did you get to see him in his -1 at all?
I got to see, I got to see him his OHL draft year, a little bit as -1. He smaller. Intelligent, good skill, dual threat kind of guy. It's good he's going back to Owen Sound this year instead of jumping to college right away. I think that's a really good decision for him. He's not like, his skill level's above average. He's pretty good on the power play as well. So really solid option there for the power play. But off puck play is not very good. Again, probably a guy you can play middle of your lineup, power play 2, but not a guy I would have this high. So a solid overall player.
Yeah, to your point, there's a lot of risk here because the skating relative to the size is not very good. That's why he fell. Is you look at his talent level, and he could go a lot higher in this. And to Jay Brad's point, he's a pretty intelligent dual threat. Like he can make a lot of plays happen, generate a lot. Very good with his wheelhouse. The one-timers there on the power play. He can terrorize from the circles. The big thing with him is the toolkit. Can the skating get to the necessary level so that he can play with the intensity needed off of the forecheck, and can he back check? That's where he gets drowned out, is when you see a high, fast pace of play in transition, which you obviously all of you listen to this have seen in the playoffs. That's where Bowie can struggle and projects to struggle at this stage. But if he can ramp up that skating and keep ramping up that physicality and defensive game, then he might be able to be a sneaky depth option that's very unique for a team.
Yeah, this is a very Pittsburgh pick, especially if you look at some of the guys.
Dubas has taken guys like Bowie like so many times.
Yeah.
So
Last year,
I was talking earlier about disagreements, and this would be a guy that I would have disagreed with him on. Just the undersized, very sporadic compete. There's times where it was great, times where it was constant, very skilled. To me, he just goes in that great junior player box, and he might hit, but I wouldn't be taking him in the third round.
Yeah, lots of talent, just needs a lot of time, needs to get the skating. Oh, Oscar Homertz. Interesting. So Jerome and me had a bit of a disagreement on this player. Jerome had very little time for him. I had a bit more time, thinking he could be something that looks somewhat similar to David Kempf, who was just recently traded if things go very right. He is a surging player. He had a phenomenal development curve where he had very good playoff performances, looked the part. This is a 200-foot cerebral center, not a ton of talent, but enough that suggests he could play maybe on a fourth line one day. Like you're looking at like maybe a fourth line matchup center. He's very, very good mechanically with his skating base, which is one of the reasons I think he went this high in the draft. And he's good at pickpocketing, getting underneath sticks, stripping players. He has a good frame too. He's listed 6 feet, but you look at him on the ice, there's a bit like Zach Olsen. They're not like the tallest kids, but you look at the frame, and the frame projects to hold. Unlike Zach Olsen, who plays the game harder, Homertz, not the most physical, not the grittiest player, much more of your prototypical type of Swede, where he's more finesse-driven, and that's why Jerome wasn't as high on him as I was. But he's a smart center, and smart centers typically go pretty high in drafts, and that's why he's gone to Ottawa in the third round. And Ottawa usually does dip back into Sweden in the second half of drafts, so it's not unsuspected that Ottawa would look at a player like this. And who do we have? Boston up next. They need everything. Chris, who's your top USHLer that hasn't been drafted?
Oh, that's a good question. It might be Wooten. I'm just saying that at the top of my head, but I think it's probably Zach Wooten. But he's like a double. He's a double overage, and I wouldn't. He was somebody that I was just higher on, but I wouldn't think that he would. He might. Player, though. It is a Boston style player. Yeah. I mean, we're starting to get to the range where someone might take him. We'll see. I don't know. It could be. Not sure where he'll go. He should get drafted, I would think, but we'll see.
Christian, you could go back to talk about Plant.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Detroit took him. So another brother pair uniting there in Detroit. Compared to Max Plant, he is a better skater than Max was at the same age. Not quite as good of a playmaker, but they do have similar games where they're undersized, but they're smart hockey players, both very smart hockey players, and they compete. With Victor, I guess with Max, like you've seen him, just his development's been incredible, since he was drafted until now. he's really took a bunch of strides and how he's developed. And I guess you'd be thinking that Detroit, they're probably thinking they can do the same thing with Victor. But yeah, I mean, Victor, like I said, really smart player. It's just the question is like his skating is good, but is it good enough for his size? And like, is he going to be too small to really make an impact, or can he overcome his size? That's basically like the biggest question. The problem is like he has a lot of good attributes, but he doesn't have any elite attributes. Like the skill, it's good. It's certainly above average, but it's not high end. The compete, it's good, but it's not like Valentini good, where it's like really high end. He just has a bunch of good attributes, and is it going to be enough for a player that's 5'10"?
Yeah. Speaking of smaller forwards that need to ramp up their skating and pace, Niels Bergholzen goes to Boston. They do have Victor Arvidsson. There was slight overlap there with Arvi in terms of a smaller forward who has some dynamism to him. Reminds me a lot of Victor Nushev at the same age, but a bit of a better skater, but not as intelligent. Victor Nushev is a miss by myself and Boston. So I went back to the drawing board to really hone in on Bergholzen's game. This is a dynamic talent. Like if you look at his highlight reel, you would see some tremendous multi-touch handling plays, phenomenal shooting ability, very gifted mechanically. The big thing with this kid is that he is a possession driver, but to a fault. He tries to do too much by himself. He almost plays a bit like a Russian in that sense, as opposed to a Swede. The big thing here with us is at Hockey Prospect, when it comes to these smaller dynamic forwards, one thing that we really hone in on now is the skating and pace combination. Where Arvidsson, the reason Arvidsson translated so well to the NHL is the pace of play he was willing to maintain, and the motor was spectacular. It's a high octane type of motor. Bergholzen's is a solid motor, but it's not spectacular. His skating base is solid, also not spectacular. That's the reason we dropped him significantly. And again, not the most intelligent. He can make some intelligent plays, don't get me wrong, but too much of a driver, too many driving instincts at this stage. He needs to become more of a complement than he thinks. So that was the reason we had him a bit lower than where Boston selected him. And that brings us directly to Yegor Rybkin, who was our 6th ranked goalie. This is the goalie of this draft that's very similar in terms of Danil Tarasov, or Tarasov with this hyper athlete, huge kid, but he was injured for most of or all of his draft year, so nobody had a chance to see him in his draft season. Well, Yegor Rybkin only got to play 11 games, and I think he had 8 total starts. So Rybkin was a very difficult projection for me because his last game was on November 17th, so I had to really go to the drawing board and try to figure out exactly where I thought he could get to. And the thing with him is he's a freak of nature. Like this kid is a very tall, extraordinary athlete. Like for a 6'6" kid, he can do a full lateral transfer split while maintaining balance, while transitioning back out of it without losing anything. And that's incredibly rare as a 17-year-old goalie. Technical skating foundation is phenomenal relative to his size. When he was first coming up, I was watching him in preseason MHL, and I thought those were some of his best performances, honestly, to this day. And I got to see him on a lower ice surface, and it's just a phenomenal rate of micro adjustments relative to his size. Tremendous athlete. The question mark here is, like, again, he played very little. Very difficult to get a read on him in certain situations in terms of his advanced thinking, but very composed and very good at containing his crease for a goalie that's as big as he is. Usually you get goalies that are large, their technical foundation's missing, they swim a bit. That's not the case here. This kid has a lot of technique. He's very good at maintaining his center line in his net and just staying centered and balanced and playing up to his ability. He looks phenomenal. I think it's a very good pick by LA. Is Joel here? Is Joel missing? I was going to say we got a Q kid. No Jerome, no Joel. I do not know this player. Louis Felix Bork. And we don't know Thomas Krolovich, to my knowledge, either. And he's out of Slovakia. Jerome, we need you.
Yeah, I'm back.
Good timing. We just got a Q kid drafted out of Drummondville.
Yeah, Bork is big kid, 6'2", 215, looks big on the ice, skates really well. Had a pretty good season with Drummondville. I think he exceeded expectation. I don't think like a 25-goal, 50-point season was in, projection at the start of the year. So yeah, his assets are his size, his skating. I wish he was a bit more meaner, with his physicality. So we ranked him, but if he was a bit more meaner, more physical, I think he would have probably been ranked a bit higher. So third round pick, a bit high for me. I would probably more of a fourth round option, fifth round maybe. So we'll see with him, but big kid who can skate. The teams will pick those guys any day in the third, fourth round.
Joel, did you see him? Did you get an opportunity to see him, Joel?
Yeah, no, I agree with a lot of what Jerome said. He's defensively responsible, so I could see him work in a bottom six. I'd kind of like Jerome said, I'd like him to be more physical. If he was more physical, then I'd be a lot higher on his projection. But yeah, he's big. He can skate. He can provide some offense. Isn't the most skilled player out there, but decent pick. I can definitely see a path to him maybe being a bottom six forward at some point in time.
Jambi, thanks for the comments. There will not be recap video.
I was just gonna say
we'll do a recap at the end of this. We'll recap.
Trying to speak them into existence here.
Yeah. So after today, we're on a vacation.
Summer vacation starts for me. My daughter's pacing around for me to drive her to Toronto, so it could be very soon.
Yeah.
Ben Wilmot from
Barrie,
London, and
Vegas took Benjamin Wilmot.
Yeah, so started the season in London. Great skill and an older player. And he got traded at the deadline. He was almost not traded, then decided to allow it and got to Barrie and had a really good end of the season and playoff. I think the thing that changed the most during the season was just the way he started to compete harder, and then the compete along with his skill just made him a different player. So not surprised to see him go off in this range here. It was Vegas grabbed him. Good head scout there. So yeah, nice to see an older kid get rewarded here at the end of the third round.
Cooper Cleves to Montreal. I don't know that player.
Never heard of his name.
From Dartmouth. Christian, do you have anything on him, or that's?
Well, when he was in the USHL last year, I liked him. Not enough to be like a draft, but I did like his game. Like he had good size, and he was good enough with the puck. There wasn't that one aspect of his game that you'd really like push him for. I have not seen him this year, so I couldn't tell you how well he played.
So right D 6'3" to 05. He's a 06, so he's a third year eligible.
Lots of overagers are going now, huh?
Yeah.
A lot of overagers.
And this year with Dartmouth, he had 10 points in 3 games. So, and 2 penalty minutes? Only 2 penalty minutes. Okay.
It was somewhat on my radar. I just didn't really get around to actually seeing him.
Yeah. It's all right.
What about Thomas Krolovic? Jerome, I don't remember Krolovic at all. Is he an overager?
He's an older Czech, like 20 years old.
That's the most Tampa Bay pick ever. Tampa Bay always looks for the overagers to come in sooner rather than later to try to keep the cup run potential there. So very typical of Tampa to go after an overager. And their last overager they went after was the Finn Ryutin, and he put together a tremendous year in Liga. So maybe Krolovic can follow up and have a phenomenal development year for them as well. One thing to note, Ottawa there, Jerome, you were gone, but Oscar Homertz. So they took Homertz relatively high. I told everyone how we had a bit of disagreement about the placement of him, but it's interesting to me because if you look what they took, the skating is all there, right? You look at Hone, very interesting skating upside. You look at Homertz, he's a very good skater, and you look at at Bork, you mentioned that he's a good skater as well. So they're really targeting skating bases, it seems, with their draft right now. Jackson Cover too, not a bad skater by any stretch of the imagination. Columbus. This might be where
it's actually moving slow.
Yeah.
For
It is.
For a day two, like it feels really slow. Like it's already after one.
I think it's about to get really slow when we hit to round 5. It's going to get really slow. This is nothing compared to what we're going to have to be talking. We'll probably go back and do a bit of a recap for everybody, honestly, during the 5th, 6th, 7th rounds. Oh, Mark, look at that.
Alessandro Diorio.
Yeah, Diorio just loaded with skill. Listen, there was a group of OHLers that just were in the low compete category. So the rubric and Diorio here at times we talked about Belchez, but Belchez was not at this level of it lacking. So Diorio, really good skill, but as I just mentioned, lacking in that compete department. That's why he is down as a late 3rd rounder here instead of higher up, because skill wise he'd have a chance to be literally a top 20 player. But when you're kind of the perimeter and lacking that department, this is what what'll happen often is the slide. And we talked about our system, hockey sense, compete, skill, skating. Well, he's not a dumb player, but the compete level just along with his teammate too, Beckham Edwards, both inconsistent issues, and we're seeing it here. There's people that thought they were going to be both 1st rounders, and they just slide in here with him being a late 3rd here. So no surprise here. I thought he could have even slid a bit more. For us, I can't even remember where we had him, but it was way down there.
Is he 80? Yeah.
One of my former players that I used to coach was an assistant in Sarnia, and I talked to him early on in the game. Saw him in a real game for him. I talked to him before the game, and he said nothing but good things about Diorio off the ice. But it was early in the year. Actually, Diorio was still injured. He hadn't even seen him on the ice yet when we were talking. It was that early in the season. Diorio hadn't even returned from the injury yet. So nothing but good things to say about the kid off the ice, which was nice. He had obviously been with him in practice and that sort of thing by that point when I talked to him. But that was an early chat, and it really didn't go well as the season went along. And for my viewings, he's just not my type. Jerome's mentioned just not my type of guy. This is just not what I look for. I need that compete to go along with some skill and some smarts.
Sean Burek to Vegas. J. Brad,
Here we go.
This is your music.
There we go. Lots of it today. So big defenseman. Massive body on the back end. He's extremely raw, and he's still maturing physically. He skates very well, very fluidly for a big defenseman. Not a lot of speed, which does hurt his overall game. For a big defenseman, you want some aggression. He does not have that. He seems to know he's much larger and can lean on some guys, but he does not take advantage of it. And he doesn't have that mean streak that you want to put him over the edge. So this is, for me, too high. Real test for him. He's going to go to Denver to play in the NCAA against faster, more mature competition. That's going to challenge his lack of speed. So we're going to see how well he's going to operate under the consistent pressure that he's going to get in the NCAA. Not a good point producer as well. Not really. He doesn't really have the shot. But he has the one thing you can't teach anybody, which is he's 6'5". So that alone is going to put him high in the draft. That's why I'm not really
Wow.
shocked that he's here.
He's listed at 6'8" here.
Oh, sorry, I got him mixed up. I have him right beside the other tall kid. So sorry. He's huge. He's So again, he lacks that mean streak. So and any sort of real aggression. So lower compete.
Valentini
to Utah with the last pick of the third round. His nickname in our staff is Rocky because he plays like Rocky. He had a true 17 years old at Michigan this year. Compete is elite. He has some skill. I thought he played pretty well at the U18. It's just the skating is the big drawback here. But
size skating.
Yeah. But it was not as bad as early on in the year. I felt watching him at the U18. So
not a surprise to see Utah take him. They usually take the high compete players.
Yeah. I love this player. Like, this is a player I'll be rooting for to overcome some of his warts. I just love the way he plays. Everything about him. He's a gamer. Everything you look for and want in a player, and he's just got to kind of outplay the stuff that isn't his fault, stuff beyond his control here with his size. And Jerome mentioned the skating did improve, but it's still with his size, it's still an issue. And I really just like watching him play, and hope he can just be one of those guys that you can't keep him out of the league.
J. Brad Brizgalov from Medicine Hat.
So not consensus here for Vancouver. He's an overager. He's D+1. Good playmaker. He is not very explosive. He has trouble building momentum as he's skating. I really wanted him to, when he came into the dub, be more of a shoot first guy, or not necessarily shoot first, but shoot more. And he didn't do that. He stayed primary playmaker, didn't really have much of an arsenal of a shot. I thought that would really project him to be this high of a pick. I didn't have him this high. I didn't have him as a draft, to be honest. But I'm not shocked that he got picked. So, yeah, high offensive team in Medicine Hat. So he put up a good amount of points. But it's not about so much putting up a lot of points as how you put them up. And I didn't think he was balanced enough.
Very good playmaking ability. Sees the ice really well. He's pretty unique, J. Brad. Like, the way he attacks is pretty interesting. Like, the way he protects a puck with his frame, the way he has to angle himself. Very open to 10-2 turning a lot because he's not a good open ice skater. So he has to carve around players, and that means he has to use hesitation feints and hip line feints and all sorts of postural feints for a bigger kid, which is kind of rare.
Yeah, he could use that to his advantage, obviously, with the size that he has and the ability to play with his size, sort of like a power playmaker, kind of similar to how, what was the German tank's name last year, Lewandowski. But yeah, I don't see, I thought Lewandowski, at least for a lack of scoring, he had at least a little bit more upside than Brizgalov, although they went roughly the same area.
Right. Brizgalov's an overager too, right?
He is, yes. Yeah, he played, where did he play? He was in the USHL somewhere last year.
Des Moines?
Yeah.
He was in Des Moines in the USHL.
Des Moines.
Right.
Yeah.
And he must have come a long way because he was not great last year.
No, he didn't produce, that's for sure. The skating was huge.
He produced because he was on Medicine Hat. Like, that, I'm not trying to pick on the guy, but like, he also had a lot of help this year on a really stacked team. Like, again, the Ruck brothers, is going to be a kid from Medicine Hat picked a little bit later, Stengram. He was a primary goal scorer, big power forward in Medicine Hat. So he had a lot more to play with this year.
Yeah.
Hey, Jerome, I'm going to have to take off and drive my daughter here. So I'm going to talk about a couple the OHLers.
Sure.
That I like before I leave here. I don't know if I'm going to get back and log on a bit later, but going to see Vanderberg from the Ottawa 67s at some point go off the board, probably next round or so, I would guess. A center, about 5'11", a little bit slight. So I think that's one of the reasons that he's probably not going to go for a little bit here. Well, I guess in this range, could be any time now. But really smart player, extremely smart. Again, one of those guys that will know what the coach wants and kind of execute what the coach wants. Good face-off guy, kind of can play in all situations, has some skill, but it's the strength issue, even in the junior level, you notice it. And then very similar to him is an older player with Saginaw, and that is Igor Barabanov. So played with Klepov a lot. Again, very similar to Vandenberg in that the hockey IQ is very high, very skilled. But even worse than in the Vandenberg case, this is an older player who is still very slight and lacking in strength. So we saw some other 06s drop a little bit. McKenzie, for example. I think when you're an OA in the CHL and you're second time eligible, that kind of thing, you tend to slide a bit more than sometimes some of the Euro older guys, because just they've been seen a lot more than some of the Euros by some of the more high ranking scouts. So Barabanov probably will slide a little bit longer here because of the strength issues, but really a player I really enjoyed watching. I'm a big fan of him, and we have him ranked right around 60. Looking at actually 69, would have been higher on my personal list. And we had Vandenberg up in the late 50s, 58. So those translate to later picks here, not going in this round.
Looks like Barabanov just got picked.
There you go. And Calgary, Todd Button just took him. Yeah, great player. I watched the game with Todd. I watched the Saginaw game with Todd about mid-season. So there you go. Barabanov gone before Vandenberg, which I would have thought would be the reverse. But I like Barabanov more than Vandenberg right now, but the older and the projecting out. So there you go. He's gone. So it was good timing on talking about him. And I will hit the road here and see if I can get back on for the end and wrap up with you guys. All right.
Okay. Brad Fedorov.
Yeah. So Fedorov, we I think this was the range, the fourth round. We projected this. So I thought he was going to go to Colorado. I was trying to project it out. I thought Colorado might take him. But Seattle gets him. So this is a player who was highly coveted for multiple years leading up to this draft season. But we felt he flatlined a bit in terms of his curve. He's a high motor, highly intelligent primary playmaking energy winger with a lot of structure. Looked very good in the KHL. The KHL viewings were where he really was cooking. He really looked like he could be a projected top 40 player. Where he dropped for us was that in the MHL, in a pretty good system on a good team with a lot of talent, he really didn't produce as much as you would theoretically want to see for a player his size. Not a dynamic skater. He's a good skater, but not a dynamic skater. Especially the open ice peak power output is lacking a little bit at this stage. And his scoring rates are nowhere near where you typically want to see, but he is a good playmaker and plays much bigger than his size. In the KHL, he was blown to bits by big, giant KHLers that are a lot older than him, and he jumped right back up and went right after them, which is exactly what you want to see in a smaller forward. The competitive makeup is there in spades. So interesting pick by Seattle. Jerome, what do you think?
I thought at the start of the year he had some. I was like, okay, is he going to be like this year's Yegor Surin? Because he's got the same mentality, same mindset, like he's a little bulldog on the ice.
Yeah.
But like you said, Brad, like the improvement rate were not there for us. So he did drop as the season went on. But I like the way he plays. Like if we only saw him in the KHL, like we would have him ranked way higher. Yeah,
for sure.
But his MHL games were VHL. Like I don't even want to talk about the VHL. So so the MHL, like he played with Pugachev on that team. They have a like a stupid elite prospect for next year on that team too. So they are that program is like pretty underrated in Russia as far as like developing prospects. Like we always think about Loco, SK, Omsk, but Chaika is they do a pretty good job with their prospect. Sidialiev, who just signed with New Jersey, was a high top 10 pick. So
Artamonov.
Yeah. We'll see about him.
We'll see. That was a crazy poor year by him, but he does have potential. There's actually a bit of overlap too, Jerome. Fedorov to Artamonov, both primary playmakers, both shifty, both intelligent, both show a lot of pro structure, very good at anticipating play in advance, getting behind coverage. It's just with Fedorov, we just wish he was a bit more dynamic at times. Like he's just very streamlined to a fault. Like the playmaking, like when you compare his passing to Matthias Van Hanen, even Matthias Van Hanen is a far more dynamic playmaker than Fedorov. For comparison's sake there. To Mark's point with Barabanov, we're talking for sure top 5 hands in the draft, like ludicrous hands, puck on a string type of hands, and he can use them at full flight. Not the fastest player, but at his top speed, his hands are still incredible. Can drive possession at the OHL level, does not project to be a possession driver as he scales up because he's going to have to be more of a complement due to his smaller stature. If the kid was 6'2", 200 pounds, no chance he falls to the 4th round. It's all about the stature. The kid, not a big frame. It's going to be difficult for him to deal with the physicality of the NHL, which is why he dropped to the 4th. But in terms of natural talent, Calgary's got, like, it's interesting, Jerome. You look at the natural ability here of like Shake Shack, aka Shek Islamov. You look at Barabanov. They're going with a lot of high ceiling, lower floor players. I think they're taking some risk with the ceilings with the Russians.
Yeah. I mean, Calgary, Barabanov. Like, I mean, he's not technically. I mean, I don't know if he's Russian or American Russian, but they have I mean, some games this year were him and Klepov. Like he was better than Klepov in some of those games.
Sure.
So.
It's true.
Like he's a really good player. Like you mentioned, the ends were fantastic. J. Brad.
There we go. We got a
Tyus Sparks
here. There you go. A little kid out of he was in Spokane, joined Spokane from Vancouver in that Mathis Preston trade. Improved his scoring a lot. When he went over to the Chiefs, making a good impression in the playoffs as well. Good skater, has very good speed and acceleration, which he uses to create separation from defensemen off the rush. He has a good first step, quickly moves through the neutral zone as well with the puck. Pretty good patience with the puck as well. It creates offense. He almost had 30 goals between the two teams this year. And again, if he had played the whole year in Spokane, he probably reaches that mark, to be honest. I would imagine he translates as a winger as opposed to a center at the NHL level because in the defensive zone, his coverage along the wall is very strong, but when he gets to open ice, not as good. Also from the wall, because he can generate speed so quickly, he's able to join his teammates on the rush really well and really help out in transition. Gets loose pucks quickly off puck and can gain inside body positioning as well for a guy who's not as big. So he's a good pick at this point for Washington. I figured he'd be available in the 4th round. I had him about a round lower than this, maybe 5th, 6th round. A good little pick here for Washington.
Yeah, just to update people on our BPA at this point, Matvey Kotkov from Russia, Yaroslav Matiev, Russia, Jasper Kuda, who's a Finnish prospect who played in Ottawa in the OHL. Mark mentioned him, but Thomas Vandenberg from Ottawa also. And then we have Jona Severson from Prince Albert, Zach Wooten from Green Bay. So that's our top guys left. Goalie-wise, Brad.
Ruzicka is still available. That's a bit surprising to me.
Patrick Plummins. Also,
Patrick Plummins is available. Wow, that's so true. Wow,
Lassell,
I forgot.
William Lassell also.
William Lassell is also. Yeah, wow, there are some good goalies still remaining.
Yeah,
very interesting to see where they go.
Seattle,
I can't imagine Montreal not drafting a goalie. They're up really soon. We shall see.
Well, they have quite a few goalies in their system. Like, okay, Dobus, Fowler, but they have that Russian kid, Volokin, who had a great year.
They drafted like 3 goalies or something.
Alex Siconoyer.
We had time for. We had a lot
great
of time.
season last year in college, and he just transferred to Wisconsin. So
that's true.
They have some guys.
They have some guys.
Yeah, but it's never a bad call to draft a goalie, 1 per draft, I would say.
Oh yeah, no, I think it's should be mandatory probably.
or a Russian goalie in the 6th round. That should be mandatory for me.
yeah. Yuri Ivanov's a heck of a. I'm really sad that I never got back to him until I knew I was in trouble. I'll tell you that right now. You can go watch our goalie. We do a goalie breakdown for everybody listening. If you want to go check that out after, and I made a comment to a person who had seen him live multiple times. And I was like, Yuri Ivanov. I completely forgot to go back, and I knew I was going to pay a heavy price, but not that heavy. I didn't expect him to go above Borichev, so that's a really heavy price to pay, but very phenomenal talent, really impressive. Youngest goalie in the class too, so that has some weight to it. But yeah, it looks like the draft's starting to really slow down now. Teams are starting to really
grab your popcorn. We might be here for a while.
If it gets real slow, Jerome, maybe we should go back to the 2nd round and maybe break down a bit more in depth of the players that are there.
That's hold on. We're at the top of the 4th now.
Yeah,
I guess we could do that quickly. Don't want to miss any pick. Okay, 2nd round. That's the recap. Anybody you want to talk about here?
Let's break down Rubric a bit more, because Mark just brought up the goal score. So the reason, Rubric is very interesting in the sense that like the way he scores goals translates mechanically, because he's a remarkably gifted shooter, and his handling ability is spectacular. Like it's legitimately at the same level as Barabanov, yet he's younger at 6'3" and 220. So just really soft skill for a kid his size. The problem with Rubric is that he relies way too much on his shot quality. Part of that was the fact that he was used on the point on the man advantage. So and admittedly, like it made some sense for Niagara because the shot quality was so good that he could still like funnel pucks through. But when it came to even strength from 5-on-5, you want him making more direct cutting plays with his hands than he does. Again, he's a precision shooter. Where when you look at Belchetz is somebody who's more of a dynamic handler with a much more wider range of handling plays that allow him to get to the inside more often. So there's a bit of a contrast there with Rubric relative to Belchetz. Also, Belchetz willing to engage more often than Rubric. Rubric does not understand. The thing with Rubric, Jay Brad, we've talked about this. Like the kid is so naturally gifted, it's to a fault. Like he's just never learned how to play hockey the right way because he could just outskill everybody. So Chicago's bet is that you get them in their system, and you just tell them, hey, you don't have to be the main attraction here. We got Connor Bedard. We have Lundell, right? Frondell. We have Frondell, Bedard. You got a lot of options. Nazar. We just need you to play the right way and to be secondary with the scoring rates, and there's a possibility for that, absolutely. And admittedly, he does bring a unique aspect to his scoring, because it is very hard to find precision shooters who can actually translate it. He's one of them. But there's also a tremendous amount of risk, because look at Alexander Holtz. What was he in his draft season? A perimeter shooter who would attack from anywhere. They usually want these types of shooters to be more inside driven, like for instance, the Olsen. Olsen's a more inside driven type of sniper. So there's some contrast there.
He's a good reason why you can't just go on points alone. Because if you just go points alone, you're picking this kid first round easily. You have to watch how they score. So he's a good example of that.
Absolutely. Do you want to talk a bit about what it will take for Matthias Van Hanen to translate, where he needs to improve?
Sure. Like you mentioned, he came in first year import. So he has a good skill base already. But he played it was tough to kind of get a really good gauge on him because he just played with such really good teammates. Because he's so dynamic and he makes all these really big special plays. Really, he's got to really simplify that game more, and cut to the middle a little bit more and create play more in the middle of the ice as opposed to being so outside, because he can make guys miss. And if he can make the miss going to the middle, that's going to help him a ton. He already has really good straight line speed. He accelerates really well. He can separate himself from defensemen on the rush. So if he's able to cut to the middle more, create a little bit more space there, he'll create a lot more havoc, and it'll be a lot. He'll be a lot more translatable doing that. So it'll be very interesting to see next year how he plays. I don't know if he's going back to Everett or not, but he's got to play more middle, because that's the biggest thing for me and why I put him so low on my list is he just wasn't. He played a very junior, big ice European style instead of a heavier not heavy, but North American skill type game going to the middle.
Yeah, that's what my read was too, is more European based. Like he'll look like a star in the National League, star in the SHL, star in League. That was where a bit of the translation for me was also a bit dodgy, but brilliant playmaker when he's playing up to his ability.
Oh, yeah, sure. Absolutely. Those high risk, high reward plays, he's so good at those. And he pulls them off at a good percentage as well. So if he can just simplify a little bit more, be a little bit better as a support, I think this could be a good pick for New Jersey this high, because this is not where I had him. But if they can develop him into that guy, then great for them. He'll be a really good add to their offensive arsenal there.
Christian, you want to talk about your boy Casey Mutrin going 38 here with Seattle?
I talked about him a bit earlier. He's a competitor. He works extremely hard, and he's a really smart player. So he's versatile from that standpoint, where he could play. He could play off a skill player if he needed to. He could play a depth role. He could play like a grind role. He's kind of got some versatility to what he can do. Just the skating is like his biggest thing. Just the 3-step area quickness. If he can improve that, then I think he's going to play, and he'll be a valuable player. If the skating never gets better, then he might not be able to play at NHL pace, and the pace might just overwhelm him a little bit. So it's just improving the skating as much as he can, and getting as nimble as he can.
I'm just trying to go through the list. Maybe some guys that you got drafted from your from the U.S. that you didn't have a chance to talk about.
Jerome, what if we get him to talk about the first round? Because he missed Wyatt Cullen. He didn't get an opportunity to talk about.
Hold on. What about Jaden Kurtz? That when we didn't talk about him at all.
Yeah, he's interesting because he was a Minnesota high school kid. So he played a brief stint in the USHL after the high school season. So I don't really have the viewings on him that I did with some of the other guys. He's big, he's got size, and he can really pass a puck. So he can really stretch the ice. He's got a really good pass and transition. So there's some translatable aspects there. From what I saw, and you have to be a little lenient because obviously it's a huge jump from Minnesota high school to the USHL. That's a huge jump. But the skating looked like it still needed to be improved. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't to the level I would want for a second rounder. And defensively, he was very passive, and he would give up the blue line, just back up to his own goalie, and 50-50 corner battles. He was not very competitive. So it looked like he had a really long way to go defensively. But offensively with the puck, what he can do, or how he can stretch the ice, there is a lot to work with there. So it would just be a bet that as he gets more reps and as he develops, the defense will come. But I think it's interesting. Anaheim took him. It was Anaheim, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess it's kind of similar, not exact, but they had Jackson Lacombe. They had some success there. So maybe they're betting. I'm not saying he's going to be the next Jackson Lacombe, but they're probably betting that they can work with him in a similar way, and he's more of a long-term. Long-term, you could have something there.
You want to talk about some of the first round American guys? I'll put them on the screen, but since you were not with us last night.
Yeah.
So we can start with, well, I would say American that are playing in the U.S. So maybe we can start with, I guess he's Canadian, so Verhoff, Wyatt Cullen.
Yeah, I mean, I'll start at the top. McKenna. I mean, I don't have like a ton to say that's not already been said, but like he really, his vision is elite. Like it's as incredible as everyone says. He really sees the ice well. He can absolutely thread a needle in the pass. He's got like eyes in the back of his head. From just a playmaking perspective, he is an elite playmaker. I mean, we've said it all year. I'm not breaking anything here, but it's just like he is kind of allergic to contact. Like he just does not compete. So, you know, where does that get you? Like on an ideal team, is he more like, you know, like when Chicago had Taves and then they had Kane on separate lines? Like, is it kind of that situation where like, you know, you have a matchup line ahead of him and then he's more on like a second line scorer, but he can produce a ton of points. I don't know. I don't think he's like the face of your franchise on a winner. But he'll definitely produce quite a lot in the NHL. Cullen, he was definitely a player that I've liked all year. His story's been well documented at this point. He had the major growth spurt, and it just completely he became a guy that went from like a skill late rounder to like a serious like top 10 prospect here. He just has outstanding skill, like some of the best skill in the draft. His hands are incredible. He can make one-on-one moves. He can split defenders. He can take defenders wide, inside out. He can, basically challenge anyone one-on-one. He can come out of the corner and attack the middle. He has incredible skill. Like off the top of my head, probably like up there behind McKenna. Maybe there's a few guys I'm forgetting, but some of the best skill in the draft from any player. And he's really smart too. Like he's a really good playmaker. The points, he probably deserves more points than he actually ended up with, but he can really draw guys in and set guys up and find backdoor options. So just a really high end offensive package. I think he's top 6 and he could play on your power play. So I think that's a great pick from Nashville there. Verhoff, he's got all the physical tools you could want. It's just like, do the mistakes, the hockey sense is the question. And like, can that improve over time? And, with more reps and, more coaching and just like 2 or 3 years down the line, can his reads improve and can he handle pressure better? To really just like kind of optimize his game, because he's like huge and he's got really good skill and a really good shot. So he's got a lot of potential. It's just just the hockey sense has to come along. And actually the bigger thing might be like, maybe you could say the hockey sense is what it is. Like sometimes it doesn't always improve, but if the skating can come with him, then it can really unlock his game. Because right now he's more of like an average skater, but like if that improves, then he can really become more of a dominant player. So that's probably actually the bigger thing for him, is just if his skating can improve, and because he's really competitive and he's got a lot of skill and he's got the frame.
You want to talk about Lawrence?
Sure, Lawrence. I mean, I think we're all kind of on the same page here. Probably overdrafted for our money. I would have probably looked elsewhere at 11th. But so coming off last year, he looked like a top 10 pick. He had a really good -1 season. He was pretty dominant for his age in the USHL last year. But he didn't necessarily improve. Like he's more stagnated, and some of the issues of his game have become more apparent. And those issues are his hockey sense. Like he's gone from a player that looked like a second line center coming into the year, like a really, really good ideal second line center, to a player that might be more of a depth winger. He's a really good skater and he's competitive. Just his game, it's just a little bit more bare bones than it looked like last year. So probably looking more like a third line grinder who's up and down the ice, good in the corners, good on the wall, than somebody that will stick at center. At least that's from what we've seen this year.
Yeah. After him, so we got Emming, Morozov. I guess you could touch on those two.
Hemming, he's a tough evaluation because he hasn't really played. He didn't play that much. He didn't play in the first half, and then he he jumped up to the NCAA as I think he was the youngest guy in the NCAA. So it's hard to know like how much offense there is. What we do know is he's a big kid and he's really competitive. And he's smart too. So like that's definitely an attractive combination. I think that gives him he could play on a fourth line, he could play on a third line. Is there going to be enough offense to play on a second line? That's kind of the mystery around this player. He does see the ice enough, but is there enough skill, and is the skating going to be good enough to be like a second line support player, or is he more of like a depth third line? More of a grinder type of player. Next year will be very telling, I think, to get more of that answer. But right now, like he's shown some flashes, but not really enough consistency. And then Morozov, I wasn't his biggest fan. I had him more as a second rounder. I mean, he's got the size and he's got the competitiveness. So he looks he definitely looks like somebody that's going to play in the NHL. I think he's a fourth liner. He doesn't think the game at a high level. He doesn't have a ton of skill. He can shoot a puck, but he doesn't have like a lot of creativity to his game. And he doesn't see the ice. So it's just a very straight line, north-south, attack the net game where I think he ends up on the wing, and I think he'll be like good on the wall, good on the forecheck. But just I don't think the ceiling's as high in my opinion.
Okay, one last for you. Jack Hextall going 30 to Calgary.
Yeah, I had him lower. I mean, I like his game. I like the player. I think it was higher than I would have picked him personally, but he is really smart. And he's got good skill. Like he can shoot a puck. He can play on your, in the USHL, at least he was a good power play player. For the NHL, he's probably more of a power play 2, type of player. I think he's probably a fourth line center. Like he's responsible and he's smart. I don't think the skill is super high end. It's more just, it's good, just it's not elite. And the problem is like the skating and pace and motor are not quite as good. So that's going to need to improve, I think, to be more than just like a fourth liner. But yeah, that's what I see with him.
Okay, back to the fourth round. We have a few picks being made, Brad. Thomas Vandenberg went 103. Matvey Kodkov, our highest rated player left, to Boston at 104. Let's talk about. I mean, Mark did talk about Vandenberg, so we'll not.
Yeah.
But Kodkov.
Yeah, absolutely. So just slightly on Vandenberg there, like he's getting drafted because of his willingness to play bigger than his size. He's intelligent. If he's to translate his game, he's also very young for this class. If he's ultimately to translate his game, I think he has to do a lot better job at being able to operate around triangles and go through layers of traffic. Not the most gifted handler in open space, but he is pretty good at driving relative to his size, even though being a bit of a slighter kid, and there is some runway there. Where we get really excited is with Boston here. Boston, known for drafting out of Russia. Yeah, right, tattoo fan. That's a big one. So Matvey Kodkov for me is probably the most underrated player in this draft. I legitimately think he is better than Adam Novotny and Tynan Lawrence and some of these other players. The reason why, he's a lot smarter. This kid plays with a tremendous amount of structure for a Russian, which is rare at this stage in his development. He's one of the youngest players in the draft. He has a good frame, tons of versatility. He's a Swiss Army knife style of player where you can get him to forecheck effectively. He can play along the walls. He's also very, very fast at operating with his processing rates under pressure when he needs to move pucks very quickly. Very rare for him to actually turn pucks over. In terms of his transitional ability, he's a very good shooter mechanically. It's up there with Shaq Lizimov, as an example, who's another top 9 scorer there who with potential. Kakov also can theoretically pot 2025 for you. He just does it with a lot more structure at this stage in his development. The reason I think he ultimately fell is due to his skating mechanics and base. So mechanically, he's a bit rigid, which is not so dissimilar to Casey Mutrin. Mutrin also lacks postural adjustments that Chris was talking about, where it can be a bit sluggish out of the gate. Really needs to improve being able to get off the center line with a 3-step area quickness. Kakov falls in that category. If Kakov was a more gifted skater, for instance, if he had the same skating base as Novotny, I think he goes way higher in this. That said, you bet on the upside. You bet on the fact he's one of the younger kids with a lot of developmental runway. So I love the pick by Boston, and they got me with the goalie. I love the Yuri Ivanov pick too. I think I absolutely got it wrong there. Well, not wrong. I just didn't get to go back to him, and then when I did, I realized I was in a lot of trouble. So I love the fact that they've dipped back into Russia and getting some very interesting value there.
Yeah, I like Godkov. Playoff MVP in the MHL playoff. He plays a lot like Danila Yurov out of Minnesota. The skating is a bit of the drawback, but he's pretty young for this class, and we think it could get a bit better in the next few years. That's why we ranked him in our top 50. He attacks the net. He takes the puck to the net, very similar to Yurov. He's fearless. Two-way. He has a lot of pro tools. Like, he looks like a pro on the ice. Like, you could see some kids are very immature in the way they play and with their hockey sense. This kid gets it, basically. He can play anywhere in your top 9, I would say. He can play both wings. He can play on a power play. He can kill penalties. He does a lot of good things that will get into the NHL if everything goes well with his development. So definitely a guy we like. As we mentioned in our Russian video that we did on YouTube, at some point we were actually talking about this kid. Like, is this kid going to be in our top 32? Because he was playing some really good hockey, and then there were some up and down, and then we just decided to drop him a bit. But that's a really nice pick by Boston
Awesome.
in the 4th round. Anybody? Lincoln Cooney from Arizona State. Christian, do you have anything on him?
Yeah, I can talk about all 3 of the guys: Burchild, Nyes, and Lincoln Keene. And then I got a drop after that. So Burchild, he's a really smart player, and he does, like, there are good intentions with his compete for his size, and he has good skill. The problem with him is he's just undersized, and I don't think the skating's going to be enough. He's not a good enough skater for his size, basically. I don't think he can overcome that. So for me, he was a no draft, but he is smart, and if I'm wrong on the skating, he could have a chance to be somewhat of a complementary offensive piece. Nyes, he's like a toolsy defenseman. He's listed 6'3" there, and his skating is his number 1 attribute. For me, I didn't like his hockey sense, and I think it's going to be a stopper for him. Like, his ability to read the play, read forechecks, make plays under pressure, if make plays in transition. It just, none of it was there for me. He would turn over the puck way too much, and he just struggled basically making, honestly, even basic plays, and his compete wasn't enough to overcome that either. So it was really just, the only thing I really liked about him was his skating. If I'm wrong, it's because he's a younger player in the NCAA, and there's more there than he's actually shown, and it might just take some time for him. But from what I saw this year, and even dating back to last year, I just didn't think his hockey sense was going to be good enough. Lincoln Keene, he's interesting because he didn't play that much this year. Like he did, I guess he played in a bunch of games, but he wasn't getting that much ice time. So there wasn't really a huge sample to work off of. I guess he's kind of like Knies, where like he's a bigger player and his number one attribute is his skating. It just, for me, there wasn't enough skill, there wasn't enough compete, and there wasn't enough hockey sense. It was just like you're betting on the skating, and he didn't show enough for me to really be drafted. Honestly, he's not even a player I really spent too much time watching this year, because I saw him last year with the program, and I wasn't a huge fan. And then in the brief, like I saw him a few times this year, and like I saw a lot of the same issues with handling forecheck pressure and reading the play, and he just wasn't a player I was too big on. But again, if I'm wrong, it's because he's a younger player in the NCAA, and he's got more to his game than he's shown. I don't think so, but that could be the case with him as well.
Okay, you got to go, or
yeah, I got to drop now.
Okay.
Last one I'll say is keep an eye on Zach Wooten. That's my dark horse for the draft. I'm a pretty big fan. Hopefully he gets picked at some point. He's another re-entry, but he's a competitive player, and he's smart. He's got a lot of skill, and he's got a good shot. I think he should get picked. So that's my guy for this year.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Christian.
Thanks, Chris.
Yep.
Take
See
care.
you guys.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
we're
can talk a bit about Adam Levac.
Slow crawl?
Adam Levac. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, he's an energy forward out of Peterborough. Very good forward checker. That's the best part about his game is how much havoc he can create on dump and chase, putting pressure on defensemen. Gets in really tight. He's not very big, but he can win puck battles with stick lifts and get possession. High compete. He's not afraid of anyone. He'll drop the gloves if he needs. He'll lay out all of his hits. He can also play make a bit too, especially deep in the zone off the cycle. Off the rush a little bit as well, because he has some speed to take advantage of guys. Mostly support player in the offensive zone. He's not going to be this really big play driver, more like I said, as an energy forward. But he can create some offense in the middle of the ice. He'll just need to work a little bit on his discipline to learn not to cross the line. But his intensity and tenacity is definitely his best qualities as a player. Oh, and
All right.
Caden Lemaire, talk about tenacity.
Prince George, yeah.
Let's go. Caden Lemaire. Another high compete player, not a lot of skill, but tough to argue that there's not going to be many guys other than him that you'd want on your playoff team. Build, the compete, intensity, it's what you want in your lineup during the type of the season, like the playoffs. He also improved his points as well from his rookie season. So he's not going to translate as some top scorer. He's going to be a bottom six, fourth line type bruiser, but he'll be a little bit more than just a hit machine. So he's going to hit everybody. He's going to lay everybody out, and he's always willing to do it. Reverse hits, open ice. Whenever he gets the opportunity, he's going to lay his opponents out. He's about 6'4", slightly under 200. And he's going to get up a little bit more in weight, and he's going to be a physical menace. Like I said, always willing to engage physically. He's also relentless in puck battles. So really big player. He also has a pretty hard slap shot too. So there's a little bit of that to his game that he can add if he can be a little bit better playmaker. Again, he's not going to be an offensive guy. This is just a big fourth line hammering guys kind of player.
Yeah.
Also, Minnesota, double dip, Prince George. That's where they took Riley Height very recently as well. So they're comfortable drafting out of Prince George and have done so pretty recently. So that's one thing for everybody listening. There is, you can pick up on some pattern recognition with certain teams and how they think and draft. And that's one of the ways to do it, is you look to see if they double dip in systems, or Tampa Bay guaranteed an overager in the middle rounds, which is exactly what happened already. Boston going back to look at the Russians as potential value picks. Carolina always does that as well. Like there's there's consistency with some of these staff of how they pick, and make no mistake, some NHL staff know that too, right? So it's a game now where everybody's trying to work around and find their player at the right spot, knowing that some teams might be in on it.
Yeah. By the way, I didn't mention this, but we have almost 1,200 viewers.
Whoa! I did not see that coming for day two.
Draft. Like a lot of people on Twitter are watching.
Wow!
I just checked the difference between the YouTube stream and the Twitter stream, and a lot of freaking people on Twitter.
That's awesome. Thanks so much for joining us, everybody. It's awesome to see the hardcore fans come out. You know the real ones when you are willing to come for day two and stay around the fourth round. That's when you know that there's always hidden value, though. The fourth round specifically, there's value always in the fourth. It's when you get past the fifth round, things start going, really in the fifth round, percentage-wise, things start to really dip. But the fourth, you're guaranteed to find some hits still at this stage.
Yeah, and the worst part is that it's super slow in the round 4, 5, 6, 7. So
yeah, that's the problem. I don't know Elliot Lennon. I wish I did. I never got to sweep high school at all this season, so I knew I'd probably miss on a goalie. And for sure, there he is.
Yeah,
another goalie we do not have right north. I haven't seen, but he's huge. I will go check him out after this. See what I missed.
Parker Von Richter for Pittsburgh's physical, so not a high ceiling at all with this player. He's an overager as well, but definitely very physical defenseman.
Yeah, so much shells on the clock, so it's taking forever. They trade again, so that's the second time they trade down in the fourth round. They had pick 103, I believe. They trade down to 113, and now they're trading down again. So,
are they trading out of the draft entirely, or just continuously trading down?
Well, the first trade they got an extra pick out of it, like a 6th round pick or 7th round, and so I don't know what that trade is, but Vegas is picking now.
Right.
Yeah.
While we're waiting, I mean, I think one of the more interesting picks in this draft is Timothy Rinso, because the upside, the offensive potential is really impressive. He is really mobile player and a lot of upside if he hits. Oh, here you go, J. Brad.
Oh,
yeah.
Jonah.
Oh, there we go. He was one of my top players available out of the dub. Another high compete guy. We talk about stat watching. If you're stat watching, he's not a guy that you're gonna pick up on. But he was on a very stacked Prince Albert Raiders team. Still notched about 24 goals, 53 points with the Raiders. But it wasn't really his points that really drove me to loving this kid. It was the high compete. He drives the net really hard with or without the puck, and he takes traffic with him to open up space for his teammates. A lot of his goals are net front from crashing the net, cashing in on rebounds, screening the goalie, battling defensemen. A lot of goals that are scored in the playoffs and NHL level are really in tight in the net, and this kid can do that. So he is one-dimensional in terms of he uses his power moves, but he can shoot the puck well. He pushes himself to the middle, like I mentioned, and creates his own shooting lane still as a 6'3", almost 200-pound frame. So with the frame, he uses it well along the wall and on the cycle. So he'll play in the dirty areas, front of the net, along the wall, cycle the puck really well. And he can shield the puck from pressure, but he's going to need to win more puck battles. So for a guy who's bigger and who can play well along the wall, he does not win the majority of his puck battles. He's going to have to continue to develop that skill. But he's also good on the back check. So not just that he can just play hard in the offensive zone. He works hard in the back check and physically breaks up plays. So, talk about value in the fourth round. I think this is a good value pick for Vegas. You look at how their bottom six operates, and this is a player that fits into that really well.
I've got a question about Mark Patrick Plummins, but we'll wait until he actually gets drafted, which
should be soonish. I'd be surprised if it's not soonish.
I mean, Ruzicka is one.
Ruzicka too, yeah.
LaSalle.
There's some very, and well, that's extremely well timed. That's about as well timed as Patrick Plummins is
Great
gone.
question.
Great timing. Toronto's having a great draft. I really like what Toronto's doing here. They went with Yuso Ernesto first, more athletically gifted than Plummins, not as structured. So Plummins for us, we have him very highly ranked. I watched him a lot in the Latvian league. He's the last goalie I've had to evaluate was Artur Silovs out of the Latvian league, and we left Silovs just off our list. And I still think he might be slightly under for the NHL, even though he's getting his opportunity to split there in Pittsburgh right now. That was because of the consistency rates and just the low danger, mid danger goals he would let in was a bit worrisome to me long term. And he had to modify a ton of his game. Where Plummins, he comes very structured, already very good set stance, very technically gifted, sound in a ton of ways. And it's one of those situations where when you look at Plummins, like we're talking one of the smartest goalies in this draft, like incredibly good at recognizing backdoor options, weak side options in coverage, one of the best goalies in the entire class at being able to operate with his windows behind his net area and time low to high danger passing plays when it comes to tic-tac-toe plays, etc., or one-timers in the slot, etc. So very, very interesting. Just athletically, he's a little more rigid mechanically and doesn't have the same level of athleticism as some of these other kids taken. The bet is that he can end up almost like a Wallstedt light type of goalie where the sense is so good, he's very rarely out of position, so he can make up the difference due to the lack of rate of recovery just because of how smart he is as a goalie. So I love the pick for Toronto. I think thanks Forge for the compliment. Hopefully the ads continue to get some depth for you here in this draft.
We're sorry about what we think of Shilov, but that's.
I mean, there is a tremendous amount of potential. If things go right with Shilov, they're going to get a top 6 forward, which is unbelievable value in the second round. So it's just risk, tremendous amounts of risk. We'll see. So that leads to Carl Axelsson. I didn't get to see him in Muskegon that often this season. I did watch him a lot last season where I thought he was no draft, but he had a tremendous year for Muskegon and took over. I know he had a very good season overall. So I'll speak to what the foundation is since I saw him last season and not as much this year, where coming out of J20, like very structured, streamlined style of goalie, smart, anticipates the play relatively well. That's where I was surprised when he came over the USHL. He was blown up, and I was very surprised. I felt like he got almost like a shocked at the level of pace difference from the USHL to J20. I think that got to him, and it took him time to calibrate. But then when he did, that natural sense he did have came back to fruition there, and I felt like his confidence took off. So that was a huge determining factor there for Carl Axelsson getting back on track. So it's awesome to see him as an overager get drafted. And here we are. We just said Chris left, and look who got drafted, Zach Wooten out of Green Bay to Winnipeg. This is a very Winnipeg style of player. I would say the most similar style of player that they drafted since Keegan Kolesar in the 3rd round. There is some similarities. There's some overlap. You're talking about a sandpaper, bigger forward who can play a power game, very well-rounded, very versatile. The skating needs to come up. He's a wide track skater, and the stride's a bit short, mechanically a bit rigid. The A to B lacks, especially for an overager at this stage, but he's pretty gifted. And when he gets his opportunities, like he can really exploit 5-hole coverage on goalies. That's one thing he's very, very naturally talented at. And he has a good one-timer. You could project him as a power play 2 option off the flank. Smart player, tons of versatility. I really like this pick for Winnipeg. I think this is one of the best picks to go with Patrick Plummins in this 4th round that we've seen up to this point.
Yeah, Montreal took Braden Klimke out of the WHL Saskatoon Blades at 46 points this year. Jay Brad, this is your time.
Klimke, really solid pick. Again, we talk about value in the 4th round. Very intelligent player. So it really good pick here for Montreal to grab a guy who, again, he's pretty balanced as a player. He's smart, keeps his head up, transitions the puck well. The thing that I like about him, and the thing that you look at, a guy Ethan McKenzie, who took a little bit longer to develop at not a great size. He's about 6 feet tall, but he plays like he's 6'4", 6'5". So he's not shying away from physical play. He handles coverage very well. He's able to pin bigger forwards along the wall and play a heavier game down low in his defensive zone. High motor. He can play over 30 minutes a night, no problem. He's very serviceable. He got a lot of ice time on Saskatoon. He has all the tools needed to play at the pro level. But size, hopefully he does grow a little bit more. He's 6 foot, about I don't even think he's 170 pounds. He's
74.
He's 74. Okay, good. Keep eating. We'll get him eating his Brad's ice cream diet, and he's going to be heading to North Dakota, so that'll be really good for him. A little bit of a surprise that he
not next year though, because
no, 2 years from now. Yeah. Yes,
there's no room. There's no room.
Yeah, no, there's no room for him there. So he going to go there in the next couple seasons, and low risk, high reward player really in the 4th round here for Montreal.
New Jersey taking Lavar Gashilov, Brad, out of Russia.
Right.
A player we didn't have. Well, we thought he would be much better than this season, based on what we saw last year and the way he started the year. Honestly, he was like going on a 2-point per game ratio at some point. We just didn't think he progressed this year. He's a bit passive too. So he's a bit vanilla. The best attribute he has is his playmaking. Really good playmaker. He's an older kid too, so he's a late birthday. Missed the draft last year by, I think, not by much. Interesting thing about him, he was listed at 6'2" all year, and he went to the Russian Combine in Florida with Gold Star, and he was listed at 5'11". So probably did not help his cause.
Shrink a bit. Yeah.
So
he goes. We were just talking about with philosophy, like New Jersey. They look to dip back into Russia too, and that they're doing it again. One of the most talented players within the 4th round here, I would say, Jerome, for sure. Naturally, very gifted playmaker. Extremely good at extending his operating windows so that defensemen mistime him, and he's very good at exploiting coverage and finding soft ice and setting up his teammates. He's a very, very good primary playmaker, very dangerous on the man advantage. The problem with him is very similar to Shilov's issue, which is some of these Russian kids who are hyper skilled, they don't learn the off-puck game. And with Gashilov, you're talking about a mechanically underdeveloped skating base, heavy set kid who has a lot of difficulty getting off his center line, has a lot of difficulty reloading. So he's we think can get drowned out in transition a lot, and he doesn't play bigger than his size, and he's not good when it comes to handling physicality at this stage. So there's a lot of issues with his North American game translating, but look at it from a talent perspective, and I'm sure that's what New Jersey's betting on here, is like there's very few players as smart and cerebral and as naturally gifted as Gashilov at this stage of the draft.
Question here, and we can all answer, I guess. Why do you think Pantelis is falling so much? I mean, it's tough to say, to be honest. I would say, I mean, we don't have him that high on the list, so it's not like we're a big fan of his game. I think for me, it's mostly the hockey sense. The thing but you know, Morrison went way before, so, and Morrison has the same issue. Although Morrison, like, his physicality is like really high compared to Pantelis. Like, Pantelis has some physicality, but Morrison, it's really, you know, really high. And I think Morrison does defend better than Pantelis. So we'll see. Maybe Jay Brad, you want to add something, or Brad also, but that's I would say the reason I think he might be dropping a bit.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think he has his mental lapses as a defenseman in the defensive zone. That's not going to help you. So I think, that's probably the indicator for him that he's fallen is just that hockey sense not being that great. He has potential and he's very raw, but yeah, the hockey sense would be it for me too.
Yeah, occasionally he will flash an offensive play that makes you question. We're like, whoa, I didn't think that was possible. For instance, like he'll find like weak side lateral stretch passes from the line and hit him right on the tape. And you're like, holy, where did that come from? Because if he had more of that in him, then he would be already drafted. It's just the consistency rates aren't there. He's very raw. I would say very raw. But he's more talented naturally than Morrison, I would say, Jerome.
Yes.
He's got more of a touch to him than Morrison at the same stage.
He's better puck mover.
Yeah.
Question here. Another question. Any other Latvians that might get picked? I would say probably Oliver Murnix out of the Q that played in St. John. Not a good season at all. Like he's not ranked by us, but he did have a good U18 in April. So I think chances are pretty good he gets to hear his name at some point. Boston just took a guy we like, Brad. Oscar Olsen.
Boston's had a good draft. I'm liking what they're doing here.
My Swedish insider told me he was going to Boston in the 5th round. So.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Well, basically on the money. And to your point there, Rizdio, we do not mind at all. Everybody listening to this is a great time to ask us questions because, as you can all see, like the draft is going to be slowing down because there's a lot of trades. So this is a really good opportunity to fire away and ask us any questions you have about your team, the draft, and the players that you're interested in talking about.
Goalie.
Right. Well, let's talk about Olsen. Olsen. So Olsen, point per game player out of a Rebro system, big kid, pretty lanky, lots of runway, pretty athletically gifted, good at getting off his center line, pretty efficient skater at this stage in his development, very, very good at sneaking through coverage and getting backdoor. That's how he produces a lot of his points. He's very good at finding soft ice, very good at timing that soft ice. He can make plays in transition, so he can one-touch process play through the neutral zone. He can find options off the rush, set up laterally. In terms of his shooting mechanics, they're not bad, but he does project – there's a reason he fell to the 4th. He does project to be a depth winger for a team, a depth athletic gifted winger. The thing with him is he needs to learn how to use his size correctly at this time. Does not use his frame in terms of physically trying to dominate, doesn't know how to forecheck that effectively when he's not using his length and range. So with him, if you can, I'm sure what Boston's been on, if they can get buy-in from him to create an ancillary and develop an ancillary skill set so that there's a physical maturity to him that comes with the athletic component, then you might really get a depth piece that can play for a long time. And that brings us to Vladimir Proskurin, who we thought was going to get drafted despite not making Central's list there, and he is indeed gone to St. Louis. So this goalie is a hyper athlete, one of the top 3 athletes in this draft class to go with Borchev and Carter Casey. And he has a phenomenal skating base, one of the best skaters in this draft. His ability to go from like an RVH position when he's integrated into his post to a standing position, the opposite corner of his blue, is right up there with like Yaroslav Askarov to give me an idea of the freakishness of the explosive nature of this kid at times. He is one of the only goalies who can do a full functional split, like throwing seal and everything while laterally transitioning, while manipulating his limb coverage. So that's very unique to him. He also was playing in the silver division though, which is similar to Borchev. So you're talking about betting on the fact that if you extracted him from that environment where his team was under siege, he was on a very poor defensive structured team. He had to be extremely aggressive and at times be extremely overreactive to the play, but he does read the play relatively well. It's more like when it comes to like in tight, high danger reads, he doesn't always understand how to read the blade positioning of opposing players. So for instance, like if the blade's in a neutral position or on his backhand, he wouldn't attempt to evaluate what that would mean relative to the context of the play. And that's where he's in his infancy and a bit behind, and that's why he fell. So there was a lot of debate about this kid in terms of like what to do with him, where to put him. I've had debates publicly as well with this player, but he's very intriguing in terms of his raw athletic upside and willingness to compete. He's a high end battler, very good mechanics with his glove and blocker, and he had one of the most consistent seasons out of any goalie that we're talking about today. He only was pulled, I believe, in 4 or 5 games out of 41 as a starter on a terrible team where he had to basically keep them in the game or get exposed. So he had a tremendous season. But there's certainly a raw base in terms of how he interprets, again, the blade position of players and how he deals with certain situations. There goes timing is something that's not the question.
Joel, you want to talk about him a bit?
Yeah, I mean, responsible defensively, big kid, has got some sneaky offense to him. I like his hands, but like you said, he had a bit of a bad season for the first stretch and then got injured for quite a bit. So didn't get that many viewings on him, but he had a solid U18 with Latvia, and I think that there could be a path for a depth player there for sure. He needs to bounce back though next season because this last one wasn't. I'm sure it wasn't the draft season that he would have envisioned for himself, but here he is getting drafted in the 4th round.
Yeah, there's some concussion, stuff with him this season.
Yeah.
That's why he missed quite a few games, and it's the cue he should produce a lot more than he did. Yeah. So that's a bit why he I thought he'd be a top 2 round picks at the start of the year based on his play in the USHL last year. Played at the World Junior at 16 last year, but just never got going in the queue for different reasons. So, Buffalo takes him. Maybe we have a few questions here that we can go through. So this. We don't know Thomas Kravelik. I've never seen him play. So
no, we've never seen him. It's all we can tell you is it's very characteristic of how Tampa operates. Obviously, they're in a win now mode, so they're looking to take overagers that they think they can develop pretty quickly to fill depth roles for their team before they have to go into a rebuild. They do this every season, and they've had, admittedly, quite a bit of success with this. Who's the Norwegian kid, Jerome? I had time for. I wrote him up in the book. He went to the SHL the following season. He was from the Norwegian League.
Noah Steen.
Sorry, say again?
Noah Steen.
That wasn't who I was thinking of, but you're right in the sense he does fit this description too. He's another Noah Steen who we had time for as a 7th rounder, and he was taken by Tampa in the 7th, where you look at him, you're like, okay, if things go right here, he could absolutely fill a 4th line role at an above replacement level, and you get him quicker. Right, and that's how Tampa thinks.
Lilleberg. Are you talking about Lilleberg?
Yes. Yeah. Martinson Lilleberg. Yes, that's exactly the player. So Martinson Lilleberg was another overager. I had time for him. He was an athletically gifted, raw defenseman who was toolsy, and then they got him. I'm telling you, everyone listening to this, Tampa Bay, like pound for pound, absolutely one of the top 3 development systems. The things that they can, the buy-in they get from some of their prospects is unbelievable. I remember when he got to the SHL, it was like, okay, did he have the puck retrieval rates, the exit playmaking rates to be able to hold theoretically? And not only did those hold and did Tampa develop those correctly, they managed to create like a nasty kid where I didn't see too much of that in Norway. So they got like an entire different mental profile than I thought. And I wonder if that's because in Tampa, you see that more often than most other organizations. And so it's like, I don't think it's luck of the draw. I think it's like they're very good at communication and understanding how to explain to a prospect, hey, this is where you're at. This is what we need from you to get there. And they do it in a way where the buy-in is very real, very, very real. And Ryder Fedorov. So I thought maybe that we'd have to talk about Fedorov today. Did not expect him to go this high. So yeah, he's off our list for a reason. Let's break down the good. So Ryder Fedorov, tremendous season out of Ottawa. Was named the CHL goaltender of the year. Put up a tremendous amount of one of the most consistent goalies relative to Proskura. So both of them, they're smaller, they go back to back essentially, and they're extremely consistent. Now, enormous difference between the two. Fedorov is a very intelligent goalie. very good at anticipating play, very good at mentally mapping the ice. When it comes to 5-on-4 power plays, 5-on-3 power plays, he very rarely puts himself out of position and is ahead of the play so often. So that's where Fedorov does very well. The problem with Fedorov, and it's an enormous one, is there is simply no data, and there has never been a goalie that has ever made the NHL at 6 feet or 5'11", whatever his actual height is, who lacks the athletic base he has. He is not super laterally explosive. His extension rates relative to his size are actually below average. This is not a goalie that features a deep hip line. Like, I'll go back to Yuri Ivanov there, very deep hip line. So he's somebody who can really spread the length of the ice, really make himself wider than his base height suggests, even though now he's 6'3". Didn't know that, thought he was 6.5 feet tall. With Fedorov, you want to Saros style at base. Saros has that external internal hip rotation, which gives him so much access to being able to take up more space than you would theoretically think given his height. Fedorov doesn't have that. That's why he's off our list. Philosophical disagreement with Carolina there. Carolina obviously doesn't care about the extension rates probably being under, thinks that the hockey sense can compensate for the lack of size. And we have ourselves a goalie run. We're going now to Colorado. We have our second overage Czech goalie out of the WHL is getting drafted. Arshulik was the first drafted to Detroit there in the 3rd round. Now we have Tobias Tversnik. Okay, the goalies are really going. So I'll just keep ranting here. So Tversnik, out of Spartan system in Czech U20 in his initial draft season, I thought he was under. When I went back to watch footage of him, I would not have drafted him in his initial season. However, he is really improved dramatically, especially with his technical foundation. He's athletically gifted. He is a pretty intelligent goalie, but he has tracking errors more than I would like to see. He can get baited into dropping prematurely on fake shot into lateral high danger setups too often for me. But in terms of the raw reflexive base and his rate of consistency, he did a phenomenal job. He also has very good access to his edges, and he likes to play slightly off angle by design, so he can create trap save scenarios for short side options. So a lot there to work with. I think personally he's just under for the NHL, but he might get more than a cup of coffee. I got to take a sip of water here for a second. There's a lot going on. Brady Nolan, I thought was the goalie who's the most overrated relative to what we saw in terms of Central's position of him. They had him as the top-ranked North American goalie. I didn't see that at all. The reason why is that for a naturally gifted 6'5", mechanically efficient goalie who really competitive, love the competitive mental makeup of this player. He's willing to break his technique in an instant to try to get to any save type, which is what you want to see. The problem with him is his lateral processing rates were all over the map. And I find that when it comes to his high danger reads on in tight situations, he can have a great deal of difficulty in interpreting exactly what he should be doing. So I don't love his base instincts for the position, but skating base came up. Much more of a technical skater this year than last season. And he's very good at maintaining seals. The other factor I'll bring in is he's a bit like I mentioned Artur Silos with the Plumans breakdown. I'll mention with Nolan here. The issue with Nolan is that when you look at low danger goals, he let in the most out of any goal in this draft. That is one of the biggest issues I have, because when you look long term, when you go back from their draft season, you watch them 10 years out, that usually doesn't leave their games, which might be surprising to some of you. It was a bit surprising to me when I had to do a massive data collection, try to figure out exactly where the mental games were with some of these kids long term. But yeah, that's why Nolan was under for me. But San Jose is betting on the technical foundation, athleticism, being able to compensate for the lack of processing rates. And that's right. You're right. It wasn't Jack Greaves. It's also smallish and not very athletic. You're absolutely right. It's why he was undrafted, but then became signed. The thing with Jack Greaves that makes him truly special is just how smart he is. He is like legitimately elite level intelligence. Also more athletically gifted than Fedorov. Fedorov, I would say, probably similar in terms of intelligence, but I think Greaves is actually quite a bit ahead of Fedorov in terms of extension rates, which I really do, again, really emphasize, because the smaller they are, the wider you want them to be to make up lost ground and be able to compensate. And that's where I think there's a distinguishing quality between Greaves and Fedorov. Now, that said, I could be wrong. Maybe Fedorov is actually like the minimum threshold extension-wise necessary. I just don't have that player to draw back from when looking back on a class, so I can't make that distinction, and that's why I ultimately left him off. And that brings us to
sorry.
Talking here, Axel Olofsson, who we know quite a bit about, smaller, diminutive.
I'll talk about him.
Yeah.
Clearly, I'm not a big not a big fan of Colorado's draft so far with Shilov. Really not my type of player. Olofsson, he's talented, a bit like Shilov, but very prone to a lot of mistake on the ice. And can't really defend. Also, he's undersized. I know a lot of people, see a smaller defenseman with offensive skills. They think, oh, he's going to be the lane for next Lane Hudson. It doesn't work like this. So Lane Hudson is the exception to the rule. But Olofsson can skate. He's dynamic with the puck on his stick, but there's a lot of mistake. He is creative, but he will, turn the puck over a lot. He played in Orebro, really good team. It's this year with Alexander Coman, Olsen that just got drafted, Aram Olsen. So that was a good team in G20. They were really, I think their power play was the big driver for that team. So that's where Olofsson is good. I just don't think he's elite enough offensively to overcome everything else that is a flaw in this game. So, so sorry, sorry to all the Avalanche fans watching.
Jerome, do you think maybe who's the college free agent they brought in? He had a tremendous season for him on the third pairing, the puck mover with the secondary offensive ability.
I love when you ask me a question where you don't know the answer.
You need to help me here. Listen, we're on 4 hours. I need you for the names, and I'll look it up.
Someone will tell us in the comments.
Somebody help me here.
Yeah.
A bit of
Malinsky. Sorry.
Malinsky, thank you, Sam Malinsky. Sam Malinsky. They have had success developing smaller defensemen who are primarily, power play 2 options with puck moving upside, like Olofsson. The big thing there is Malinsky really is efficient with the exits, and that means he doesn't have to defend that often. So that might be the bet here with Colorado. Colorado might be saying, listen, he's smart enough, right, and sophisticated enough to move pucks at the rate where maybe he doesn't have to defend that often. And if that's the case, then you don't have to worry about the lack of physicality, the pace concerns in his own zone, the inability to play bigger in his size or play hard. Maybe that's the way they're thinking about it. Because with Colorado, one thing that's true about their draft strategy, they look for players who can transition and move pucks very fast, either with their playmaking or their skating. So that is something Olofsson brings to the table.
So update our top 70. We got 4 guys left.
So who's the 4 that we have?
So Yaroslav Matyev.
Yeah, how is he not going? That's great. Come on now.
Jasper Kuta from Ottawa. Again,
that's surprising too.
Yeah. And then Domin Christoph Zongot.
Right.
Alexander Sapoznikov. So that's our 4. And the 5th one would be Jakob Frollo.
Oh, right. Frollo's not good. That's true. Yeah. Interesting. Do you want to discuss Theodore Knights a little bit, Jerome?
Yeah, he's just a good-sized defenseman from Sweden who plays physical. If he plays in the NHL, it's going to be as a 6 or 7 D who actually has size, skates well enough. The physicality will be good. Can kill penalties, but that's about it. You're not getting a great puck moving defenseman here, or a guy who will do nice things offensively. That's just not going to be. It's a low upside type of pick. But there's a ton of guys like him in the NHL that don't have a ton of upside. They're not that great with the puck, but they play because they can defend. They're physical and they move well on the ice. So we'll see.
Kavalitsky? We should definitely deep dive Katalicki.
Yeah, Calgary. Man, I thought this kid, watching him at the U17 last year, I thought he was going to be a top 10 pick in this draft. Yeah, that did not turn out pretty well for me. Yeah, big kid. For his size, he skates well. He's a great forechecker. Just the skill level didn't look like anything this year, so I was very confused by what we saw from him this year, because he looked like something like not as good, but like Nishushkin, Slavkovsky, like Rantanen at the U17 last year, like big power forward with skill. And then this year, there was nothing. It was just.
Well, he'll maybe talk to about his injury. Kid got beat up. He got mono. Then he separated his shoulder. Like, he gets mono. He comes back. He looks pretty bad. The energy isn't there for obvious reasons. And then he goes shoulder first into the glass, separates his shoulder. He's out again. Like, it was a really tough year for him in terms of trying to just get up to speed because he kept getting hurt. But to Jerome's point, like, the mittens are silky for a kid who's 6'5". He's a beast of a kid who get net front. He can forecheck aggressively. He has a good toolkit. The big thing with Katalicki is he's not a very intelligent hockey player, so he really needs to use that toolkit more effectively than we've seen. He's not an efficient player at all at this stage in his development. He's very raw. Very raw. What Calgary's betting on is that the version that Jerome talked about earlier is a bit more of the real version as opposed to the one we saw.
He's coming over the OHL next season, so he'll play with Sarnia. So he'll play with Diorio, who will be back. Beckham Edwards has not been drafted, but he's going college next season with Notre Dame. But yeah, the right move for. I thought he should have left mid-season. The way things were going for him in Finland, I was like, maybe it's time to change things around here because this is not going too well. So we'll see how he does next year. Maybe there's always I remember Emil Guite, who had just an awful draft year, but his 16 years old season was good, where he had 25 goals, 60 points. Yeah. So. And then his draft year was awful. Then he bounced back this year. So we'll see with the big check forward here. Alexandre Taillefer, who is a Winnipeg 5th-round pick here. He missed all of the second half of the season. He had an injury. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was a pretty big injury in December. He's a good skater. He's a bit chaotic on the ice in a good way and bad way sometimes. He's physical, good feet. He has some offense too. Not a power play guy, but he can make plays offensively. I think he had something like maybe 17 points in 28 games this year, so not bad. He's not the biggest guy, also 6 feet, 162, so not the best size for the NHL. He has a lot of he needs to get stronger. But I'm glad he got drafted because it was a pretty big injury that he had. So I'm glad Winnipeg is taking a chance on him, and hopefully. He has a big bounce back season next year with Quebec. Quebec will have a big time team in the queue next year, so he should be a big time player for them. So that might be a pick that in a few years we look back and be like, well, that was a really nice pick by Winnipeg in the 5th round. Ruzicka, Brad.
Ruzicka's gone. Yeah, I'll touch slightly on. I can slightly touch on Morgan Anderberg. I watched him when he was in the SHL there because very few players in their initial draft season get full time in the SHL, and that's basically what happened with Anderberg. So Vetro system, which is a pretty good system, develops a lot of talent. The thing with him is he's a well-rounded, smart center. Very intelligent. The reason he's fallen here, not a big center, and there's really not much in the way of specialization. But we talked about it just then. Emil Martinson Lilleberg coming in, I thought lacked specialization to be able to play, and then they turned him into a monster in Tampa. Tampa needs to do the same thing here with Anderberg in terms of make him a bit harder to play against. And give him a bit more sandpaper. That would go a long way for him to be able to be a depth option one day. But I mean, he played up in the SHL for a reason. Structured, good at staying above the puck, very good at naturally supporting his defensemen, can move pucks quickly under pressure and insulate his team. So not bad around the net area either. There's some craftiness to him. So not the most dynamic player by any stretch, but mature pro style player. That brings us to Filip Ruzicka. I am surprised he fell this far. And that reminds me so much of the player I discussed in our breakdown of him with Marcus Gidloff. Marcus Gidloff should never have fallen to, what was it, the fifth round? Was it the fifth round? Six. Holy Moses. So what I'm getting a sense from, it's interesting, right? Skating is everything in the goaltending position right now. The bigger the goalie, the more difficult it can be for specific aspects of their skating to be able to be foundationally there at the NHL level. So, for instance, with Ruzicka, like Gidloff, their rate of recovery is going to suffer a bit because they're so big, and that means you have to really emphasize their counter rotations when they have to over-rotate their net. So, for instance, say a slap shot from the point is coming at them. It goes wide, but because it goes wide, they have to rotate and try to come back into their post line. That type of over-rotation to try to come back to compensate for the puck going a bit wide, or a redirect option as well would be another example of this. It takes them longer functionally to do it than, say, a goalie who's much smaller. The nature of what we're seeing in the NHL right now is there's just so many redirect options, so many purposeful bank plays off the back of the glass. It's all about getting a goalie to move as fast as they have to and try to get them to positionally get caught up in between save types as a result of not being able to move fast enough. So I think that's why Gidloff went too late. And in a redraft, he's top 3 right now. There's a reason St. Louis picked him up. They're one of the best, I think, at developing goalies. I think they saw what I saw, which is that his growth rate in the SHL was spectacular. And I'm sure that's what Minnesota's betting on with Ruzicka, because like Gidloff, massive goalie with tremendous runway, who's also extremely intelligent, and very good at tracking. He's one of the better trackers in this class. I thought the combination of tracking and sense would force a team to take him higher than the fifth round here. So that said, like, I understand that teams are really focusing on the skating mechanics of goalies because of the direction. And again, some of these bigger kids need more time. Rybkin went way ahead of him, I think, because of that, because of the skating differences. But Ruzicka, one of the most competitive goalies, one of the smartest goalies. And when it comes to growth rate potential, it is harder to project where it falls relative to some of these other kids that have gone. Proskurin, Fedorov. Those are goalies. You'll look at them, and it's like, that's more of what you see is what you're going to get. Where with Ruzicka, you have to bet on a bit of that projection going past the point of what we're currently seeing. That makes some teams uncomfortable, which is why I think he fell. I really believe in this goalie. I really do think he has a Gidloff level of potential, and Gidloff, again, was a goalie that was vastly overlooked. So I think if Ruzicka really develops, it might force NHL goalie coaches and goalie scouts to look at the bigger players, bigger goalies for the position again, as long as they have what a player like Ruzicka brings to the table. I really like this pick for Minnesota. I think this is a phenomenal ad by Minnesota.
Yeah, I'll say Philip Emir from Sweden that Nashville took. I was told by him, or Swedish insider, that he was like a bit of a hidden gem in this class, but I have never seen him.
Never heard him.
Nicholas Bogus from the U.S. national team got hurt. Mid-season, missed a lot of action, came back. It was not as good as before the injury. Christian, he had a lot of time for him before the injury. Not so much after, so we'll see about that. Tumi Narrows, another guy we have ranked, I believe, just inside of our top 100. Again, that's a guy Christian was talking about. If he was here, you would have talked about him. We don't know him as much. He's more of a player for like an area scout to talk about. Draveski from Bedford. Brad, you want to touch on him?
Sure, yeah. Very good skater, phenomenal edge work, very good linear crossover mechanics, get up to his top speed very quickly. He's evasive. He's pretty solid under pressure. He can move pucks. We think of him as a projected puck mover. He does have some quarterbacking ability. He can make lateral passes fast and quickly enough. He can link plays together rapidly. The big problem for us is he's not big, and the way he plays defensively falls into the Olofsson camp, where he plays like a European-style defenseman, where there's not enough pushback, not enough grit, not enough sandpaper, not enough of a multi-dimensional defensive game to think he can hold. That would be, I'd say, one of the bigger issues with Draveski that left us thinking that he was very unlikely to play long term.
Okay, we have some comments. Let me put some here. Okay. Well, we answered that question. I don't know. How about this?
George Kirsch, Gardner, above Kemp. Yeah. Carter George, I think he's honestly extremely overrated. We'll see how he does next season in the AHL full time. Christian Kirsch, don't have a ton of high for. Evan Gardner, I think, has a lot of problems when it comes to his pro translation. Nabokov is there. Yegorov is there. Kempf, not bad. Moisevich didn't get a chance to play this season. We're actually very high on him. I actually had him very high in his initial draft season. I was the only public scout and the only list where he was actually on it in the general public there. So we had him actually before any NHL staff. The problem with him is he didn't get to play this year. Scott buried him. I still think, honestly, there's some political issues there in Russia where they don't mind burying certain players if they're expected to come over eventually. I think that's what happened with Savage. I think it's what's happening with Timofey Avintsev. I think it's what's happening a little bit with some of these kids who are getting drafted and getting buried in Russia. But yeah, I with Yegorov and Nabokov, the Russians there, I would agree. Gidloff, I think, actually falls in the top three, relative to the other kids you've mentioned there.
Yeah, Beckham Edwards just went to Detroit. So
that's very fitting for him. He played Detroit Little Caesars in his draft year. So fitting that he ends up with the Red Wings.
Yeah, not a good season.
No.
He looked like a potential first round pick last year, and it happens. You know, we talk about Catolici having the same issue. Beckham Edwards, the Oreo, every year, you know, guys just drop big time in the rankings.
Yeah, just with Edwards quickly, it's like he's well-rounded, but it's, again, like when you're talking about a well-rounded player in the OHL, like there has to be specialization or it's very unlikely they translate at, I know he's not small, but like the NHL is becoming ridiculously specialized. Like everybody's just looking for specialization and unicorns. Very rare for players like Edwards to be able to translate at this stage, which is why he fell.
Verti Svensk to LA. I think this player is one of the best skater in the whole draft. I just don't think he has anything else that really attract me, you know, to project him for the NHL. So the skating is his best asset. Excuse me. The rest is not very exciting for me. So
yeah.
So
like some dynamic play sequences, Jerome, where he's going end to end, activating through all three zones, making things happen. Pretty decent handling ability, but then it's like he doesn't really know how to chain plays together, link plays together. Doesn't really know how to incorporate his teammates to the degree necessary for the activation. I think it's one of the major issues.
And I'm going with Eric Frossard from Guelph. Big.
Okay.
It's not a bad pick because he actually has a chance to play. Like we mentioned, Theater Knights. It's the same thing. Big, mobile D, has some physicality, not much skill or puck skills or upside offensively, but maybe he plays as a depth D if, you know, everything goes right for him. question here. Why isn't Kostov or Turnas gone yet? Age issue with those guys? Well, Kostov had a good, I would say, first half, but really fell off in the second half of the season. So he did drop on our list because of that. But I'm assuming he's going to get drafted soon.
Sure.
Tornes, we're not. I mean, Joel could talk about it, but
yeah, Tornes is
not too crazy about him, other than his shot, basically.
Yeah, that's exactly it. He is just his shot, and then nothing besides the shot I felt really stood out or offered a path to being successful in the NHL. So that's why we're kind of a bit low on him. But I see that one of the guys that we weren't low on, Jerome, just went to Utah.
That's right. Look who
it is. So I made sure we ranked this kid with the last pick of our ranking, so 112, I believe. This kid is he's a bit of a psychopath on the ice, so that's why I like him. He understands his game really well. He skates well. He's super physical. He's not the biggest guy, but he's one of those guys that, you know, I was like, don't bet against this kid not making it for some reason. Like, he's a double second year eligible, but you know, he does bring a really hard forecheck game. You better play with your head up against this kid. Obviously the skill level is a bit limited here, but I think he probably the reason he got drafted was a lot of it was his performance at the Q prospect game, where I think he finished with like 13 or 14 hits in that game. He was just like going crazy on the ice, and I think that really opened some eyes from some scouts on him. So I'm really happy he got selected here. Not surprised it's Utah. Like, their director of scouting is based in a Q, and they like tough, hard-nosed hockey players. So not a big surprise that Florent Hull goes here for Utah.
Yeah, just for Eric Fassard, I'll just say, like, pretty good natural skater relative to his frame, huh, Jerome? Like, that's the mobility, the toolkit's pretty impressive. Also, he can be a bit nasty. Like, he has high cross checks. Like, he's good at timing them. He can box out well. He's a bit inconsistent with his transitional defense. And then when you look at his skill level, like, he's just a first pass at this time, though. Like, he will use his skating base at the line and actually not be stationary. Like, he'll open himself up a bit. So kind of an interesting raw projection there with Anaheim. But also, like, Anaheim almost always drafts a massive raw defenseman. So that's, I think, par for the course as well.
We have a great question here. Jay Brad can answer, and Brad also. So, Jonas who? If Canucks were to take him at 161, if available.
Right.
Well, that would be way too early for me if you're going to draft him. Honestly, he's just such a small defenseman. Very small, right shot. This is what he's been passed. Is this his second year that he's been passed over?
Maybe 3.
Yeah, I think it's 2 or 3. Because he's a late birthday as well, I believe.
Okay.
But yeah, personally, he's a no draft for me. He's just he's very skilled, but I think he could have a good career overseas. But I don't see his type of play translating to the NHL. Very good junior player, runs a very good junior power play, but I keep using the word junior because that's really what he is. I think he could probably do well on a big ice surface because he has the skating, but I don't see him translating to the NHL. So for your sake, I don't hope the Canucks pick him at 161 there. There are some other good WHL guys that I would take over him for sure.
Yeah, just to reiterate Jay Brad's point, there are literally 0 defensemen in the NHL that play like Jonas Will. That is the reason he will keep falling. That said, really crazy, weird defender who plays a total rover style game. He's basically a fourth forward, extremely physical like his brother, plays way bigger than his size. We're like, whoa, that's very interesting because he looks to join the rush constantly. always looking to become the F4 option in transition. Put up a tremendous amount of points for good reason. Like, he is very talented. It's just when you look at his lack of structure as an overager, it's extremely alarming. Like, he makes Xavier Villeneuve look like structured defensively, and that's hard to do. So if he gets taken, it will be very likely the 7th round, where a team says skill, production, who cares? Let's take him and see if we can work with him.
I would agree with that.
It would be nice if a Russians start going here, Brad.
I can't believe Matviev's not gone. That's
Matiev,
unbelievable to me, considering some of the names we're seeing. But it happens, and it's a system. For everybody listening, Yaroslav Matiev is one of our BPAs right now. He's a 6'5", 230-pound fortress of a defenseman who's athletically gifted, who plays out of, what's the system, Jerome, with the Tiger logo.
I can't pronounce it, so it's a bunch of language.
We're trying to hang in there. It's been a mercy system. So if he gets drafted, he'll be the first defenseman or first player ever drafted out of a Mercy system, which would be really cool historically. But teams look all. If he was in the OHL, he'd be gone by the 4th round. Not even a question. Let's put it that way. It's just the exposure, and he's in a Mercy system. Not many NHL teams could have seen him in person, and that would be one of the reasons he'd be dropping.
Yeah.
J. Brad.
Yeah.
Pantelis.
I know our faller has been picked. Just to touch quick, Carter Stevens out of Guelph going to St. Louis is a nice little pick for them. So, Pantelis. We talked a bit about him. Two-way defenseman, has the mental lapses. He doesn't have that intelligence that you'd want in a top pick. That's probably why he fell. As Brad mentioned, and rightfully so, the offense, he does have his flashes offensively. That was his biggest improvement this season, was his offensive zone. Much more confident as a puck carrier this year than last season. Engaging forwards as well along the wall and winning puck battles in his own zone is also a very, very big key trait for him. He's going to have to scan the ice a bit better and identify passing lanes. In addition to his passing, he does shoot well from the point. Specifically on the power play, he did get some power play time in Brandon and created some shooting lanes for himself, walking the line. That was pretty good for him. He can be a bit evasive off the rush as well, weaving through traffic well. He's a competitive defenseman as well. He'll take the body when he can. He has the potential to be an impact shutdown guy if he starts getting better on the hockey IQ. And I see on the I don't know whose ranking that was, but they said hockey IQ was one of his highest traits, and that is not true. So he already has some speed. He has some aggression as well. So if he just polishes up his IQ, he could be a really good steal at this pick if he polishes that up.
Yeah, he's one for me where it's like I don't think he understands. I don't think he has an identity, Jay. Right? I think it's one of his issues. He doesn't really have an identity to what he is. But there is runway there and some intrigue in terms of his puck movement. And again, sometimes he will flash a play where you're like, I did not know you had that in you. How did you see that weak side backdoor option through multiple layers of coverage? So Ryan Brown, this was one of Mark Edwards' dark horses of this class. Do you see him in his -1, Drew Brown?
No, I saw him this year, and So a little bit on Sarnia. I didn't see him in London, but yeah, solid, quick little player. I know Mark and I had a quick conversation about him, and yeah, definitely a Mark Edwards guy here. And
again, I mean, he got much better in London. Once he got to London, he became like real good. He's a hard worker. He has some talent, but like nothing crazy. But
he's talented.
He opens up his game more in London.
Yeah, and he works hard. Like he's like, I think in the 5th round, that's a great pick by Dallas. So, and if Mark comes in later on, he will for sure talk about him. So,
Brad.
Yeah, there it is.
This is your guy.
Just to push on Brown a little bit, like really impressive down low around the net area. Like I remember one play he made, it was like a Slavkovsky style bank pass to himself below the net area and went right through a defenseman and then made this off look, or I should say no look, multi-directional handing play where he set up his teammate right across the goal line. It was like, whoof. Brown, when he's playing up to his ability, really does have some dynamic moments and flashes. I remember Mark said that one major issue was just the open ice power, the power output.
Mark just texted me. He said high in skill, just small in skating issue. So that's
the skating and open ice, but the talent level is surprising. Like he really, the hands are very impressive, and the vision's very impressive too. That brings us to
hold on. I will quickly answer a few questions.
Yeah.
We don't know this player, so sorry.
Lechner.
It was not a good. It actually happened. Florent was drafted by Utah. Yeah. So go on, Brad.
Sure. So Domen Zongot, this is a huge moment for Hungarian hockey. First Hungarian-born player drafted in the last, I believe, 24 years. Last one was 2002, I believe. Somebody, maybe history, check me on that one. That said, so this kid falls in the Adam Anderson camp, who was taken there a bit ago, who's a big, naturally big center who has a high level of intelligence, 200-foot game, good vision. That's where Zongoth has some overlap. Like plays a 200-foot game. Could theoretically specialize on a penalty kill as long as his skating gets up to par. The reason he fell the 5th round is because of the sluggish nature of his skating. Mechanics are poor. The A to B isn't as good, especially when it comes to his acceleration out of the gate. Once he gets going, it's okay. And held at the World Championship level to give all of you an idea. The big thing with him is like he follows the Anderson camp in so many ways because Anderson, very limited production in J20. Usually that indicates they're not playing, but we think he can still play. With Zongoth, it's similar for me because he actually had poor production at the U20 SARU level. But then when you pull that, you peel back the layers, you watch him play, you're like, this player is like very impressive in terms of his maturity, his structure, his attention to detail, his commitment, his effort level. He has softer hands than I expected when I first saw him. He could see the ice relatively well. He can make his team better in a lot of different areas. He might be a very good 4th line center that's above replacement level. And I know for a lot of you are like, 4th liner, does that really matter? If you get an above replacement 4th line center who can kill penalties for you in playoffs, you will take that in the 5th round all day. You will run to the podium for that, for sure.
Okay.
Quickly on Jacob Van Ven, that's another London night. It says Kamoko, but he was traded to London at the deadline, got about 8 games in here. So that's another London night going here.
Interesting. I don't think I've ever heard Mark even mention him.
Yeah, he only played 8 games. He played in Kamoko in the Gouge, but yeah, he got traded. I can't remember who traded him. He played in the Gouge last 2 years. He was Kamoko and St. Thomas, but he played Elgin Middlesex as well. Shout out to Ryan Yessie there, former Elgin Middlesex coach. I don't think he coached him though, but another London night. So
pipeline of Finn's coaching in Hungary started 20 years ago.
Oh, interesting. Okay, didn't know that. That's good to know. That's it's interesting seeing these secondary nations start to really develop, like Czechia with their goaltending system. I remember they really revamped and kickstarted it about 10 years ago, and now look at the returns it's yielding. Germany, look at some of the stars coming through Germany, and it took them time to get there, and now we're seeing that, and hopefully more secondary nations like Hungary, and hopefully even smaller ones like Estonia and Poland and Croatia. Hopefully we start seeing a bit more European talent being drawn into those out of those systems.
A few guys that have like fall. Frollo not being picked yet.
That's surprising. Yeah.
Lars Steiner.
I was thinking about. Yeah.
Oh my God! I forgot about the keg. Nicknamed the keg.
Toronto just picked Cooper Williams here from Saskatoon. Not a bad pick at this point because we're taking a lot of flyers down this point. He's an intelligent 2-way center out of Saskatoon, 200-foot responsible centerman. So Doesn't have the high compete that Toronto's actually focused in on a little bit so far this draft, but he is smart. Outside driven player though, in the offensive zone. He does have success gaining the middle of the ice, but he doesn't have a high success rate. Heavy pass first, so he can definitely be predictable at times. With his intelligence, he does find soft ice though. He's going to have to continue doing that in areas like the slot, and gain some weight because he can get pushed around a little bit by some stronger defensemen. But the best part about his offense is definitely the playmaking. So another pretty good pick here for Toronto. He was also pretty good on the faceoff dot as well. So if you're looking for him to slide in that probably fourth line center role, fourth line centers have to win faceoffs. So not bad. Oh, and then we got Will McLaughlin. Oh my gosh, going to Vegas, running on dub now. So yeah, Will McLaughlin, I did not have much time for him to start the year, but he definitely had a lot of guys in the dub this year had some really good curves. Smart, can skate as well. He makes good reads, whether the puck's on his stick or not. He definitely has the intelligence that can get him to the next level. He's still very raw. He can walk the blue line well. And offensively from the point, he can get open, even if the coverage is very high or very tight, up high in the offensive zone. In the defensive zone, he's very patient. He doesn't rush things. He's pretty poised, confident with the puck as well, and breaks out of the zone well, either from either a good pass or skating the puck out himself. He does need to be more physical. I think that's the biggest for him, is rounding out his game with some physicality, adding a little bit of an edge, or not a little bit, a lot of an edge. But he still plays a soft game. His IQ does help him kind of fill in the gaps and take away some lanes. Another guy committed to Colorado College. I believe he's going next season. And that should hopefully help him build some more strength and get better on those physical battles there.
Oops, sorry. That was... Okay. What do we have here? So the fifth round is done. So we got 2 more to go, guys. We'll survive, I think.
It's been moving quicker.
I like you're optimistic.
It's been moving quicker than the 4th round.
Yeah.
Yeah, end of the 5th was moving a little quicker. Let's hope we keep that pace.
Yeah, hopefully not too many trades. So we could start looking team by team. Since we're done the 5th, we could start doing a bit of a recap as we simultaneously hit the 6th and 7th team.
Okay. We'll start with at the top, I guess.
We're relying on, remember?
No, because NHL.com is so stupid. You can't just pick all rounds.
Right, it has to be the round. That's going to be tricky for us.
Yeah.
Okay, check quickly on.
Maybe not.
Sarah.
I have to use another website for this.
Yeah, I'm looking to see what we can find.
I'll find something. Just maybe talk about something different until I.
Okay, I'll let you look. Yeah, fire away some questions, everybody. This will be the time to do it. We'll answer anything you got.
What?
By all means. Overall, I'd say, Jerome, not a crazy amount of disparity or discrepancy between what we feel in this draft relative to what we're seeing here get drafted. Not too many players left on our board at this stage.
Okay, got it.
And some teams have done really well. Some of you guys should be really excited. Some fantastic San Jose, phenomenal draft. Boston's had a very good draft.
Toronto's done well.
Toronto's had a pretty solid draft. Vancouver.
San Jose.
Vancouver.
First round.
I think Vancouver's had one of the best draft. I legitimately think it's the best draft Vancouver's ever had. Minus obviously when they got the Sedin twins together in '99.
Okay, I got it. So
perfect.
Anaheim draft. We'll start with Anaheim.
Sure.
Klepov, Normark, Kurtz, Preston. So they went with lots of skill.
Skill and more skill. All the skill. Didn't care.
I mean, some greedy depth guy with Trzynski and Forsar, but Klepov, Neumark, Preston, that's skill wise, that's three of the more talented player in the class. So those are they are a good value pick for Anaheim. Doesn't mean they're gonna end up playing for Anaheim, because you look at their top 6, top 9, it's pretty
solidified,
yeah. So those guys might at some point being used as trade chips or.
Jerome, we never talked about this. Do you know what's interesting is I find Marcus Normark has kind of a similar profile in some ways to Maxi Massey that they drafted in the second round a bit ago. Natural dual threat, very talented, not a great pace to him, can leave you lacking consistency wise, especially with the lack of physical game. I think there's a bit of overlap.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Normark is more talented, better skating.
Yeah.
But Massey never really pissed me off with his compete like Normark did this year. Right. I mean, not many players ever have pissed me off more than Normark.
Yeah, the pace is huge for us, everybody. And when you see a player who lacks pace, we tend to really drop them. There's so many examples of players who lack pace where it's a high correlation that they don't play, regardless of talent. That's one of the many reasons Nordmark is way down relative to where Anaheim took him. The other is off ice. We can't really talk about that, but let's just say not Viggo Bjork levels of psychological profile. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Mathis Preston, super wild card. If he hits, you're talking about Daniel Sprong meets Anthony Duclair meets, a little bit of Martin Nietzsche, honestly. That's obviously the highest possible end of that. But Preston's a super wild card in this class. He's very, very raw. Does not understand how to play the game at this stage in his development, but tremendous runway, skating, handling ability in transition. His entry rates for 60, some of the top in this class. Mechanically very gifted shooter, but doesn't score that often because of what Jay Brad talked about, where in my pretty big shot sample, he shot 38% of his shots to the lowest danger possible points on the ice, more of a trick shooter, which is why we characterize him with Daniel Sprong. But then he can occasionally drive inside, use his skating, and take over games. Like Duclair, when Duclair's playing up to his ability in his prime there, peak years of Duclair, he would use his skating and handling combination, just cut right through defenses. And that is something theoretically Preston could do in spades down the road. It's just all about trying to streamline him a bit, change his operational handling rate so he's more inside driven, cuts through hands correctly, which he's very poor at doing right now. And just, what's interesting, he does play larger than his size at times. He can really hip check aggressively and make some physical plays. You're like, wow, I didn't think that he would have it in him. And he does. So if he could develop that might really help his floor long term, which is something Anaheim might be betting on here.
Yeah, I think overall that's a good class for Anaheim. Obviously Klepov is the star of that class, but Preston, if he figures it out, he's not going to make us look good. Trzynski has a chance to play. Forsar has a chance to play. So yeah, I like that.
Good scouts. They know how to scout. Anaheim has a good scouting department. We've seen that time and time again. They're really built for the future. Everybody here who's an Anaheim fan should be pretty excited. Klepov is the real deal. He is an incredibly dynamic player. I had him very high at one point. But one of the most intelligent and dynamic offensive talents in this draft by far.
Well, Boston. Look at Boston. Two Russian, two Swede.
Yeah, I like their class more than some others that they've had. Yuri Ivanov is my massive miss. I'm gonna not be happy with that for a very long time. The only saving grace for me is when the fan of Spartak messaged me before the draft, messaged me a couple of days ago and told me, hey, like I saw this kid 5 games live and I saw his name and I was like, oh no, I forgot to go back. And I really did forget to go back since November. And he was the youngest goalie in the draft. And then when I saw him at the end of the season, I realized very quickly I was in a lot of trouble. Like very impressive with what I saw. Extremely well-rounded. Technically much more efficient at this stage in his development relative to Borochev, which is, I think, the reason he was drafted ahead of him. Not as athletically gifted, nor near as dexterous with his hip rotation and hip line extensions as Borochev, but still a very good athlete in his own right. Very intelligent goalie. I really like that pick. That can go a long way for Boston. They needed a high-end goalie in their system. They got one. Niels Bartholzen, we're not as high on. You're always hoping for what they already have there in Victor Arvidsson emerging. But again, it comes down to the pace, motor, skating combination. Is that elite? If it's not, then it's extremely unlikely this player type holds. Bartholzen is a solid skater, good motor, but not past that point. And then again, the sense he needs to learn how to play with more structure. He's too much of a one-man show. Too much of a possession driver where he needs to become more of a operational complement to a line much like Kokov, who is their next pick there. Matvei Kokov has the structure that Bartholzen lacks, but he is a very gifted mechanical shooter, pretty close, I'd say, Jerome the Shake Shack there in terms of the shooting potential.
Yeah, he's a good shot. Yeah.
He has a good shot, and he can pass a puck, and he can do a whole lot of good. He could end up a very interesting top 9 utility forward with good secondary offense. And then Oscar Olsen, who's a raw, athletic player who's very, very good at finding backdoor options in high danger areas, and just needs to develop a secondary and skill set. So, some good parts to Boston here.
Okay, let's move on. Buffalo Sabres.
Tons of picks too for Buffalo there.
Well, not that much.
No, I thought they had way more than this. Okay,
Rudolph, Morozov, Mornix. So, I mean, honestly, like you look at after Rudolph, it's 3 depth center that they took. Like they could end up playing this if they all of them play in the NHL. They all playing the same role. You could argue Morozov maybe he's a third line center.
Yeah, maybe you might be able to get Morozov up into a top 6 if you put him as the third player on that line and you get him to just do all the grease, all the dirty havoc generation. Maybe you could get that.
I don't know. You're not.
it's a long projection. I'm willing to bet they think that though. They took him at 20. I'm willing to bet they think they might be able to keep him. Well, look at it from this perspective. Look what they have, right? So you got Ostlund there. He's small. You got Benson. He's small. Jack Quinn, not the tallest player. Not built well, but not an overly large player either. Also, they have any other smaller forwards that?
I mean, Elenius.
Elenius is small. That's right. But he's a strong kid for his size. But he is short. He's short. You're right. So I feel like it makes sense from a philosophy perspective where it's like we need to bring in a monster who generates the havoc and protects the team. So from that perspective, Morozov makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Should we talk about Rudolph a bit more?
Well, sure. Go. I mean, you want me to talk about him?
Yeah. I'm talking a lot here. You talked to maybe Jay Brad.
I mean, we talked about him last night, but like he's a pure offensive defenseman. We don't like his skating as much, his defense as much, his compete as much. So a bit high for us at number 4, but you know, if he becomes anything close to Evan Bouchard,
they'll take it.
I'll take it. Although it's tough becoming Evan Bouchard when you don't play PP1 because Rasmus Dahlin is there. So, but that's.
Do you think that might be attributed to the fact they know how long it's going to take him developmentally?
I think they got the 4th pick, but they were thinking, we're going to trade that pick. And then they couldn't get a deal done with either Alabuck, Matthew Nice, whoever.
Someone else, and they're just like.
So they're like, we're just going to pick whoever we think is the best. And maybe at some point.
You can tell it's a BPA pick, for sure.
Could be
because structurally it makes.
Could be an option for a trade at some point.
Right.
Depending, like their D squad, like their D core is
Stacked.
yeah. So
It's massive and stacked. They're very,
like they
very
lost Bowen Byram, and they're like, well, whatever. You know,
Zellweger.
yeah, replacing with Zellweger was
Replacement,
younger,
yeah.
cheaper.
Yeah.
They're not gonna miss a whole lot, I think, and
No.
that probably get Owen Power play even bigger minutes offensively with no Byram.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's it for Buffalo. Let's move on to next
Lars Steiner just got picked here by St. Louis.
Oh, here we go. And it's of course St. Louis drafts Lars Steiner.
And I got to log off for a sec, but I'll be back on in probably about 20, 30 minutes.
Okay.
Sounds good.
See you in a bit, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to Calgary.
We'll get back to the picks soon, everyone. Don't worry. Once there's a cluster of picks, we'll get back to them.
Well, yeah, we'll do 2 more teams and then we'll go back.
Okay.
So yeah, a lot of picks here. Holy smoke!
Wow, Calgary. Yeah, Calgary.
Carrolls, Extall, Arrington, Treshball, Shakislamov, Iginla, Barabanov, Katolici. So yeah, that's a lot of picks.
A lot of different player types, huh? Like so many. They took some range in this class. You got everything here. You got dynamic, diminutive type of center Barabanov, a monster forechecking beast in Katolici if he can play, small sniper in Iginla, raw, extremely toolsy, potential top 9 power play 2 option is Shaq Islamov. You have arguably the best goalie in this class in Trable. You have one of those types of grinding sandpaper, plays bigger than his size, playoff bound Chase Harrington style players. Jack Hextall, 200-foot cerebral center with some runway. And then Carson Carrolls, who is, in our estimation, one of the best, if not the best defenseman in this class, who can play in the top pair and do absolutely everything. So they went for every single possible role they're looking to cover here.
Yeah, that's a lot of players. Obviously the Carrolls pick is awesome. Treshball is also awesome pick at 42.
Phenomenal pick. Yeah.
Shakislavov, I mean, God.
Wildcard.
Yeah, wildcard. I mean, he could be a top 9 forward. We'll see. I think our big question was the sense, the hockey sense with him. We mentioned that in this draft there's a lot of very young player, September birthday, and he's one of them.
True.
And at 16, he scored 20 goals in the NHL, which is, that's pretty damn good,
especially at his age.
Yeah, and this year obviously he missed like almost 3 months. So when he came back, it was a bit of a up and down performance by him until the end of the year. Even his ice time was sometimes very up and down. But he's toolsy, so you're betting on his tools here that it's going to work out. Barabanov in 4th round, 100. That's a good pick.
Tons of talent.
Yeah. So I don't know where he's going next year. Like, is he turning pro or he's going college? I forgot. So I'm also very tired. So my brain is not working as well as usual.
Yeah. I will give J. Brad this though. Chase Harrington, like, I didn't have much time for him when I was watching him, but J. Brad saw him a lot more than us. And I will say, like, I went back to the drawing board just before for everybody listening for this to just be able to comment more on him. And there's more soft skill elements than I expected from my personal viewings. So the catch and release is a lot softer than I expected. The handle is a puck a bit better than I first. That's like, I feel like if we honed in on him more, we would have had him closer to not as high as Calgary, but probably in between Calgary here.
Yeah, so like they took him 36. That means he's in their top 32.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, 100%.
So I was expecting a lot more from him this year. And I kind of like stopped my viewings after the first half because I was like, I don't see a lot of skills, and the skating is a bit a drawback. So I was like, he's definitely not. I thought it was like he's definitely not going to be Carter Bear this year in WHL. But maybe should have gone back to him in the second half of the season. But just
yeah, it's the problem that we do have a small staff, and we like to keep it that way. It's easier to communicate and cross over together, but at the same time, this is where things get a bit tricky.
We have a high standard of scouts. That's why our staff is small. We don't have, we don't have 35, 40 scouts on the staff.
No,
it's like we have a high standard, and if you can't keep up scouting wise or work ethic, just you can't, you can't be with hockey prospect.
It makes it difficult sometimes, though. We do miss occasionally some players, and Harrington might be one of them as a result.
Yeah,
of it, but.
Yeah. Okay, we'll do one more team, and then we'll go back to the actual draft. Carolina, Stanley Cup champ.
Right.
So, Hackinson, Sorensen. So you know what is shocking here?
Mm-hmm.
No Russian.
You're right. Wow, is this the first draft in like legitimately
ever
taking a Russian with their pick? Wow, that is super rare for them.
Yeah.
That also speaks to the lack of Russian depth in this class.
Yeah, like the actual Russian in the MHL.
Not many.
Yeah. I mean, some of them should be drafted. We have two pretty high on the list that are still not drafted. So like Matiev and Saposnikov. So those are the two. But yeah, I mean, Atkinson, great value. Sorensen, if he can actually
total wild card,
like commit to this.
If he commits to hockey and he's comfortable leaving his environment and he's willing to come overseas and really develop into a pro.
That's a top 32 pick potential, right?
100%. That's a high swing, high reward, and they can make that type of pick. They have a very good prospect pool as is. Like they even as Stanley Cup champs, they still got some depth there, so they can make a swing like that. Especially like the way they did it was the right way. Hakanson, extremely high floor, and then you swing, and that's what they did. Extremely high floor.
So Lancer, I think Jay Brad talked about him during the stream. So I don't know him as much as Jay Brad. So if you guys want to know about him, just go back and listen to what Jay Brad said about him. Birchall, I'm not crazy about him. I think if he plays, he's a fourth line defensive forward. But I don't think he plays. The goalie, Brad, you mentioned him. They drafted another goalie, Zachary Jovanovski.
Yeah, this was expected. Yeah, expected to get taken very late. I literally on the goaltending video in a comment, I said, somebody asked me about Jovanovski. I said between 5 and 7 is where he'll go.
Yeah.
Similar to Jan Laris, Jerome, in some ways. And Jan Laris has not been selected yet, which is interesting. Lascelles is still not selected yet either. Is that right?
I'm checking here.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I think, honestly, out of anything goaltending-wise that happened today, I am shell-shocked that Proskurin, Fedorov go before Lascelles. That is unbelievably surprising to me.
Carter Casey also not picked, by the way.
That's less surprising to me than Lascelles. But yes, you're right. Like Carter Casey's probably getting selected really late.
Okay.
Yeah, so just Jovanovski, should I just wait until we go back? I guess I'll break down.
Yeah, sure. We'll go back.
See what's there.
Yeah, let me restream this, but where am I? Okay. Okay. 6th round. We're back.
Here we go.
Oh, Fedoseyev.
Interesting.
Yeah, not we're not a big fan of this player, but
I mean, we're talking really low floors now, 6th round, so
yeah.
Guaranteed some warts.
Yeah. I'm surprised he would go before, Matiev. Let's put it this way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah. I mean, like, let's talk, like, pretty good in transition, more than, like, he doesn't project to be a power play quarterback. Obviously, he wouldn't be in the 6 if he was, but he does have secondary skill. there is like some sneaky secondary skill to Fedoseyev's game, raw as well. In terms of like, I think there's more developmental runway there in terms of defensive game. Obviously, he needs some polish. Learning to just play within his system is going to help him a lot. So, but there's some untapped potential there that I could see Toronto betting on.
Yeah, Andre Mondu is a big physical D from the OHL. We had conversation about him this year with Mark, but he did not make our list at the end. I think it's his second year eligible too. So, what else do we have here?
Ole Palme, the Vexo defenseman. Palme was at the U18s.
Yeah. You can talk about Jovanovski if you want.
Sure. So I'll just touch on Palme first. Like, you're looking at kind of a more bland style, type of, vanilla style player where not a ton of pop, not any sort of dynamism to it in any way, but you're hoping that one day he could be a third pairing player who just has efficiency rates that are above replacement level. Essentially, needs to work on his skating too. It's not bad, but it certainly mechanically there's some refinement there. But didn't look out of place at the U18s and didn't look out of place in league play either when he was playing. He could adapt to his line mates well, adapt to his partner well. Jovanovski. So yeah, Jovanovski, very technically refined in some areas. Very good at maintaining seals while laterally shifting. Structured, very good at maintaining the center line of his net. Very little in terms of lateral overflow because his edge work is so good. The big issue with him and why I said he falls in the Jan Laris category is that they are not very gifted athletes in certain areas. With Laris, it's more the extension rate and the rate of recovery. With Jovanovski, it's the lateral explosiveness. He does not have when he loads off of his lead leg, there's just not a ton of power whatsoever. And I know for some of you listeners, he could develop that. You're right, but then sometimes there's a goalie like Kirill Grosimiuk, who I bet on developing lateral power, and he didn't. So it depends. It depends. We should probably talk about Viho Vanatola, Florida, Jerome.
Yeah, hockey sense to be is the reason why he goes a bit lower. Big kid, big shot, but didn't really produce that much this year, honestly. With that tools, his tool that is his shot, that's a bit of a alarming, not red flag, but it's like he should produce a lot more with that shot. Maybe it's more of a Tapera issue where Cattolici didn't produce.
Didn't develop, yeah.
Even Sovento when he went back in the playoff didn't produce. So
that's true. That's a good point.
I don't know, but he's a big kid, big shot. It's a nice project pick, I guess, for the Panthers here. Another goalie here, Brad, with Boston.
Just to follow up with you on Vanatola, he does have a similar issue to Hemming where it takes too long for him to load his mechanics in his shot. Like his wrist shot release points they're too slow. That's one of his major issues. But he can occasionally flash like a high-end passing play. Like he'll go off the forecheck, turn a puck over, make a low to high danger passing play. We're like, ooh, that's actually translatable. Other times on the power play, he'll make weak side lateral setups that you do not think he has in him. So Vanatola is an interesting long-term project who could play a north-south power game with secondary offensive elements if things go right. Roberto Henriquez. So, first of all, congrats to Mr. Henriquez, who was, remember last season, he was asking or he was commenting on his son there in one of our videos. This player has a phenomenal skating base. He's one of the best skaters in this class. I'm willing to bet it is one of the reasons Boston drafted him. My massive issue with Henriquez is that he's not very big, and I don't love his extension rates much like Fedorov. They are better than Fedorov's, but not by much. And much like Carter Case, who has to overhaul his set stance, Henriquez has to completely overhaul his set stance. Makes himself look much smaller in the net, needs to modify a lot of his technique still. I couldn't get there. I tried to get there. I know there's a lot of people who are really high on him. For me, I think he's just under. I think with these small goalies, like, it's interesting. I think it will come back around. Like, a lot of small goalies aren't going to translate. Like, for every Dustin Wolf, UC Saros, you get so many that don't hit. And we'll see, though. Henriquez definitely elite skater, and that is absolutely paramount to being able to translate. Jerome, fan favorite, Lars Steiner.
Well, yeah. I mean, we all. I mean, I like him. You love him. That'd be the difference. It's just there's not many guys like him in the NHL, like at his size and with that skating. Also, he's pretty much a finished product. Like how much runway does he have? Not much. So I think just the skating alone and the size skating combo, that's why he dropped in the draft. Also, he didn't have a good playoff with his junior team, like his. So that did not help his case. He's going back to Switzerland next year with Davos. So maybe maybe some team didn't like that. I don't know. So we'll see. I mean, 6th round pick, that's a great value. You never know.
For the Sticks, that's a pretty good value. I mean, like legitimate. I mean, Joel, you go off on him. He's got a shot for days.
Yeah, Joel, you want to talk about him?
He does, yeah. I really like it. Yeah, I can, yeah. So I really like to compete with this player. He's hard on the forecheck. Mark was talking earlier about players that you kind of cheer for, that they'll overcome their warts in their game, and that's kind of Steiner for me. Like, I've liked every viewing that I've had of him this season. He's hard on the forecheck. He has a good shot. He's a really good shot. But kind of like you mentioned, Jerome, just the size skating combo, and not a lot of players look like that in the NHL. So I think that's why he slides all the way down here. But I think the 6 is excellent value for him, for sure.
He has some of the best hit rates in the entire class. His hit rates are crazy. The keg does not stop barreling. He does not stop attempting to hit the opposing team. And he's more than a crash and bang player. Like he has real shot quality. You can put him on a power play too. I thought he was pretty good at the U20s, and he showed that under pressure he could really make some impressive neutral zone passes. Because for him, like when you look at him, it's like he cannot be the driver through the neutral zone, right? Like we talk about Matthew Preston being one of the best neutral zone entry rates per 60 player in this draft. Steiner's the opposite. Steiner needs help, but he can make passes under pressure, and he's going to have to do that and generate give and go sequences to actually be able to transition correctly. So I wonder if that's one of the reasons he dropped as far as he did, is just the transitional rates to him. But it's the most St. Louis pick ever. Like St. Louis is just all about power forwards that they think they can develop, and he falls right into that mold. And I mean, he was inconsistent too in the playoffs and stuff. But my goodness, like talent-wise, relative to what we're seeing here, like for sure one of the most talented players available.
Okay, next guy maybe we can talk about is Lucien Bernat, Vancouver, 6th round. Big, tall Slovakian forward. He has some talent, so you can make a case he's like as talented as anyone that goes in the 6th round. You just need to figure it out a bit more. Sometimes he looks like he should be a top 4 round pick, and other times he looks like he's a no draft. So there's a lot of consistency issue with him. He needs to figure it out, like exactly how to play like a true power forward. But he does have, like, for a 6'4" kid, he does skates, well enough, and he's got a really good shot. He needs to learn how to play like a true, pro power forward game. But 6th round, that's not a bad pick at all.
It's all talent right now. You bet on talent. You get Burnett, you get Steiner, you get Kostov. These are pretty good players in terms of talent. Just to reiterate Jerome's point there, like with Burnett, if he learns how to play the right way and be more efficient with what he is, he could really do some damage because he does have good release. Like we talked about Venetola just then. Burnett is a much more naturally gifted shooter at this stage and has similar size. He has difficulty understanding exactly what he's supposed to be doing with the puck on his stick in the offensive zone. So that's why he fell.
Okay, Joel, Nashville takes Benjamin Cossette-Ayotte from Val-d'Or. You want to talk about him a bit here?
Yeah, so high pick in the Q draft. I like him. Like he's a dependable two-way defenseman. The problem here is that there's not really a big path for specialization. Like he doesn't really have any offensive upside, and he lacks a lot of physical ability. Like he's not very physical. He doesn't body check that much. I feel like if he were more physical, I'd be a lot higher on him. But and also I think the skating's a little bit overrated. Like I feel like sometimes he can struggle with his change of direction, and he can get beat wide by faster forwards. So that's kind of my view on Cassette Ayot. I think that he's good at a lot of stuff, but he's not great at really anything, and that because of that, I have a hard time seeing how he'll fit into an NHL lineup one day.
Yeah, he's a bit vanilla to
Yeah.
me, and I can't stand vanilla players. So.
Yeah.
So and he also, I don't think he really progressed since coming out of the Q draft. Like he was the second overall pick, and he was just like,
Yeah.
he's fine, but like nothing more than that. In the last 2 years, like in our viewings, it was like he's fine, but not enough here for me.
Yeah.
Samuel Eriksson to Vancouver, big 660. He's the same profile as like Eric Frossard, Theodore Knights, but those kids are a bit more talented than him. So this kid puck skills is very, below average. But he's 6'6". He's not a bad mover out there. He's physical. So yeah, that's pretty much what he is. He's a depth. If everything goes right, he's a depth D who plays physical. But he's definitely a project out of Sweden, but not a terrible, not an awful pick in the sixth round for Vancouver. Brad, you want to talk about Jonas Wu with Columbus here?
A couple guys here. So I'll talk about Kostov first, Jerome. Alex Kostov got selected there. I remember, too, there was a question about Kostov, why he's not gone yet. So Kostov is actually pretty intriguing. Like, he has good frame. He has a very good slap shot, and he did a ton of damage at the bottom of the circles, especially on the power play. You give him time and space, he can snipe pucks to the far side of the net. The big thing with him is, like, the way he operates, he likes to handle the puck and drive coming off the walls and then move east-west a lot. The problem with that, he's not a great skater. So I'm like mechanically not so gifted athletically. And that means that some of the way he operates in the offensive zone is going to have to be augmented and modified in order to actually translate. But he's not a dumb hockey player. He can pass the puck. He can make his teammates better. He can defend relatively well, like some good stick instincts. Doesn't use his frame as often as I would like at the consistency rates necessary. And as an overager, you would like to see the scoring rates be consistent across the season, and they weren't. He flatlined in the second half, which is one of the reasons he dropped. But for a 6th-round pick, I think LA got very good value. And I know Mark talked about this last night, but it's again, we talk about draft philosophy. LA always looks to go back into the OHL. They're very comfortable drafting out of the OHL, and that's what they've done here with Alex Kostov. And that brings us to Jonas Wu, who we mentioned there. Thought he would go in the 7th instead of the 6th, but there's a reason he did get drafted. He is a dynamic, small, super-style rover offensive defenseman who is extremely tenacious. So on pay, like you hear that, you're like, wow, that sounds pretty interesting. He can skate, way better offensive instincts than his brother, better processing rates than his brother, better skating in some areas. He's more nimble than his brother, obviously much smaller. But it really comes down to structure. Like the reason Thomas Galvez did not get drafted in his initial draft season was like kind of inverse of Jonas Wu. So like he could play with a tremendous amount of structure, but the secondary offense wasn't at the minimum threshold to get drafted, where it started to develop an extra liga, which is uncommon, which is why he's such a weird and bizarre anomaly of a prospect, but one that Pittsburgh believes in and one that I had ranked quite highly as well. Where with Jonas Wu, he has no structure. So the opposite of Galvez in his initial draft season. This player only thinks the game like a fourth forward. He is constantly looking to activate, constantly look to join the rush, constantly looking to pinch. And like, don't get me wrong, his production on Medicine Hat is spectacular, but that's because the system was perfect for that type of translation. Where with the NHL in the playoff series, you look at how he operates, he has to completely modify his game. The bet is for Columbus that they can teach him how to positionally put himself in the right areas defensively, time himself a little better with his activation rates, quiet his game down in the right areas, and then allow that physical base to take over. Because again, this kid's a firecracker on this. Like he will actually be extremely tenacious and really try to go on top of players. So that's the bet I think Columbus is taking. It's very interesting swing, and it comes back to the philosophy of what we talked about, where you're in the 6th round, go with the kids with the most talent. That is exactly what Columbus has done here with Wu.
Okay. Dylan Dumont from Drummondville. Joel, you want to touch on him? Buffalo gets him 188 here.
Yeah, just quick on him. He had a great second half of the season. He's kind of found a bit of a scoring touch in the second half there. He's good hands. He scores a lot of his goals. A lot of his offense is produced in tight in front of the net. I wish he had more of a B game. Like I wish he was better, like defensively, more engaged. I wish he was more physical, something like that. Because I don't think he has enough offense to like really translate into an offensive role in the NHL. So it'd be easier to project him to the NHL if he actually if he was physical or very reliable on the defensive side of the puck. He's not terrible defensively, but he's just not the greatest, I guess. But he did get drafted here because of his second half, because he improved pretty steadily throughout. He was a rookie this year in the Q too, so it took him a while to really get things going. But in the second half, he was much stronger and became more of a scoring threat for Drummondville.
Yeah, I mean he's a late pick. Watching him, it felt like he was just a good junior player to me, like going to be a good player in the queue. I'm open to be wrong, and maybe he surprised me, next year with like a big season, and then maybe I can change a bit my perception of him as a player. So it looks like the draft is stalled a bit here. So maybe I'll go through the chat. Maybe we have some questions that I didn't see yet. So let me see if we have any questions. I asked people on Twitter if they have any questions, so maybe we'll have a few more questions. Okay, bear with me here. Someone is asking about Niko Novic. Brad, do you notice? I'm assuming it's a goalie.
Niko Novic?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No. Okay. Never.
How do I spell it?
Well, I can put it on the screen, but
do that for me. Nikonovic. No, I don't know who that is.
Okay. Next.
There are goalies I could talk about there. A couple selected. Speaking of goalies. Oh, he's Belarusian. Interesting. Oh, he's drafted by Pittsburgh. Who are you? Oh, he's in Lattice system. Okay, I have seen him. I would need my notes, though. I have not seen him in ages either. No,
it's okay. Like,
Minchuk, I can talk about a bit. Like transformer in the net, looks like Optimus Prime. Extremely big, very blocky. I don't think he has the dexterity and the nimble aspect. Like I feel like he's a goalie who, when things get in tight on him with dynamic players, I think that his rate of recovery is really going to die down. That's why he's off our list. But he had a very good year in Kingston, very successful year as an overager. Not a dumb goalie by any stretch, and he's a massive. When he's in his butterfly, good luck. If he gets out in front of the play, you're not scoring on him.
Yeah.
Stepan Jordan?
I mentioned the draft was stalled. It was because there was a trade. So I believe Carolina have traded this pick to Anaheim for the rights of John Carlson.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
That's a good question early on our chat, but I can't find it. It was about pace, and it was very scouting nerdy. But
bring it to us.
Yeah, I can't find it.
So whoever asked it, re-ask it for us. If you're here.
Okay, got it. Is pace a good indicator of character and work ethic?
That's a good question. Yes. So The psychological profile, like if you don't know what they're like off ice, but you see a high pace, high competitive player who plays above his size, willing to take hits to make plays, seems like a high character player who communicates with his teammates well. Usually, that absolutely directly translates to their work ethic off the ice. Usually, it's a pretty darn good indicator. It is one of the reasons that Marcus Normark is nowhere near where Anaheim took him for us. It's another indicator. The pace is poor, and then that immediately correlated and translated to the off-ice concerns as well. Yeah, but it is the most underrated aspect of scouting in a lot of circles. Like the pace is everything, especially when you have to weigh it relative to the toolkit of the player you're looking at. Like the smaller a defender, like Tommy Blale, we love him. But the one area he's got to really improve is his pace of play off the puck in his own zone. He's got to move his feet more. He's got to learn to use his skating base more often. Pace is everything to these smaller forwards and defensemen.
Yeah. I mean, not everyone has to play with like a crazy high pace, but you need to.
Yeah. The bigger you are, the less pacey you got to be because you got the wingspan. You have other elements to you, Dmitry Voronkov in Columbus, right? Driving Columbus coach crazy, but not a high-paced player, but he still can do a whole lot for you, right? Because he's a monster, 6'5", 240, just fight and do all sorts of other stuff.
Yeah. Okay, 7th round is starting. Hopefully some of our guys go here. Not the right Russian, though.
I am not going to get drafted. Is this going to happen? Who do we got to call? Who do we got to call? That's crazy. He's not getting drafted. Like -1, he was in the KHL, like actually held in his limited minutes. 6'5", 230 monster. It's amazing.
Yeah. Well,
we'll see though. This is the top of the 7th. There's still time. Who else is our BPAs, Jerome?
Our BPA is him. It's Saposnikov. It's Frollo. It's Milo Sidorny, the big rig defenseman from the Q.
Right.
I like.
Mm-hmm. Maybe remember how Simon St. Laurent told us that with Frollo he was a bit worried because he was not invited to the combine?
Oh, maybe.
He said there might have been off-ice issues as a result. Like maybe that's a telling sign that there's off-ice something. I mean, he should be gone. Why is Frollo in the 7th round? He should be gone.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm definitely not as high on him as Simon or even you. But
I am as a 5th rounder. So
yeah. I mean, we ranked him like 72, so that's like a
6th, 7th.
Yeah.
6th, 7th round, yeah.
6th, 7th round value. So Joel, another guy from the Q, Sean Cartier to Colorado, 195.
Yeah, so he can be he's a decent offensive player, but what I really like about his game is that he can be a bit of an agitator out there, and he can really get under the other team's skin, and he's always involved in scrums. He plays really hard. He's not a big guy, obviously, but I don't hate going for him at this spot because I think that he brings something that I really like, and that's kind of physical meanness, agitation, and so I'm a fan of him for that for sure.
So he went undrafted last year.
He did, yeah.
Picked this year. I think he committed to a NCAA school, so I don't know if he's going next year or in 2 years. But this kid was a good player coming out of the Q draft.
6th overall by Moncton, I think.
Yeah, so Moncton took him, then they traded him to Halifax in a big trade. So yeah, that's an okay pick in the 7th round. Jasper Kuda, finally.
That's a pick. That's a heck of a pick in the 7th. I can't believe it. In the 7th.
So Dallas taking him. Yeah,
that's a great pick by Dallas. That's for sure one of our BPAs. Like big, strong, very intelligent center. I mean, I get it from the perspective, like it's his overage season and there's still work to be done with his skating, and he can take a bit too long to generate the plays he wants to make. But when he's playing up to his ability, this is a very intelligent center who can make some very impressive passing plays around the net area, make his teammates better. He can battle. He can do he was the U20s. I thought he was a pretty good role player there. Like, he's a depth player for sure, which is why he's taken in the 7th. But I think that's pretty sneaky hidden value by Dallas there.
You see that? Like, I just look at the bottom.
Oh yeah,
Montreal 3 picks in the last 4.
Okay, hang on. I guarantee you one of those picks is Lassell. William Lassell's got to go to Montreal with one of those last picks.
They have not drafted a local kid yet, so I'm assuming in the 7th round.
It's got to happen. It's got to happen. Yeah.
It's a great story too. Like, for those who don't know, like, he's, I think, 95% deaf in one ear and 50% deaf in the other ear. And he's still, like, really damn good at stopping pucks.
Yeah.
He's our fifth ranked goalie.
Yeah, him as a 3rd rounder.
Let's just look at the goalie list that we have.
Nelson Wolf we had as a 2nd rounder, and he went in the 7th, and I was sweating. I was like, oh god.
Our top 15 ranked goalie, they're all gone except Lassell, who was 5, Carter Casey, who was 10, and then Laris, who was 14.
Right.
Yeah. I would think Lassell might go to Montreal here.
And that means 14 is a 7th rounder. Casey, you're talking about more 6th rounder, 5th, 6th rounder.
Yeah. Oh, the big
Tamu went.
The big Emmett
touch on
just went. Yeah. Tamu. Yeah, he's a big kid.
Monster kid.
Yeah.
He's got the Samoan genetics, so the bone densities per pound. You can't hit him. You just get hurt if you hit him.
Yeah, you just bounce on him.
He's a wall. The kid's a wall. Absolute unit.
He actually played well until the Olympic tournament this year. Like, I didn't know what that was, but I thought he was not bad at all. William Sorbrand to Sweden. I've heard about this kid, but
is he the Danish kid?
No, I don't think he's Danish. They're saying Swedish here, but I was told to watch this player early on this year, and I never got to it. which happens sometimes.
Oh no, he's Swedish. My bad. He is. Oh yeah, this is a player.
Oh my god.
Well, something's happening. We're missing.
Alexander Karmanov, 7'1".
Of course, San Jose too. Zhao Jiwang, Karmanov, bring crazy risk. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, he played after season, I guess, in North Bay. So obviously, it's a project pick. The skating looks hideous. But he's 7'1", so we've never seen a player like this before.
He grew up in Moldova, right?
Yeah, and he used playing high school hockey in the States before coming to the OHL. Yeah, definitely a project pick. It's going to be, there will be a lot of media attention to it. So yeah, he has a lot of work, like the skating, the hockey sense, all of that. It needs to get better, but it's definitely a long-term project here with San Jose and him. But we'll see.
There's a cutoff point, huh? Like we talk about with goalies, the cutoff point's probably 6'7". Defenseman, we'll see. I mean, cutoff point's probably 6'8", 6'9". Like Chara was what, 6'9" and 6'11".
Yeah, Karmanov is the the tallest player ever to get drafted.
Heaviest out of the gate too, I assume. 272 at 17. That's got to be one of the heaviest kids ever.
Well, we don't know how much Dustin Buffon was at in his draft year. George Larac.
Off the wharf, stacking himself with protein. That's true.
Yeah.
I was looking for notes on William Sorbrand, and our insider in Sweden went, he's getting drafted. Look at him. So no notes, but he was right. He said he would get drafted.
Question from our buddy Simon, Brad, for you.
By all means. Oh man, German Suesdorf. Yeah, plays like a poor man's Brooks Rogowski in some ways, like athletically gifted shutdown center who's like a matchup nightmare. Good defensively, a lot of range to him. Occasionally can flash like a high-end lateral pass in transition where you're like, oh, there it is. But the problem is, like, I thought his development curve was not only flatline, but went reverse. I really didn't like his development this past season. I'm not shocked that he's not drafted, and I would be surprised if he was at this stage for me. Yeah.
All right. By the way, Simon, I'll be in our hometown in 2 weeks, so you and I are going for beer at some point.
Talk the draft.
Yeah, that's what we do usually. So
you can talk about Froyo might not be selected.
Yeah.
It might be that's on the run. I'm sure you're sweating bullets, Simon. This is getting pretty crazy. Frollo's still on the board.
I'll buy you a beer just to make it better.
Yeah.
J. Brad is back.
There it is.
How's it going?
Colin Fitzgerald to St. Louis. He was our second last ranked player on the list.
Right. Another very St. Louis type of project pick.
Yeah, not a good season for him. So a bit like Kassetayat, like a high draft pick in the OHL draft, and just like he was with the Petes in Peterborough, and now he's with the Sioux. So, but just never got going this year, honestly. So, not if you ask us in September, probably didn't expect him to go in the 7th round, but that's why you scout the player during the year.
For sure.
Yeah.
What about J. Brad? Do you want to mention Alofa Tiamo there? The
yes. Yeah, our Samoan guy. He is all compete. This guy. Edmonton has a couple really high compete defensemen, obviously with McKenzie. Sorry, I'm just trying to get back on here. Here we go. Okay. Yep. Obviously, extremely high compete. Is he the second or third defenseman picked from Samoan defense? There's not descent. There's not many. But I did expect him to get picked. Just basically, there's always a defenseman out of the dub that's all compete and all aggression that gets drafted. And this was him. He clears the net with ease because he's very heavy, very physically mature. He can isolate attackers, seal the middle because he has a very long reach. But he's not the most intelligent out there. He pinches in very bad slots. He can hold the line well, but his pinching, he's going to have to work on a lot of the reads that he makes. Not very fast, but he can change directions pretty quickly, and he has really good stamina. So he can, if he's stuck in his own end off an icing, he's fine. This kid's going to be okay. I don't know what he's using, but he's going to be good. He's got a lot of good stamina out there. Very violent and aggressive, as I mentioned. So he just erases people from the ice. I know somebody probably already has the name the Eraser, but he can be the Samoan Eraser because this kid is just this kid's big. He's mean, and I figured he'd get picked at some point.
I have to make an MMA reference because some people were asking me about why I make so many. Because I do watch a lot of mixed martial arts growing up. He's Mark Hunt on skates, I'd say. For those that know. Jerome, pretty interesting 7th round pick. Philip Novak to Columbus.
Yeah. It must be something like maybe off ice with him because the fact that he was not even part of the Czech team at the U18 when he's their best player. That was a bit of a little alarm going off in my head when I saw that. I was like, and I don't think he was at the combine either. I should check on that, but I don't think he was. And then he goes, only in the 7th round. So I mean, that could play in the Czech leagues this year for like not full time, but he got like his feet wet in that league, and he didn't do awful. So there's something with this player. There's some value here. It's definitely a good value pick in the 7th round. There's some stuff we probably don't know. Why, the Czech team didn't take him, why he goes that late in the draft, because actually the on ice product was like it's definitely top 5 round pick for us. So I don't know. This maybe just something else that we don't know why, why he's dropping, why the Czech team didn't take him. So all of that combined, that's explained a bit why he's he's a 7th round pick here for Czechia.
Yeah, really good skater, like very good skating foundation. Like he could be a potential matchup winger where you can get him killing penalties. Very good through the neutral zone. Like the handling skating combination will hold through the neutral zone. The problem is when he hits the offensive zone, he can have difficulty with his shot selection. A lot of his shots are lower percentage and he takes them at the wrong times. And then when you look at his playmaking, it needs to be a primary characteristic to be up there, but it's not. It's more secondary as well. So he's pretty raw when it comes to his offensive creation. But to Jerome's point, he played up in Czechia too. He's already had pro experience, shows a lot of pro elements. And again, the skating base is very impressive. The very good athlete. Like he can get hit off the puck, get dropped to his knees, go flying down across the ice and still make a play from his knees that most of these other kids can't make, and that really speaks to his ability to counterbalance his weight and shift, and so there could be a very unique above replacement level 4th liner that gives you specialization.
J. Brad, this kid not drafted yet. What was your take on him?
Which kid? Sorry. Oh, Landon Am. So I had him very high at the start of the year. He scored a ton to start. Goal scoring, big kid. But the compete and the body language just turned me completely off this player. I wouldn't be shocked to see him. I thought he'd go 6th, 7th round, something like that. But for me, the compete and the body language just was nowhere to be found. Just poor body language. Did not battle for pucks, did not use his size. He's like 6'4" or something. So there, I had him very high on my list to start. And he just proved me so wrong. So he had good hands, but yeah, he had 7 points in his last 20 games to finish the regular season. Very bunch scorer, only put up in short spurts. And that was what his first little bit, I think in our first meeting, I was talking about him, about how well he was scoring and the success he was having. And then it disappeared. And then it came back. And then the last 20 games, like I said, only 7 points, just completely dropped off. He'll have to really add a goal scoring touch if he wants to do something with his career. And, I like bigger players, but he just didn't have it, unfortunately.
Yeah. We did mention Frodo early on. Surprising that he's not.
It's surprising. Yeah. This is pretty late up for him.
He was good in the Finland Junior League, and I remember I don't even know if it's a 4 or 5 nation tournament anymore, but the November one, he was awesome. He was really good on the forecheck, create a lot of turnovers. Really good passer. Not much of a skater, not much of a shooter. Has some physicality. Quite often it's after the whistle, so maybe just some, anger management issue at times.
It might be it, honestly, because he does red line. He goes over the edge. He does some things he shouldn't do.
So he had a lot of penalty minutes, but yeah, it's surprising. Like I said, I'm not as high on him as Brad or friend Simon, but did a great video on him, but did not expect him to maybe go on the draft.
There has to be off ice. Yeah. There has to be off ice here with that.
Oh, for sure. Vegas taking Noel Pakarinen, finish the most finished player ever. Hardworking, honest, with some skill, but not too much, not too much talent, but maybe he ends up being a fourth line player. Every draft year, there's this Finnish prospect that look exactly like him. It's like the prototype Finnish prospect. So that's Vegas 7th round pick. Logan Stewart from the U.S. national team. Yeah, I think it's Brad Stewart's kid. So the 7th round is coming to an end soon. Good, because I'm exhausted, to be honest.
Hang in there. We're still going.
Yeah.
We just need that big trade. Hellebuck gets traded in the 7th, you know? We just need a big trade to get some momentum back here.
Yeah. Let me just lower this. So we got.
Oh, James Reaver. Oh, I thought I was
No,
thinking.
that's no. I know exactly who you're talking
exactly what I was talking about. I was like, huh.
Yeah, that's Swiss kid that plays in Sweden.
Yeah. We need Chris for some of these late USHLers.
Oh, okay. No, never mind. So we got how many picks left? 14? Yeah. 14 or 15 pick left. So
maybe we go back to breaking down teams.
Hold on. Let's see if we have any more questions.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Thanks a lot. KBT 4154. Listen, we're still like almost at 1,400 viewers. Like, that's ridiculous.
Are we actually?
Yeah.
Oh, some of you are savages.
Like a lot of, honestly, a lot from Twitter. Like, or I guess people are following the draft on Twitter, and then they have like our stream up.
Yeah.
So, hello everyone. If you can, follow us also on YouTube, where all of our content is. Yeah. But yeah, we appreciate it. We have as much people right now than we did yesterday for first round.
That is extremely surprising. I did not see that coming.
Yeah.
That's really impressive. Guys, we know you're there. Give us questions. Honestly, this is the 7th round. This is your time to drop whatever question you want on it. There are no bad questions. You will not be looking stupid. Don't worry.
Yeah, Edmonton, Ryan Cameron, the goalie. I remember him.
Oh, Cameron.
God. He was with the U.S. national team.
Right. I'm trying to remember him. I don't. I'm not going to talk about it too much if I don't remember. I didn't get to see him down the stretch either. There were so many goalies. And it obviously the Yuri Ivanov one got me really bad. I knew it. So,
do you want to keep doing this round or just go with some teams here?
I think we should do some teams.
Oh, I got a question here.
There's 5 or 6.
We got a question.
Let's do it.
Who has more value if they get to the NHL? Pugachev, winger, versus Savanto, the center?
I mean, I had them back to back.
Yeah,
I had one 13 and the other 12.
I go with Pugachev because he's so like unique. You could say Savanto is unique as a center too, but I don't know. When you compare someone to Tom Wilson, that's like that's pretty telling. Oh, Philly drafting the smallest, small average size Finnish defenseman. I think he's the youngest player in the draft. Also, September 14th birthday. Yeah, he missed some time this year, like 2 months, I think. He's not a bad puck mover, but I don't think there's enough there. But he's really young, so maybe
there's more runway.
Maybe just definitely some runway. But yeah, I would go Pugachev, but that's
tight because of what Jerome just mentioned. Runway. Savanto's got a lot of runway. Where Pugachev's a little more, what you see is what you get. We think Savanto's got a bit more in terms of projection, but the big thing there is like we think that Pugachev's hit rates are so outlandishly devastating. It kind of makes up for the wing to center dispute, where obviously with Savanto we think he's a power center, which in its own right is insane value. Both can defend well. Both are very good defensively too. Like I think Savanto is arguably one of the top defensive players in this draft, let alone top centers, defensive centers. But Pugachev definitely has better shot quality. Pogachev will score more from range and has more of a well-rounded toolkit to score than Savento. Savento is very aware of his limitations when it comes to his scoring instincts. So that could be the limiting factor, because you might only get 15 goals from Savento a year. You probably get 25 from Pogachev. And nowadays on Montreal, you could maybe even say, 27, 28, 29 range. And that might really, if he doubles up Savanto's goal scoring upside plus the hitting. Not that Savento doesn't hit. Savento absolutely will hit, and freight train players, but nobody does it like Pogachev.
Yeah. Okay. J. Brad, you want to answer that, or you don't know enough about those two?
I don't know too much about these two guys. Like, I'd lean, from what I do know, I usually lean center for value. However, with the uniqueness that Pogachev has, I would probably lean towards that, because again, playoffs, you win with guys who are like Tom Wilson. You're mentioning he's like a Russian Tom Wilson. I would probably in this case lean more there, just because that value, you just see it. Like, Tom Wilson was on the Olympic team, right? So a guy like that, he's obviously very valuable in the playoffs. He was valuable at an Olympic level. There's so much value in guys like that, and when you need to win. So that would probably be where I would lean.
Yeah,
there is one factor to take into consideration that I'm sure NHL staffs did, and we tried to, is the risk. So, like, Savento already demonstrated tremendous hockey sense in the Liga, played professionally against men, youngest player in Liga, phenomenal at the U20s, immediately adapted his sense to the U20s, where with Pogachev, we only ever saw him have to adapt to the KHL in limited minutes. So from that perspective, you could argue the risk assessment goes on Savento's side by a slight margin.
So you see, like, there's a cute goalie that just got drafted, and it's not William Lassell.
Not on our card that.
Yeah. So to answer the question, no, he has not been drafted yet.
This is how Dustin Wolf is. This Dustin Wolf, I was sweating. I couldn't believe that Dustin Wolf was falling to the seventh. Devin Levi, same thing. We were shocked that Levi and Wolf dropped that far.
They almost went undrafted. Like, they have a few more picks, and it was game over.
I got an opportunity to talk to Craig Conroy legitimately within the week that they selected him. And I remember Craig, he's not a goal expert or anything, but he was like, what'd you think? And I remember telling him, I was like, Craig, you just got easily, and I mean easily, like one of the best 7th round picks of all time. He was like, really? I was like, yeah, oh yeah, you'll know. And I remember the next time I got to talk to Conroy was the following season, and he'd seen Wolf, and you could tell with the energy, he was like, Wolf is really good. I was like, oh yeah, you got something pretty special. So we don't think Lascelles that level, but this is getting a little preposterous. I'm not going to lie. Little preposterous to some of these kids.
Laris, Vermirovsky, Politan.
Yeah, I'm not shocked by Vermirovsky. I think he's too mechanically rigid and tankish for his for what he brings. He brings like a lot of battle level though, and that is a theme of this entire class. And that, man, some of these kids compete so hard, but he's very raw. I think he's one of those wait and see goalies for me, and it seems like NHL teams so far have agreed with me. Politan, I have no time for. I've never liked him. I've always thought he was extremely overrated, honestly. Laris, I'm surprised, because Laris, what you're looking at stylistically, is a larger Eric Comrie. And now, as a lot of people behind the scenes know, I have very little time for Eric Comrie. But admittedly, if he wasn't in Winnipeg's system, and Winnipeg's like very good with like loyalty, they'll always try to give their kids a chance. It's one of those situations where I feel like, you could project a potential backup in Laris if the athleticism hits
another Q goalie drafted, but it's not William Lassell.
We ranked him last year.
We ranked him last year. Talked about him a lot.
Last year. I never got to go back this season, even though he's in my backyard. I never got to see him live up in Newfoundland. I loved some aspects of this kid last season. In terms of like his growth rate, I felt like the problem with massive goalies is like it's a shot in the dark in the sense that it's so hard to project their natural growth curve in their +1. And sometimes you immediately see it with Gidloff. Like the second I saw Gidloff in the SHL, I knew. And that's why St. Louis went and grabbed him. They know. They're very good at staff when it comes to developing goalies. They know how special Gidloff can be. With a goalie like Deneau, I was hoping for a bigger uptick within the growth rate that would look like Gidloff, but I hadn't seen that when I did see him this year. So he was like lower priority to me as a result of that.
Yeah. Okay. Random question here.
Mm-hmm.
Do you offer sheet for Fantilli or Salinger?
For sure, Fantilli. He has his issues. Admittedly, like Fantilli is, I think, overstated publicly, and from the NHL perspective, like there was some real sense issues with him that are obviously, I think, on display here, and it's the reason Leo Carlsson has surpassed him very quickly, which we projected to happen. We had Leo Carlsson higher than Fantilli, and with no debate on our staff. And I actually argued with Jason Bokala on the NHL Network. We went head to head. He took Fantilli, I took Carlson, and I think that one's working out for me right now. That said, Fantilli is what Tynan Lawrence wishes he was, which is like a legitimate high-octane flash and dash center with just a tremendous amount of talent. So, and gives you everything he has. So, Sillinger for me, admittedly, that's a miss. I missed on Sillinger. That I blame myself for that. Lacked the offensive creativity to scale the top six. That's where I misassessed him. But obviously, still a pretty good depth energy forward who brings a power element and can score, just not at the rate I had expected. So,
yeah, okay,
sure.
I would go with Fantilli, but I'm not a big believer in. I'm not a big believer in offer sheet. It doesn't work.
Another goalie.
John Parsons going. Interesting. Another goalie, John Parsons. I saw him a bit in college there. My thing with Parsons was I saw him before he got to college. I just don't think there's enough there in terms of like, there's no specialized traits from him. And he's kind of well-rounded, master of nothing, almost like Samuel Hrenik from that perspective, same size as well. But I liked Hrenik a lot more at the same age. And then admittedly with Parsons, again, like I had to find my top 15 goalies and just try to deep dive them as fast as possible by the end of the season. Because as you all know, like we're international sweepers, I have to stretch the entire length of the class. So that means I'm going to have to cut some players loose. And unfortunately, Parsons was one of them.
Okay, let's go quickly here. People talk about NHL bloodline. For you guys, you think it's positive trait or negative one? Our player can be overhyped because of his name or relationship. I don't think it's it's ever a bad thing, but you can't go overboard with this too. But the reality is if you look at like even like midget draft, OHL draft, Q draft, the number of like former player, like son of former players, it's like they are everywhere. So you take it for what it's worth. Don't overhype it or don't overrate it. But I don't think it's a bad thing. It just depends how you view it. I would say. Montreal took Jean-Samuel Daigneault of Muskegon. Big physical D out of the USHL. He's actually just signed in Brentford in the OHL. So I don't know what happened with him. I think he got released from his Q team, so that's why he's able to sign in the OHL. But it's a big physical D. Definitely, this was not William Lassell getting picked by Montreal here.
They got one more shot at it. I'm not giving up hope just yet. We'll see.
Okay. I'll find more questions because we're starting to get a lot of questions.
Let's do it. Let's get them.
I think we answered this before.
For LA there.
Palukiev, I am nuts ranking him high. Dynamo Kid.
Yeah, I think we answered that. I think we answered that already. No.
If I've ever seen occasion.
No, I think we answered that already. You didn't know him.
Palukiev? Yeah, I don't think I know who that is.
So,
unless he's the.
So yeah. Okay. Next question.
Yeah, I don't know.
Next question: is it going to be a new trend of Canadian kids moving to the NCAA? And the answer is yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But more Americans are coming to the CHL like at 16, 17. So it's like
It's give and take there a little bit. It's just the NCAA makes so much sense for so many of these kids because it gives them more runway developmentally, and so many of them it comes down to physical growth rate, and they get phenomenal setups there in terms of strength and conditioning coaches, gym setups. Like they get state of the art everything, and that just allows them to physically mature at a better rate, and it obviously allows them better options long term. If they take the 4 years in college, they get to decide their own destiny, and that's enticing to some players for sure. Tyler.
Well, no William Lassell from Montreal.
Wow. I am.
Ambrosio's not a bad pick, though.
Yeah, he's not drafted.
There's a lot of,
Matchev, Casey, Lassell,
Frollo, Saposnikov, Carter Casey.
Yeah.
My boy, Levchenko.
Another here, Leonid Levchenko, for everyone listening, is a triple overager that Jerome and myself have been evaluating out of Omsk, who we think could be an awesome flash and dash, forechecking, high-pressure cooking fourth liner. But teams refuse to draft him, so we have to keep talking about him.
We're going to talk about him next year, too.
We'll never stop.
We ranked him last year. We ranked him this year, so maybe next year. If I was him, I would try to maybe go like play in the CHL, get more exposure.
Right.
Okay, you guys want to do more questions?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Do you all have Gustafsson rank higher than Pug and Savanto? For me, yeah.
I think I had him one spot below them, actually. Let me check. Nope, I had him one spot above. Yeah, literally one spot above him. Yeah, heck of a D though. Heck of a good pick by Launder. Something they needed.
Don't know. I mean, maybe Jay Brad, you know him, but
let me grab my notes here on him. I do have something. I just put it away. Wow. So he was the guy the 6'5" guy when they drafted the 6'8". He was right underneath. So he is very calm under pressure, but he really needs to fill out. He has to put on a ton of weight. So again, he's got to call Brad Allen, get a lot of Haagen-Dazs in his system because he's definitely got to fill out.
Ice cream, colossal ice cream.
He needs all of that, all of the ice cream for this guy. Not a very good first step. I am a little surprised based on the size that he didn't get drafted. He was one of because again, I wasn't a big fan of the other D that got picked either. But Rolsing his footwork is a lot worse. He has a lot of problems against agile wingers as well. So speed, agility, those finesse type attackers really hurt him in the dub this year. So he didn't have as good of a time, or he didn't adjust to the North American style rush attack as well, where there's a little bit less space for him to operate, which I thought he would do a little bit better of because he is bigger. He does have a reach. So unfortunately for him, it was the footwork and the rush defense that really held him back, I think, in the draft, because he had the size to get picked for sure.
Okay, I got another one for you, Jay Brad.
Okay.
Did you guys see anything in Nolan Stewart in the WHL?
So the short answer is no. He's small player. No, he just didn't really wow me at any point this season. The smaller player that I had higher than him got picked by Carolina, and that's Noah Kosick. I didn't really see Stewart as anything more than just a junior top 6. I thought that was where his limitation was for him.
Okay. Brad, one for you.
Yeah.
What do you think of Xavier Wynn?
Super intelligent goalie, like a phenomenal junior goalie. He can play on my junior team all day, every day. He was much better in the first half than the second half. I think his consistency rates went down. But the big thing with Xavier Wendt is when you look at a goalie who's 6 feet, just mechanically too rigid. You have to be remarkably dexterous at that size. Rate of recovery was affected as a result of being too rigid. Extension rates aren't very good either. more Fedorov range, maybe slightly better in Fedorovs, but not by much. So I was not expecting Xavier Wendt to get drafted. But this is coming from the same guy who had William Lassell in his top 5, and Lassell is now a goalie I did not expect to have to watch next season, and now I'm going to. Yeah, very interesting. It's interesting to me in general to see what smaller goalies went relative to the ones that didn't. Very interesting.
Yeah. I don't know. It's tough to. That's a tough one. Honestly, I feel bad for the kid.
I do too. I mean, he deserved to get. I mean, he had a good year too.
Yeah.
More talented than most other goalies.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way.
Next question. Let me stop sharing this though. I don't think we need it. If you guys were scouting for a Canadian NHL team, would you guys prefer to not draft Americans as they are more likely to ask for a trade if they become good NHL players? I think the situation is, some Americans wants to go back to, but also all those Canadian teams that they're leaving, those teams are not that good, right?
That's it. If they're winning, they're not leaving.
Well, Dylan Larkin wants out of Detroit, right?
Yeah, when you're somewhere for 8-10 years and you keep losing, at some point it's like, well, like I want to win at some point.
Yeah,
and Larkin is like the ultimate Michigan guy. From Michigan, went to Michigan, actually played in Michigan with the U.S. program, then went to Michigan, then Detroit. So, I mean, he's still with Detroit. He's not been traded yet, but I think if you were like, Lennartson, Cole Caulfield, they're not asking out of
Austin
Montreal.
Matthews.
I mean, we'll see with Matthews, but great point here. Not only the entitled one.
Well, a lot of NHL, as you guys know, a lot of NHL players are pretty entitled, right?
Anything on this, Brad? Because I don't know those players. Alphonse Oberg and Roman. Nope.
Alphonse Oberg.
Sorry, Simon.
Oberg. Let's see what we're dealing with. Alphonse Oberg, Moto.
So I don't know the total of goalies drafted, but I feel like there's a lot.
Tons. Oh, that was one thing we did project, was there would be a ton of goalies selected. Yeah,
I'm trying to get numbers of.
This is an incredibly deep goalie class. Obviously some of it, like, again, I found out late. Yuri Ivanov, I knew he'd get drafted. I think he'd go second. No, I thought top 5 for sure, but potential. But higher than Borchev, no. That was a huge surprise. And then obviously Lassell not getting drafted relative to some of these other smaller goalies is quite frankly shocking.
So 32 goalies.
32. That is crazy high numbers. Yeah, that's nuts. Wow. I did project that it would probably be the most NHL goalies that we see coming from a draft in some time, though. I really did. I thought this class is stacked in net. It's one of the reasons it made up lost ground with this draft falling off a bit there, as all of you saw by the 4th round. So the goalies stormed the gate. And we'll see. We'll see if Trebol, Borchev, and Yuri Ivanov can live up to it. But from what I've seen, I think those are some really impressive goalies that can definitely play. Yeah.
Okay. This Halifax goalie, I saw him a bit. I thought he struggled in the queue. I think he got traded in the queue, but I think he's also going. I don't think he's going Cornell this year, if I'm not mistaken. So. Good size goalies from Montreal, but I thought he struggled a lot with Halifax when I saw him. So we'll see. Maybe a new team will change how we feel about him. But he was not really he was not in our book. So there's nothing.
He was extremely similar to Samuel Miloš at the same age, and we didn't have a ton of time for him. So that was one of the reasons he left off of our list.
Okay, more comments. Okay, here's one. Is it wise that all Canadians pack a couple of NCAA teams were in this, perhaps not enough playing time for a prospect. Yeah, like North Dakota, Denver, they're getting like North Dakota is like this very off. Mackenzie, Rudolph, like
Carroll's.
no, Rudolph is Denver, right?
Yeah, Carroll's is North Dakota.
Yeah, the Carrolls. Start, and
I thought for a second, like, he switched. Damn.
Yeah.
Even worse.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem, I think. You want, let's say, Veroff and Carroll's. That's a bit rough, I think. You want both guys to be PP1 guy on the power play, and rarely now you see two defensemen on the first power play, so that's a bit of an issue for me. And I would prefer seeing, let's say, Carroll somewhere else where he can be the ultimate PP1 guy, and Veroff can be on his own team being the ultimate PP1 guy. So yeah, I'm not too crazy about it, but it is what it is, So anyway, I don't think those guys will be in college that long anyway. So we'll see. Do you guys have anything you want to add? Anything?
Yeah, just for top end prospects, like some of them will develop very rapidly and get out of college faster. I think that's the bet. The turnover rate will be fast enough where they won't get in each other's way as often. But admittedly, I think we're going to see some developmental stagnation here and there, and it will be talked about more often down the road. Painless, I think it will be brought up for sure. It's this is new to us all. Even from a scouting perspective, I kept telling everybody on our staff, I was like, man, it's going to be tough getting some of these younger, like Ilya Morzov is a true 17-year-old, one of the youngest kids in the draft. He's playing in college. Oscar Hemming doesn't play for 4 months. He comes into college. The Ty Lawrence transition I thought was a bit easier for us to project because we saw it in the USHL early, the difficulties with his translation. But like some of these kids who are super young, we're just trying to get comfortable with it. This is new for all of us, right? This is new for NHL teams too.
Yeah. Anything on Enriquez is the next question.
Henriquez? Yeah. So Henriquez, overage goalie, phenomenal season in the USHL. Improved from a technical perspective, exceptional skater. That's why he was drafted. The skating base is phenomenal. Like one of the top 3 to 4 skating bases in this draft class. Needs to overhaul his head stance, much like Carter Casey. Like fundamentally really needs to change how he presents in net. It's kind of amazing how good his edge work is and how good his skating base is relative to how wide he can stand, how low he can stand. He's reflexive. He's super competitive. He's smart. It's just like he does have the rate of recovery, but when you look at it's all about the hip line for me with smaller goalies. Like, can they externally rotate in a way that allows them to recover for that size? It's the issue with Yuri Ivanov, for instance. But the bet is with Ivanov, he's the youngest goalie in the class, and he already has a better skating foundation than a lot of other kids at that stage, and presents in a much better way than Henriquez. So Henriquez, more longer term project, but I was pretty impressed with him. He gave me pause. And usually with a goalie like that, I can get past them pretty quick. I had to go back to him. I had to think about it. And that means there's potential there for sure.
Okay. I don't think we have any more questions. So are we wrapping this up?
Sure. Yeah. I barely see.
All right. 5 hours and a half. We did like 4 hours and a half yesterday. So it's
got some content.
That's 10 hours of streaming in less than 24 hours.
Yeah.
So, well, thank you everyone for joining us here on those 2 days, either on YouTube or Twitter. Hopefully you guys enjoy those 10 hours of draft talk. So thanks, Brad. Thanks, Joel. Thanks, Jay Brad. Thanks, Mark, who's somewhere.
Said he was driving to Toronto. That's a rough one. So,
well, he's writing in the chat, so I'm assuming.
Oh, there you go.
I'm assuming he's there somewhere.
Mhm.
You might have a
anybody
ghost.
Ryan came in yesterday.
Yeah.
I tried to get a few more people, but it was not gonna work out. Oh, Christian, almost forgot Christian.
Yeah.
So
Thank you
that's
for
what-
everybody for joining us. So many people.
Yeah, we're
came
still at
into-
1,300 viewers.
Oh man, now I feel bad we didn't go through every team.
It's your dream. It's your dream, Brad. You could do a 24-hour stream.
A 24-hour stream. My back is not going to handle a 24-hour stream. I am in trouble. I got a herniated L2. That's why I'm always on an angle. Everybody. That's why I can't sit straight because
Yeah,
my back is
so-
messed up. So sitting like this for 24 hours is out of the question.
Okay, well that's it. So enjoy the summer, guys, and hopefully, I mean, maybe we'll get some trades happening in the summer. So we'll get some hockey talk in the summer. But enjoy the summer. We'll also enjoy the summer. So see you guys next season.
Thanks everyone for listening.
Thanks,
Really
everyone.
appreciate it.
Thanks, everyone.